Kia ora everyone, welcome along to our deliberations meeting. It's good to have nearly a full house. Bob is an apology for lateness, and if someone would just move that, Lyle and Alexander. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. Start with the Council Karakia, whakataki te hau ki te uru, whakataki te hau ki te tonga, kia mākana kana ki uta, kia mātara ki tai. E hi akia nā te atukura, he hio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. So start by acknowledging the massive amount of submissions that we've received and interactions with the community, the difficulty that we've had over lockdown, and some of the communication that we would have normally done was unable to proceed, and obviously all the in-person meetings or times when we might have been at community events was unable to happen due to lockdown. And so I want to just acknowledge staff again for the work that was done, for the products that were produced, both online and printed, and for the online discussions, and no doubt the number of phone and email discussions that councillors have had over the last couple of months with submitters. We had 237 official submissions, as well as a number of Facebook and online survey responses, and we had 2 days last week of hearings in this room where people were able to come and talk us through how they felt we should be going and what we should be spending in the next financial year. This process is a 1 year chance to look at our finances. It's a reset for the 2020-2021 financial year. So it starts on the 1st of July and takes us through to the 30th of June 2021. And I guess this is really phase one in the major reshuffle that's going to be required by our council in response to COVID. And the second and more significant response is next year's annual plan. So the discussions and the decisions that we make today are important, but of more importance is going to be our attitude towards the next 6 months of preparation of the annual plan, the consultation with the community, and long-term plan. What did I say? Annual plan. Oh yeah, next year's long-term plan, which covers the next 10 years worth of spending and sets directions that cover what's going to need to change. And there's a number of items that were identified through the hearings that we may be able to make some changes on now, but the more significant change is going to come over the next 12 months. As we start today too, I just want to remind us of the vision that we have for our district, and we've talked through for our natural capital, for our human capital, social capital and physical capital, the space that we would like Selwyn to be in. And not that Selwyn District Council is the only contributor to these capitals, but we do have a part to play in this. And so around natural capital, our vision for Selwyn is that our natural landscape and biodiversity are protected, that we improve our sustainable and productive land uses to feed New Zealand and the world. Around human capital, Selwyn's people are balanced and successful. We love our families. We're well educated and employed. We celebrate success. Around social capital, Selwyn is connected and inclusive community. Tangata whenua thrive. We recreate and volunteer together, and everyone has a place to call home. And around physical capital, Selwyn is defined by innovative, quality and sustainable infrastructure and transport solutions. We love our towns and invest in our economy. And so with those thoughts in mind, we enter today into some decisions that do set council expenditure, rating levels, and the service level that our community will receive over the next 12 months. I need to confirm the minutes from the hearings that were held here on Tuesday the 2nd and Wednesday the 3rd of June. So a mover for those minutes is circulated, Councillor Lyle and Bland. Any discussion on those minutes? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. There's a number of items that have been asked to be either added or removed from council expenditure, and today I intend to go through the list of issues that were raised and ensure that we tick them all off. If there are others that are on the list as circulated that we don't address today or aren't written down there, then please raise them now. there not being any, if by the end of the meeting we have identified some, then that can be added to the list. And I'll just note that Leaston cricket nets weren't in their community gardens, Lake Coleridge Playground, Kids Discovery Plant Out Program, Brookside Park cricket nets, Kiwi Recreation Reserve projects, and libraries. I hadn't captured in this list, so I just want to make sure that we cover off on those before the end of the meeting. So for a start, I've listed out 1 through 6 projects that I think, based on the information that staff have provided and on community feedback, need to be removed from our annual plan spending for next year. They are township discretionary funds. We've said to our townships that the funds that they have had this year that they were unable to spend due to COVID would be held over to next year. So that still remains. Any unspent funds they would still have to spend next year, but township discretionary funds next year would be removed for those 12 months. Ward and councillor discretionary funding, that's our spending through both the ward committee meetings and also your own, the $2,000 that is available to support local initiatives would be removed for this year. Council catering for council meetings would be removed. The pod improvements program that was set to happen will be removed for this building. Lincoln and Prebleton public toilets, as identified by staff, will be removed. And strategy and policy projects, which were the Melbourne and Ellesmere area plan reviews, as well as I think there's some Prebleton Lincoln updates. Mr. Harris, do you want to just update us on those few projects that were listed there to be removed for this financial year?
Thank you, Mayor Sam. Yes, I haven't got them in front of me here, but I believe it was the structure plans for Leaston and Darfield, and some money being saved on the update of the structure plans for Lincoln, Rolleston, and one was proposed for West Melbourne and Rolleston. I believe there was going to be some savings there, which came to around $500,000.
Right. Thank you. So that is money that's saved this year. Some of those projects obviously needs to happen at some time in the future, and planning for the future of our district has been a real strength and has provided us the ability to grow over recent years. Delaying this work by 1 year doesn't jeopardise that, but it's not a complete saving because it will need to be done at some time during the long-term plan. So taking those issues in block, we're just going to pass around the table for any comments on outcomes sought there, and we'll just start with Malcolm and work our way around. And if you've got any comments on those first 6 items, let's hear them. Malcolm.
I think they're very prudent. I think it sends a great signal to our community that we mean business when we're trying to keep the rate down. I don't have any difficulty with any of them. I think one of them will particularly probably help my waistline. So the strategy and policy projects, our structure plans and some of our townships are 10 years old now, and the townships have grown exponentially. I am looking forward to them happening, but I can understand in this environment that $500,000 worth of funding we can delay. So I'm very happy with the first 6, no problem at all.
Jota, I'd have to concur with Malky then. I think it's a great show of support considering the times, and I support.
Yeah, I support the 6. It's what the community have asked of us, so they're the easy ones.
I support the 6 as well.
I support 5 out of the 6. I think completely removing the township discretionary funds penalises those townships who have been organised and have utilised the 2019-20 discretionary funds completely. It leaves them nothing for the forthcoming year. So I would support a compromise where perhaps we offer townships a third of their discretionary funds, because they are designed to be used for small projects that are too small for council regular funding. And we're actually, in fact, penalising the organised townships who had projects and have spent their funds, and rewarding those who were less organised and haven't spent them and are going to lose them anyway. So I think that it would be fairer to have some discretionary fund available, not the full 100%. The Rolleston Resident Association came in and suggested a reduction, but I'd like to see them get a third or even as much as a half as an opportunity to continue that work of small projects to benefit their communities.
Okay, thank you.
I do support removing those, but and following on from Councillor Alexander, I'd like to know how much money it would be involved if we were to give the townships part money that needed them.
A couple of issues, particularly issue 5 that Tim just commented on. My local community of Lincoln will be extremely distressed to hear that comment that we're delaying it for another year. They have repeatedly and verifiously said to me, when is this actually going to happen? And it's actually got to the stage, it's actually embarrassing, where our town centre master plan is almost out of date again, that it needs refreshing. And the works for town centre master plan are supposed to start in 22. So if we don't do this strategy refresh in this coming year, it won't be done before the works start. So again, we're sort of looking a bit incompetent here. And while I'm all for saving money, competency must rise above saving money sometimes. The other issue is catering, which I raised at the hearings. Just to be absolutely clear what we're saying here, does this mean that the volunteers Christmas party, for instance, where we provide snacks and beverages for our community members, is also cancelled? Because I think we need to be absolutely clear what we're doing here. Is it just a bit of a showpiece for the community, or is it actually a real saving? Because I just don't see us trying to show pony here. I want it to be actually real.
Proposal is catering for council meetings only is being removed, and the likes of volunteers, Christmas parties, etc. will remain. And we believe that that saving is in the vicinity of $30,000.
I really would question that sum. It seems like an extraordinary sum for 12 meetings a year. So I don't believe there's 30,000 saving in that, and that it doesn't seem to make sense to me. If that's the sum, I'm all behind it going, but it does seem extraordinary.
No, it's not. It's not for. There's in fact 20 odd council meetings a year. Remember, because we meet fortnightly, but it also includes subcommittees and other committees of council.
Morning, everybody. I totally regret wanting to support all of these, because I know that there's a lot of people who value the discretionary funds and the projects it allows them to achieve, both in the community and within townships. But at a time like this, it's probably worth doing that. But I agree with Councillor Alexander that in some cases where there's been obvious forward planning by some townships based on the funding that they're expecting to receive, they know exactly what they're going to do, then perhaps it's worth having a bit of leeway. But if there's no set plan for where the money's going to go, then this year particularly, it's worth let's just go with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is a good start. They are discretionary funds, and although it is hard to take that this money will be going, it would be interesting to know how many of the townships are carrying over money at the moment anyway, because it might be that because of the timing of COVID that a number of them already got most of their amount that they're carrying over, so it won't make that much of a difference. So I'd like to hear how much that is. But there's also the special funds that we were talking about yesterday. A lot of those committees have these other funds as well that they're trying to spend that need to be spent, and we want them to spend them because they've been around for about 5 years now. And then carrying over another year, there needs to be action really on those. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'm generally supportive. I have some concerns around the strategy and policy projects being as essential core business, really, at getting a direction. I can live with it as a deferral for 1 year if I have to. The others are a pragmatic 1-year approach at this stage to having a small but direct impact on this year's rates till we can reassess an LTP. That allows us the time to understand the true impact of COVID rather than throw the baby out with the bathwater. So generally supportive. Just have, yeah, as I say, just express some concern around the strategy and policy project being deferred.
So, Councillor Mugford, would you like to, on the top 6, so Township Discretionary Fund, Ward Councillor Discretionary Fund, Catering, HQ pod improvements, Lincoln and Prebbleton, public toilets and strategy and policy projects, suggestion is that they all be removed from next year's funding?
Okay, yeah. As far as the Township Discretionary Fund goes, I feel for a year it would be fine, but I do believe that it could make quite a lot of people feel that that we're taking something more away from them if we take it away permanently. So I feel that as a year, I think people would understand that, but I think you would get some of the people would not want to continue with committees and such like. And the Council Discretionary Fund, I don't mind either way. I think sometimes I have trouble finding things that I can give it to, so that's probably not a good look. So I think that one does worry me. Catering, remove. The improvements if they're not needed. So Lincoln and Prebbleton would remove, and strategy and policy projects all remove as on there.
Thank you. So there's general support for all 6 of those. Mark has brought up the discretionary funds, and the first 4 speakers didn't get a chance to, or didn't say a particular view on those matters. Councillor Lyle, do you have a view?
Yeah, I have a view. In the days when when I was living in a community that didn't have a lot of new growth and a lot of new infrastructure put into it because of development, it was quite easy to find places to spend that money on little projects around the community. I found in my particular community over the last 5 or 10 years that as we have grown exponentially, a lot of new infrastructure has been put in place. It's increasingly hard to find a good relevant spend of that money. Spending the money for spending's sake is something we should never be doing. And making sure that whatever we spend it on is useful and needed in our community is something that with some decisions I think are a borderline. I know our community has been looking for projects, manages to get things done, but in reality, I'd quite happily see it suspended for a year. I can understand it's a long-term plan discussion. Should we be looking at what we do with the quantity and quality of how we spend those discretionary money in the future? And I think that's something that we need to bear in mind for discussion next year in the long-term plan. But in the meantime, I'm quite happy to put my neck on the line and say suspend it.
So this is, we're definitely only talking about the next 12 months. Yes. This has been taken out, and the long-term plan, everything is reassessed coming up. Councillor Epper, any view on the discretionary funds?
I think, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just a bit blank there. Much the same as Malky. I think we're looking at it in the next 12 months, and considering the situation that we're in at the moment with COVID and post-COVID, I think it's the best thing to do at this stage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Banks?
Yeah, my opinion hasn't changed. I mean, none of us want to do this, but we have to do it. And it's a bit like putting 10 bob each way, saying on one hand we're going to take it, on the other hand we don't like doing it, so that we can appease the listeners. We just have to be a bit more upfront and say we have to save money. And let's start picking up the low apples and low fruit, as they say, and start saving some money. So, yeah, no, I'm happy to save money wherever we can. If this is a good way of doing it, and I think it is, we'll do it that way.
Thank you. Councillor Hassan?
Thank you very much, Nicole. That was going to be the issue that I was going to bring up. A lot of these communities have quite substantial funds sitting in their special reserve accounts. They've got to be spent within the next 12 months before it basically goes into what I'll term a consolidated pot. And I think there needs to be some sort of priority for these communities to set themselves a budget and work out how they are going to spend these funds for the benefit of their community. So I agree with the 6 as it is. I think there's enough contingency in there with regards to the township discretionary funds.
Can I just get the CEO to comment on the quantum of some of this?
Yeah, Councillor Reid quite rightly asked the question about the quantum of the money. I can't specifically answer, but there is a lot of unspent money out there at the moment. Also think about the audit and risk meeting yesterday where we talked about that special reserves funds, or those special reserve funds. There is a lot of those, and equally in our CapEx program for the current year already funded, there are a significant number of community projects that we're going to be working very, very hard to make sure we deliver those this year.
So we'll just move 1 to 6 in a block. All those in favour that they be removed from the next annual plan, say aye.
Well, I have a difficulty with that because I want to vote against one with around the strategy. So we should take it one by one. How do I register my vote against?
If we can go one by one, if that's.
I think that's a better way of doing it, I think.
Sam, Mr Mayor,
Councillor Alexander?
when we were doing Zoom meetings, we were doing it by raising hands. Given that we're still live streaming these meetings, and it may be difficult for viewers to figure out who voted what way, should we perhaps retain the hand vote?
We can, but unless there's going to be someone would like the particular vote recorded, generally a lot of the decisions are via consensus or by amendment to make the changes required that get us across the line. So if you'd like a particular vote recorded a certain way, then that can be done. But I'm not sure that the camera, and I'd just ask Stephen maybe whether the camera, even on the, because it's on the far side of the room, it's trying to pick up 5 bodies at a distance of 8 metres with the. I think it's going to be a bit difficult today, but we can try and work on something for the future. So item number 1, township discretionary money. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Ward and, do you want your vote recorded against, Mark? Ward and councillor discretionary funding. All of those in favour of being removed say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 3, catering for meetings removed. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. The pod improvements for this building have been removed. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Lincoln and Trebleton public toilets have been removed. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. And strategy and policy projects been removed. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Would you like your votes recorded against? Councillor Miller and Councillor Lemon. The next lot of items is around requests that we received and the suggestion being that there be no new funding made available for these projects over the next 12 months. So once again, we're not talking about forever into the future. That'll be a long-term plan discussion. This is about this current financial year. So those items are Courtney Road widening, New Zealand Chinese Language Week, Waihora tennis courts, SNEF funding, and pest-free Banks Peninsula. So the SNEF funding would remain as it is, no increase in pest-free Banks Peninsula and other Banks Peninsula projects were raised. Kiwi Hall Kitchen, Colgate Glen Tunnel Reserve, the Duffield Recreation Centre, Duffield Passive Reserve, Leaston Skate Park, the full-sized hockey turf, Hororata Community Centre, and new biodiversity funding. So the recommendation there is that there be no new funding made available for any of those. And again, we'll just go around the room, and Shane, if you go first. And if you've got any comments on any of those, then.
Can I just ask a question first?
Yeah.
At the start of the meeting, you mentioned there was 3 or 4 items that weren't included in the list.
Yes.
Where do they sit on this list?
They're not written on your list. I'm going to come to them at the very end.
Okay, so would they sit in the no new funding group, or would they? I'm just interested to know.
Yeah, they'll all sit in the no new funding.
Right. Okay. So that was just a bit of clarity I wanted, because of.
So if you want, we could add those to the list now, so that we're dealing with them all together.
Okay.
End. Okay. So Councillor Epaha, have you got any views on any of those numbers 7 through 18?
Got it, Sam. Thank you. I'm widely in support of this, and again, I think we're looking at it over the next 12 months. One of the one of the items, which is number 15, Leaston Skate Park, is something of particular interest to me. I've worked with a number of the youth in the area, and I've found that over the lockdown period, a lot of them have been really cooped up and they've struggled through that by keeping in touch. But the main area for our youth to congregate in that town is the Leaston Skate Park, and for a long time now they've advocated for another stage or possibly look at it. So I'd like to see that continue, if anything. But other than that, I widely agree with the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blaines.
Yeah, I have no problems with any of them except the SNEF funding. And I see we have it written down as the best free Banks Peninsula, and it should be free of pests. It would be best. So I take that grammatical error, Your Worship, is actually that you don't agree with this as well. And the reason that I don't agree with removing this funding is because if we remove it, we give the pests that chance to re-establish themselves. And one of the strengths of this is that for an ongoing period of time, volunteers have really knocked the pest population down. You take your foot off the pedal and they'll come back and forth. For the minimum sum of $10,000, you've got a heck of a lot of people volunteering and giving up time. And you'll remember that one of the questions that I asked was, well, in fact, the question I asked of all the organisations that come in, did they support the pest-free funding? And it was unanimously yes. And I think that this is one that if we don't fund it, we will regret it. It will be something that will take maybe 2 or 3 years to catch up on. Thanks.
Yes, just with the comment that Councillor Blaines just made, I do not agree with that comment. I'm aware that central government is involved in pest management with regards to its funding. And I think that given that we are continuing with the biodiversity funding for the SNEF fund, I think that can be combined with an application quite simply, if there was the need. So I'd just like to see those two grouped together, and they can apply to that funding with regards to the volunteerism. Other than that, I agree with everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. 4 points. Number 9, I agree that there should be no funding for renewals on Waihoara tennis courts in the new financial year. But I think it actually raises the broader question that we need to consider in our LTP considerations of privately funded, club-funded facilities on our council reserves. We currently don't have a policy on that, and that leaves us with a vacuum where we're now getting an increasing number of clubs who've funded their own facilities on council reserves coming to us and saying, well, now you've got district-wide rating, we want funding. And we don't have a policy. If Waihoara Tennis had come to us and say we want a new facility, we also don't have a network approach like we have a document for our community centres, because at some point we have to make a hard decision. Which of these facilities do we renew, and which do we say there's another tennis court within 5 or 10 minutes drive that we've funded? We're actually better at concentrating in fewer places doing it well than a large number of places and not doing it so well. So that's an area of work I think I'd like to signify that we need to be done early in the long-term plan process, so that when we get these decisions, we can make them as part of a coherent whole policy rather than an ad hoc, one-by-one decision. With respect to the SNEF funding for pest-free Banks Peninsula, Jeff, it was no new funding. We're not withdrawing funding. We're just not offering new funding in this year. And I support that because I think that is an LTP decision, because it wouldn't be a one-off. It would be an ongoing regular funding, which I believe belongs in the LTP. Number 16, the full-size hockey turf, it's identified as target rate funded, but I would have thought, given that it's in response, at least in part response to growth, that there would have been a development contribution element to the funding, not just targeted rate. That's signalling it for the long-term plan considerations. I would like to see it brought forward in the long-term plan to being developed over the 2021 summer to be available for the 21 winter, because I recognise that it is like Kirakiri Hockey have made a very good case for that facility. But at the moment at Brookside, at Foster Park, we are down a full-size lit football field, and they would be struggling to get training done next year if there was that area was removed. So in Colorado Community Centre, I think we also, it's not said in the notes, is we need to get agreement on the MOU. I have a concern that the proposed MOU from the community organisation says that they'll fund the study, but if the facility doesn't go ahead, council will refund those study costs. Well, I'm not particularly keen on that kind of funding agreement. Their offer to fund the study is very generous, but it should be standalone from whether the facility is built or not. So I'd like to see included in those notes the fact that the terms and conditions of the MOU need to be finalised as well.
I think for clarity on that Hororata Community Centre space, it would be no new funding, and the community funding would need to be banked before we would offer anything towards detailed design. So we've got concept design. Is that right, Mr. Marshall?
Detailed design, if you mean that, getting you a building consent. I mean, I think construction is a more realistic time frame, and just commenting on Councillor Alexander's comment, totally agree, and that's what the terms of reference will get sorted as to who's paying for what. Remembering this is a project in our long-term plan for the community. One of the pluses is how much is coming from that local community. So that's the benefit. So therefore we should have some money coming out of our own account for funding it, but they shouldn't get their share refunded if it doesn't proceed.
Correct.
That's the key point.
Yep. Councillor Gallagher.
I also agree with the comment about tennis courts, those that are owned and maintained by the clubs, even if they're on council reserve. I think we need to look at our policies on that as to where we go in the future, because I know some clubs are council paid for with their maintenance, whereas others aren't. So I think that's something we need to look at long term. Agree with the comment on the Hororata Community Centre, and I think the reasoning behind that was that they were prepared to come up with part of the money and then we would proceed. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Thank you.
In no particular order, the full-size hockey turf was a very good proposal, but just looking a bit wider, it's more of the let's dump $1 million and no one put any contribution towards it, which sort of concerns me a bit, because if you look further up, I'll come to that in a minute, about smaller clubs who don't seem to get any contribution and say, well, you raise it on your own and do it yourself. So, but the Leaston Skate Park particularly, I thought the presentation was very good. I thought he had a valid point, but there are other funding avenues, and I'm thinking particularly of the Ellesmere Reserves Board, who have 185,000 of funds available currently. It would make sense that they perhaps look to assist them there. The same with the Kirby Hall kitchen. I'm hoping that that would be covered by our insurance claim. The council covers insurance on the Kirby Hall, I understand, so that hopefully we might come to the party, but there's 44,500 in the Kirby Special Reserve account, which could be possibly allocated towards that. I particularly don't support funding the SNF funding. While I am supportive of the goals of that organisation, that is clearly an ECAN function, and we should not be getting into work that's not our function. We're already getting rated for ECAN for doing this, and let's not get into other authorities' business where we're not required. So leave that to ECAN. Going back to the Waihora tennis courts, I understand Mr. Alexander's view, and I can, in some ways I've subscribed to it, but I just wanted to generate the wider picture here of communities not in Ralston, not in Prebbleton or Lincoln, who are saying, we still have a right to have our sporting outlet. We still have a reason to exist. And I think if you look about even what's in today's annual plan document, there's over 100,000 put aside for cricket nets. Why is cricket any more worthy of our support than tennis? or rugby or league. And so we're making value judgments on the value of a sport because of the cost. Particularly if you look at cricket, we spend thousands of dollars mowing the grass to a level like that where they can play cricket. That's not adjusted in our figures. We just soak it up into a general rate. These members of this tennis club have raised on average over $500 a member, which is extraordinary. If you look at Ralston, who wanted hockey turf and extrapolated that with their membership, they'll be coming with $250,000 of income to say, let's have a hockey turf, here's our contribution. I have a solution which I believe is could cost the council nothing, because there's a submission from the Ellesmere Reserves Committee, and they particularly note that the Southbridge tennis courts are going to be resurfaced. But there are also new tennis courts and netball courts going to be built in the Southbridge Reserve. It doesn't make sense in their view to resurface those courts when you're building a whole new set of courts in the reserve. They are better to be left as they are and press on with the new construction. So I suggest that we take that funding and we apply it to the Waihora Tennis Club and assist this community where they are looking to have their courts renewed in time for their centenary, which is 2023. So the other thing to observe from that community particularly is that their reserve receives no funding from the district-wide rate. It manages to operate under its own steam, gather its own revenue, and actually operate with no contribution whatsoever from this council. So it has a hall, it used to have a bowling club, which is currently occupied by Doc, which runs a nursery out of it. It has a racing club, it has a pony club, and it has the annual mud run, which is widely supported throughout Canterbury. So as a reserve, this is actually taking $0 out of someone. Here it comes with its hand once every 40 years and has done some fundraising itself, and we're saying, no thanks, you're not welcome. So I support it. I've put a suggestion forward where it can be done for no actual impost on rates, and I hope to get your support.
Thank you. Councillor Miller makes a very good point regarding the tennis courts. I had not made the link in my head about the other tennis court comment from a different submission, but I'd like to support his suggestion there, to pass that over to Waihora. I agree with other comments that we do really need to take a good look at what our network of halls and sports facilities is, though. We obviously have spent an awful lot of money on many of them over the last few years, and it does seem to be a bit of a scattergun approach, which I know has a lot of history behind it, behind the different townships and everything. But at the moment, and given the current situation, but also just going forward, we have had an awful lot of submissions from people wondering why we're spending so much money, and some of it is probably to do with the maintenance costs of a lot of different facilities all over the district. Some of the items on this list, I'm not particularly certain, but if there are any other special reserves that could potentially be applied to some of the projects, if there's any way of notifying those who submitted in support of one thing or another to let them know that there's money there for something that's obviously got backing, then that would be fairly proactive of us, I'd have thought. The Leaston Skate Park, I guess that is a great idea. I was wondering whether that's probably better placed as part of the wider other discussion we've got going with redeveloping Leaston Park and the community centre and everything else there, because it's all sitting within a very similar frame. But it's a good thing for the young people of the area. What else was there? My only other point is regarding the biodiversity funding. I know it's probably not a good plan this year to try and increase that, and certainly don't want to be taking on anything that belongs better in the ECAN space. However, I would like to give support to having that in the long-term plan as something else that needs to be reviewed, because the fund, given the legislation that's coming and the vast amount of biodiversity in our area, really, particularly inland, we're going to need to give more support to maintaining that, I believe. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a couple. The Kerwee Hall, I presumed that was being covered by insurance, council's insurance anyway. So And I think that should go. Yeah.
Yeah, so just get clarity here. There's an insurance claim and it's live. Loss adjuster's been through there, so that's fine. There is a wee bit of an issue in that the previous policy that was held where we would cover, say, the excess or the premium on this type of haul in the category it's sat. There's about 8. The policy on that was withdrawn out of the policy manual about 12 months ago. We're not really sure whether that we actually meant that to occur, so that's got to be revised. But we've taken the view that at this stage it's a live policy because we do have it insured under our external policy. So you're right. I suppose the question is if they're seeking additional money to make enhancements to the hall, that's the question we should be drawing our mind to as to whether that's right or not. But the core repairs are covered under the insurance policy.
And the other thing is the SLEF fund and the diversity fund. I think they should be long-term planned, but I think that we're going to find if we get into that and get into some sort of policy, because there's a lot of other organisations that would feel that they would want part of it too. So I think that's a bigger discussion for the future. But apart from that, I'm happy with everything else.
Yeah, a number of these can go into LTP. With the hockey turf, I mean, it is obviously still initial discussions with the hockey club. And yes, my kids do play hockey. So although I don't have a financial interest, I do have a personal interest in the hockey turf. And so the Waikirikiri Hockey, when they came to us, they were looking for the turf for the 2022 season. So that is the winter after next year. So it's definitely something to be for first year in the LTP, if we can look at it there. But still, as I said, there's still more discussions, but there is a very good document that's been sent through with the research that Waikirikiri have done on the growth of players, and there will be a component of development contributions on growth at Rolleston, if it's here. Now, with the other things on the list, I'm unsure. Councillor Miller was talking about the tennis schools not having any effect on or input on rates, and if that's the case, then I can't see any problem with that going ahead. Also agree with Councillor McInnes about reviewing the halls and costs to us, because we really need to be looking strategically going forward on where we're spending our money. And we're obviously in a position at the moment when we're having a look, but we should be going forward from here, still looking with an eye like that on our property and see what is costing us and alternative things we need to look at doing about them. Yeah, I've got a concern with the Hoirata Community Centre as well, with money spending with that, and it needs to be, an agreement needs to be tied up with that community on funding, and the funding model that is going to be used is quite different from what we've looked at in the past. And we also need to be mindful of the ongoing operational costs and where that's going to sit as well going forward. And that's me.
Thanks, Sam. Number of things here, generally supportive of the direction here, but a couple of comments. Councillor Miller's raised the potential inequity of Waihora tennis courts, and it ties in with a general discussion that we're going to be having, I hope, soon. And I'm looking at, we've gone down the road of district-wide rating of halls and getting some equity across delivery in the district. The next cab off the rank is reserves and how we fund those and how we get equity across that. And it's an unenviable job. I'm looking across the chambers at Mr. Rikers and thinking it's a work in progress, and I don't envy him that, but I think it's part of that greater conversation that we achieve that equity. I don't think it's a job that we put in place ad hoc now. We need to have that surety going forward to make sure that we are funding equitably across the district. And there are great variances on how we fund sports and reserves and how we charge for them. So that is a work in progress. It's going to be quite difficult conversations to have, but it's very necessary. And we have to stump up and do that and support staff to have those conversations. So I'm happy, I won't say happy, I'm okay with the deferring of that with no new funding. I'm saying no new funding. It is just this year from my perspective, and I'll put Kiwi Hall Kitchen in that as well until we establish what is part of our network and what isn't. I think we defer. That's not to say they're not worthy. SNEF funding, again, Councillor Miller's made a good point. It is ECAN's business, and I believe also central government's business. We do have a SNEF fund, and we do have biodiversity team here that can help support those applications and support that work, and I think that's how we go forward with that. Leaston Skate Park, Councillor Miller, I'm finding me agreeing with you quite a bit here. This is quite dangerous. No, it's not. Ellesmere Reserves Board, you're quite right, and that is inappropriate. And there is their annual walk around on Monday, which I'll be attending the early morning session on, and I might suggest that to them, because one of the concerns is the large amount of money in that fund, and as has been discussed in the previous topic, those funds need to be utilised for the benefit of the community. What I do think, though, and Councillor McInnes has said that, is that as part of the greater design of the Leaston facilities, and wouldn't it be wonderful if the young man who gave that submission to us was part of the process, designing all the facilities, being part of a group that designed those facilities. We had that voice in our community as part of it, instead of, let's be honest, the white middle class male that we tend to be sitting around on those committees, so and those decisions. So I commend that. So generally supportive, but I strongly expect that a lot of these will come through to us LTP for a wider discussion. So again, my comments in the previous round of discussions, it is a deferral to take away for a short period of time the pressure on rates for this coming 1 year.
Yeah, I find myself agreeing with most of the things being said here. Councillor Miller has certainly done his homework, I'd like to say. This is the nice to have list. The question has always been in the annual plan. We have a nice to have and a need to have. This year, our pencils are sharper because of COVID. The Waiora tennis courts, I very much agree with Councillor Alexander's comments around policy. They tie in, as Councillor Lemon has said, with the Kiwi Hall as well, and other halls in our community. Halls to the future, how many we have to the future, how much they're getting used, equity and reserves, all those conversations are ones that we certainly need to be having going forward. I too don't envy Mr. Riker's unpicking the arrangements that are around how reserves are funded and who does what and have done for the last 50 years in our community. I do support, if it is at all possible, to fund those, a bit of resurfacing on Waiora out of funds already committed somewhere else. If that's not, if that money cannot be better spent somewhere else, well, perhaps that is an option that our staff can feed back to us. So I do support that. The SNEF funding, pest-free Banks Peninsula, while I agree with what they're trying to do, I do wonder where it sits when Banks Peninsula, our piece of Banks Peninsula, is a very small percentage of Selwyn District itself. And I do think that ECAN should be fronting that. And I also believe that the government is signalling expenditure in those sort of areas as well, which perhaps it can be a linkage to for them to be uptaken. The Ellesmere Reserve Board, well, they have been careful stewards of their shekels for many years. And one could perhaps talk about short arms and deep pockets, but I do think that that is probably a very good opportunity to do something for the youth of Leaston. And I do agree that a strategic plan of location and where it's going to be is certainly what needs to happen in Leaston. We've got a lot of ferment for need of community centres and change, And it would be nice to think that that can happen in a holistic manner and properly in the next LTP. The Hororata Community Centre community funding bank before proceeding is the comment that seals it to me. Now, coming over the page to biodiversity funding, I do have some comments here. Our present SNEF fund is funded to $74,750 per annum. In this current round of applications in this year, which we are going to deal with in the next few weeks, there's $146,400 worth of applications to that fund. So it is oversubscribed. It has been a trend that's happened for many years. Some of those, sometimes the funding's not uptaken and we get to use it the next year. I'm also concerned that one of the other things we're going to bring up later is Kids Discovery Plant Out. I don't know if they're wanting funding out of SNEF or wanting funding from somewhere. There are multiple biodiversity initiatives taking place across Selwyn now that weren't taking place 10 years ago, which heartens me greatly. Just how we fund those and how we deliver pathways to funding. The government, once again, is talking planting trees, it's talking about more planting and riparian planting around waterways. A lot of these different applicants are working in the same area. And I think I would welcome some form of joined up approach where I know there are a group of called SWARF, which is a group of people all working in the same area in Canterbury and biodiversity, do meet 2 or 3 times a year. I believe Mr. Spanton goes to those meetings. I think I'm happy to leave it where it is this year, but it's certainly a question that I want to have a fulsome discussion within the LTP as to how we move forward and what we do. And perhaps I think with the government initiatives that they've signalled in the budget and since COVID-19, when they rattle down into our communities and we can see where those pathways might bring funding to some of those areas, we'll have a better picture of that. So that's my comment.
Thank you. So the one outstanding item that we just need to get some clarity on and might have just some further discussion is around the Waihora tennis courts. And the idea put forward by Councillor Miller is that funding, as I understand it, Councillor Miller, is to take funding from renewal in Southbridge.
I'll refresh. So the submission is from the Ellesmere Reserves Board that they believe rather than spend the money on resurfacing the courts, that the prioritisation be given to the construction of the new courts in the Southbridge domain, which is budgeted for, and that those funds that were used for resurfacing those Southbridge current tennis courts be transferred to Waihora Tennis Court, creating no increase in rating and cost on anyone.
So the change there would be that any funding that would be held over and not redoing the Southbridge courts for the new courts would now no longer be available, and it might be an increase in funding in the next couple of years to cover that cost.
Can we just get a little clarity? I'll get Mark to talk about what's actually happened in Southbridge. This is a little bit, we had a bit of confusion over this one.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just clarify, is it a submission you're reading from Ellesmere Reserve Board? And I'll read that one Mark talks about Southbridge.
Yeah, the Southbridge tennis courts, which are on land owned by the club, were actually resurfaced. They were given an overlay resurfacing about 3 years ago, and that was to keep them going for a period of about 10 years. And with the view that they would be eventually shifted down to the reserve and the extension. And that was prior to us actually securing the land for the extension, which has now been we've now got that land, and that actually sits in 27, 28 in the current long-term plan in terms of the funding to shift those courts. So there's no funding that I'm aware of for in 2021 for resurfacing courts in Southbridge. That work was already done about 3 years ago. So I'm not sure what the submission is talking about.
The submitter's mistaken. The submitter's mistaken is what you're saying.
Yeah, because the courts have already been resurfaced, and that was with a contribution from a significant contribution from the club to do that work.
So it just gives you an indication of the mindset of the council that we're happy to do it for one community who's provided a contribution, but when we get to another community, we're pulling the rug out from underneath them.
Well, can I just put the other thing to just be aware of? Staff are currently working through doing condition ratings on all tennis courts as part of long-term plan preparation. So, I mean, this Waihora one will be one that will go into that mix. Like there is one for Selwyn Huts kicking around, they want the same thing. But in terms of what we have got, some courts we've done this year, 1920, we've got I think one court in 2021. So as much as this Waihora one might have a validity about because of its surface, there are similar courts with a lack of surface around the district as well. They just need to be, I think, just suggest you consider the fact that this is for their centenary in 2023 gives a wee bit of time. I think the submission on 100-153 is from an individual, not actually from the Ellesmere Reserve Board. And if it was suggesting Ellesmere Reserve Board, those monies are locked into the Ellesmere ward. They couldn't be taken across to the Springs ward if that was a funding source, which we don't think it is. We've done courts in Leaston this year, earlier in the year, and we've got Prebbleton to do once the weather gets a bit dry, and also done Sandal as part of completing the 1920 tennis court. So it's not as if we're not doing anything, but my final comment would be is that tennis courts, artificial turf and sports lights are definitely big ticket items that are challenging to figure out how to fund appropriately going forward. So you're right, there's a bit of a work program to work with you to develop that and work out priorities for long-term plan.
One kind of comment, Your Worship, is that what Mr. Marshall said is correct. They are big ticket items, but it relates to the hockey turf as well. There's a large upfront cost, but then the lower maintenance cost, where we don't talk about the cost of mowing grass every week for rugby and cricket and soccer. And if you add that number up, there's a large impost every year. It's just that these imposts come at irregular intervals.
That's right.
And we're not identifying the true cost of what other sports are delivering on the community.
Correct.
But if we could ask for that analysis, I think that would be quite helpful for the long-term plan as we make decisions around what capital gets spent and what ongoing maintenance council becomes responsible for. And that will need to be done early in the cycle for those that are running long-term plans, so that we have that well before we get into the decision-making. So we'll run through each of these 7 through 18 and just take them item by item. So first of all, Courtney Road widening, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. New Zealand Chinese Language Week, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Waihora Tennis Club, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Would you like your votes recorded? Councillor Miller and Councillor Hassan. Was it Gallagher? I just heard two. Sorry.
No,
Councillor Gallagher. Thank you.
right. No, I do have a view on this, but I personally think that it's a long-term plan.
Yep,
issue
and it's
that
been
we
voted
just
that way.
discussed.
Yep.
And I'm quite happy
Yes.
for that to remain.
Long-term plan. Yep. All of these are long-term plan. All we're doing today is making decisions on the next 12 months. Item 10, SNEF funding and extra money for Pestry Banks Peninsula, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Kiwi Hall Kitchen, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Colgate Glen Tunnel Reserve, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Darfield Recreation Centre, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Darfield Passive Reserve, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Leaston Skate Park, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Full-size hockey turf, no new funding. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Hororata Community Centre, no new funding, and the community funding to be banked before we proceed to construction.
We don't do some design work any further, it's difficult to know whether the project's feasible. So they've definitely got money and we've got money which can take us to design. It's just, it is out a year or two. But I think the key thing to bring back to you is this terms of reference. And we'll get that back in the next, say, two to maybe 3 months.
It's not just banking the money, Sam. It's an agreed terms of reference.
Agreed terms of reference that can be added to the.
And it'll also just allow us to report on why this community centre, the only real difference with any of the other ones we've built is the amount of cash coming out of the high rider community. That's the subtle difference here, which we do seem to miss a wee bit.
So all those in favour, sorry, Councillor Reid.
Just reiterating the point that I had, that yes, there is quite a lot of money coming out of that community, but it's also that ongoing cost for a building that, I mean, I don't know whether we would build that size if we were just looking at it ourselves. So there's a whole bigger conversation around it.
I mean, we'll get into that, but I can assure you it's nothing grand. It's very similar to communities we've done, which we fund operating costs as well. So, yeah.
So the decision today is to say that there's no new funding, although existing funding in the long-term plan that's been identified to partner with them on design be included this year, and that an MOU be drawn up and agreements on how that funding will be spent and who will make the decisions be made. That's what we're deciding today. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. And biodiversity funding, nothing new. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Mark brought up club facilities on council reserves and a policy around that to be developed. That will be part of the long-term plan discussion, Mark, so that's where that sits. Okay, the next items, I think we'll just take 19 through 25, just to create a block that's manageable.
Sam, I'd suggest we take a slightly smaller block because I think certainly in item 21 may provoke some discussion in its own right, and I think deserves discussion in its own right.
Okay, cool. If people are happy with that, we'll do them one by one. If I can ask people to think about how long they speak on each of the items, because 12 people, even for a minute each, we're only going to get through 4 items in an hour. So just keeping that in mind with your comments. But we are here to deliberate, and if you've got a view, please make it heard. So the first one is community grants and events funding and visitation to Selwyn promotion. So this comes off the back of the recovery meetings that were held and a strong push by our community to say, what are we doing to target Christchurch coming to visit Selwyn? A massive market that's right there. And also the hearings that were held from particularly the large events, asking for a bit more support in what the events do to not only generate a sense of social cohesion within Selwyn, but also provide a return to many other community organisations and what they believe is a measurable return. What I'm suggesting here is that this isn't new funding, but includes the existing funds that Denise's department has available and has been given out through the Community Events Fund, although that name has changed over the last couple of years. And so the proposal here is to say the 3 major events that happen that are community run, let's support those. And there's just a figure there, 10 grand. That may be too much for those and maybe more than what we've provided them in the past. But let's significantly say there's 3 major items, 3 major events that we would like to see promoted well and into Christchurch. That includes the fireworks, the Highland Games and the Selwyn Spring Show. Let's allocate some money out of that fund and a quantum of 50,000, I'm saying, that is specifically about Christchurch to Selwyn and all the great things that we've got going on here. That builds on all the work that the Selwyn NZ website has done, that Denise and her team have put together some marvellous resources that do showcase Selwyn. Now let's go about actually targeting the return on that and getting the 350,000 people that live 20 minutes down the road to spend their weekends here. Shopping in our towns and having coffees here. And then saying that there's the money that's still left over after that would still be given out through the events funding arrangement that's there and be available for community committees. It might be on a slightly lower scale because the quantum will be less, but we would still look to do the traffic management, the waste support that we do, and a quantum of cash support where that's deemed appropriate. But it's a reallocation of existing funding, no new funding, and there's no rates implications for that. So that's item number 19. And if we're going one by one, Jeff, you're up first on this one.
Well, we want to be quick, and I'm going to say I've got no problems with any of it. So I'm happy with it.
Thank you, Deborah.
I just want some clarification. Major events funding, we're talking fireworks. Are we talking both Rolleston and the Waihora Reserve fireworks that are funded internally? A clarification?
No, this is the Rolleston Fireworks, the Hororata Highland Games, and the Selwyn Spring Show, which is in Ellesmere. All the other events that happen can still apply for funding, and Denise's department runs through that, and there's a group of councillors that sit on that decision-making panel, and you'll still have $100,000 that will still be given out to community events through that time. So there still is some support for those.
I'm actually going to question your 50K for the drawdown for Christchurch residents to visit Selwyn. Personally, I think there needs to be some savings made in that area. I see it as one of those nice to haves. I think there is enough promotion with regards to central government at the moment. Buy local, visit your neighbours. And I think some savings can be made there. So I'd like to see some savings made in that particular area. A lot of the community grants, I'm aware that with regards to our NGOs and volunteers within our community, they are going to be struggling to find how they are going to manage going into the future with COVID, allocation to funds or access to funds, so they can actually do the projects that we as a council don't do. So I actually support the funding in that area because they are part of our community and they need funding to actually assist us with our council functions, and I think that needs to be recognised. So it's just the 50,000 K for the what I term as a tourism fund. I don't agree with that amount. I think it needs to be adjusted. What to, I don't know. I haven't seen a budget, but I'd like to see it adjusted downwards. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Alexander. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Sam. I've just got two questions. Why is it only Rolleston Fireworks and why not Rolleston and Waihora, as Councillor Hassan has asked? The other question is why only Springs Show that you support when you've also got the Melbourne AMP show and the Courtney show in your area? Why are you only supporting and promoting one when you've got three in the district?
So the three that I've highlighted are the three largest events held here. That's not to say there aren't other good fireworks, there aren't other good AMP shows, and they would still be able to apply for funding and support as they have in the past through the existing funding that's here. So there's no extra rates to continue to support those shows. But this is saying there are three that have been identified. Two of them came here expressly showing us the extra activity that occurs in Selwyn based on their events and the support for other local organisations that happen that are latched on to those events. And so I've just picked those three. Councillor Mel?
Agree with Councillor Gallagher that we tend to be picking winners here. The fireworks in the past, my understanding has been underwrite a case of rainy day. And again, as Councillor Hassan says, the Waihora Reserve Board, who runs the fireworks event, there's always underwritten its own event and retained enough income to run the following year's event. Whereas the Rolleston event tends to want to generate funds, give it all away, and then come back to the council and say, fund us next year. So, and the spring show, again, why wasn't the Ellesmere Reserve Board approached? Because that's a prime example of where the Ellesmere Reserve Board should help. I'm in favour of supporting these organisations, but I think we need to run our lens over it, even when you include the field days, which we don't support at all, which is a massive event which brings people from all over the South Island to Selwyn. There's no mention of field days. It's a biannual event, and Courtney Road was just crossed off the list for widening to assist that event. So I just have to question our motivation here about what is going to be our best bang for buck. So I support some reallocation, but I'm just questioning picking winners.
I'm all in favour of supporting some of our bigger events, but I think there probably needs to be a bit more of a conversation with the organisers of those events to work out exactly where it goes to and how much is needed for each, because they are different, and there is obviously other events locally that might want a piece of the pie. Overall, though, this proposal seems very geared towards events. Even down at the bottom with the smaller grants, it mentions 370 events. Is this to include the normal community groups that we've been encouraging to apply for funding towards venue hire after the venue hire funds after the rates for hiring rooms? So it's not just for events.
I would see those as event costs. So it covers their event that they'll need if they're going to have to hire a building for their event,
Okay.
then that's an event cost that would come through this, yes.
Fair enough. In that case, I would suggest that the suggested amount that it be somewhere between 250 for those smaller ones is going to be nowhere near enough to cover most of those groups. They do their own fundraising as well, and they work very hard, and they try to set their fees for if anything goes towards, say, playgroup running costs or anything else, at a level where those attending can afford it. And then it does start to struggle, and I think, yeah, it's obviously everything's going to struggle at the moment, but I'd be a bit worried if we're focusing everything on big events in the hopes of dragging a few extra dollars in from Christchurch at the expense of some of our community groups.
Yeah, I think you've got 10 to 20,000. I think the 20,000 is excessive. I think that a lot of these groups, like that we've got there, we've got Nightglow, which they're hoping there's going to be 10,000 people there. So I think that list that we've got there needs looking at, and if you've got the money to spend 20,000 of them, we should be looking at maybe 6 of the bigger ones, and they'd be 10,000 each. But I think there are other worthy recipients of this, because with what I've had with some of these things, that they actually charge people to come in, they make a profit, and then they give the profit away to other organisations. So I'm not opposed to that, but it just seems like we're giving money to somebody to give to somebody else of their choice, and I'm not sure that's a really good council policy. So I think that those figures really need looking at, and with the ward councillors work out what are the main things, and I think they should be sustainable. And a lot of it too, as I've always said, I think a lot of things should be seeding funds. And if a specific organisation made $200,000 in a year, would we then continue this for the next year? I mean, I think it's just good use of money.
Sorry. Much of what I wanted to say has already been said, but I actually think we have a robust process through our community funds grants committee. So if we really want to look at these and have a different lens placed over how we are assessing how these funds are divvied up, then surely we change the terms of reference or whatever for that committee for this period of time. Because as has already been said, we don't know what funds are already sitting behind some of these groups, and so that way they have the application, we have everything on the table, we can see what's there. Because as one thing that I raised with when it was first done as a fund that was everything, all those different funds combined, there are a few things that came up, like these ones that really are social well-being, such as some of these playgroups, some of the day clubs and things like that, where we need to be very careful, particularly in the environment that we're in at the moment. With social well-being, very important that we need to be looking at as a council, and this fund is one way that we can be targeting that spend. Yes, we do need to, I do agree with these events when they're pulling in people, so then we're getting our businesses and everyone are on the back of that and being able to see some value of having people from outside the district coming in. But we also need to be, there's so many different things that we need to be looking at, and the only way to properly do that is I think the way that we're already assessing it. But I do also think the whole with council doing promotions itself and feeding into that, I do support money for that. But with these other individual organisations, I think there needs to be a bit more assessment than we can give in making a decision in these deliberations.
Yeah, firstly, I'll just seek clarification. Obviously, I declared a potential conflict as being a financial member of the Ellesmere AMP Association. So I won't speak specifically to that. If it's right, if I can just speak to the proposal. Look, a lot of these, I'm fully supportive of the current subcommittee structure for allocating these funds, and I think that is the way to continue. We would definitely have conversations with those groups, those named and those not named, to apply to that fund, make them aware of it, and I'm sure they are. But in some cases, and I will get specific here if I can for a moment with Ellesmere Show, conversation with the incoming, in a couple of years' time, incoming president. Interesting here that we underwrite the fireworks. That is the kind of approach that they're looking for. They actually would like that sort of surety, not necessarily a cash handout, but they actually just want a backstop so that if COVID, adverse weather effects take place, I think they would be happier in my conversation specifically with that group, acknowledging that conflict, that is the approach they'll take, and then they would apply to that fund for monies to run an event. So I'm not supportive of this approach. I would like to continue with our community grants funding being along the lines that it currently is, where you apply to that. And as has been said before, avoiding that picking winners thing, they're on merit, and I trust that committee, that subcommittee rather, to allocate that funding as is appropriate. So I'm not supportive of this proposal, but I would strongly urge that we do have conversations with those bigger events, and there's been others named, not just the three listed, that we look at a way of giving them some surety and security going forward to be able to hold their event without potentially going bankrupt because of a COVID type situation. Thank you.
Yes, I've been on this community grants and events funding committee for many years, and under different policies where we could give money for whatever, tighter and looser policies as it has evolved. I agree with many of the comments here, and I think in relation to the fireworks, yes, they involve a lot of the local community. They don't charge a gate fee. Well, I don't think they do they? They do now, finally. They weren't charging a gate fee. They were just redistributing we were sponsoring them to a certain extent. The Highland Games are the same. The Highland Games became hugely successful, made a lot of money, then expected us still to pay a large amount of money towards it each year. And I think we went to middle ground where we did traffic management and things that we could do in a practical way to help them get off the ground and get things going. I agree with Murray's comments about the spring show. I put them in a similar vein. The $50,000 to draw Christchurch residents to Selwyn, I think we need to do. We have small businesses throughout our communities who, if our communities are not earning the money, they are going to fail unless they get money spent with them. We have 400,000 people across the border in Christchurch City. Encourage them to come for a drive to Hororata and have a pie, and maybe have a look at the Sheffield one as well, and an ice cream at Darfield Dairy. Is a no-brainer to my mind. Getting people to the Rakaia huts to come out through Leaston, spend some money, pop in here, pop in there, show them the gems we've got. We don't have a huge amount, we do have some wonderful place. Washpen Falls, a day out. All of those little opportunities we've got, and 50 grand won't go very far. I mean, as far as promotion goes, $50,000 won't go far, but I do support that. And I think from the comments we've had around the table so far, when we look in the funding box and it says relocation of 110,000 available for 2021, major events funding underwriting for the first few, add the word underwriting, and I think most of us will be quite happy about that, and leave the rest of the distribution of this to the committee. It is funding we have. It's not an increase in funding. It's just being smarter about how we spend it.
Kia ora, Malky. Thank you very much. I think underwriting was a key word there, and I appreciate the comments that have gone through. I think I've changed my answer about 11 times since we've been around here. It's continually forming, but I I'd have to concur with Councillor Gallagher around the other events as well, and just the important, how important they are for the community well-being, and giving them recognition for that. Obviously, by the look of it, there's a large quantum there, and it looks a bit exorbitant, but I think splitting it up and allocating some of that funding to some of the other important events within our district will be key. Discussing my back to last Wednesday when the two young gentlemen stood up there asking for a hand with the Ellesmere AMP show. I think that really hit a chord with me, and I guess I'm saying a number of other events as well. Considering that Christchurch, their show will be no longer going ahead, I think we've got a real opportunity to give more exposure for our district here. So, yeah, I fully support that. And just one more thing, you know, in terms of community well-being, these events, considering the climate that we're in post-COVID, are very important to bringing us back together as a community and focusing on where we're heading to in the future. We had a small meeting the other day with the Ellesmere Business Partnership, and they've agreed to carry on ahead with the Santa Parade this year. And it's really on focusing on the community and giving them something to hope for coming out of COVID. So thank you very much. That's all I'd say.
Thank you. And I realise there's a couple of other speakers that would like to speak again, but in the interest of time, I just want to highlight some changes that we could make to this in view of the conversation that we've had. So if we noted that the terms of reference be reviewed before the next round of funding for the panel, and keep 50 grand of what's inside the 210 set aside for new promotion, and leave it at that, then that allows that committee to make those wider decisions. And there can be some, I guess, from the discussion here, the staff have heard around how that terms of reference might be reviewed, and there's going to be a timeliness needed to that, Denise and team, to make it happen. The last thing to say is I think that New Zealand's suffering because we don't have internationals coming here and the money that they bring, and we will suffer if we don't continue to have Christchurch coming to visit here. And the messages from the government to spend local are as much about Selwyn spending in Selwyn as they are Christchurch spending in Christchurch. So there needs to be a little bit of something that says, no, Christchurch, come to Selwyn, because our townships are sized too big just to serve our local needs. And some places there's a few too many cafes and there's a few too many opportunities to eat out, and we need Christchurch to continue to come because we've got such a great offering. And we are here to pick winners and losers. That, unfortunately, that is what we do. And we've just spent this morning so far picking losers. And there'll be some winners out of this process too. But as a council, that's what we're elected to do, is pick winners and losers. And sometimes it'll be made by all of us here, and sometimes it'll be given to a subcommittee to do. But I guess the significance of the decisions that we make is that some people win and some people lose out of that. And that's why we have a democratically elected council to try and make those hard decisions. So with that in mind, terms of reference to be reviewed before the next round of funding, and promotion taken as a subset of the current funding of $50,000. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. The next item is item 20, Glen Tunnel, Whitecliff Cycleway. The staff comments included that this be scoped during the current financial year, or the next financial year, 2020-2021, with any new funding to be made available through the long-term plan process. And I see that done in the same way as a number of these other walk and cycleway projects are, that in the next 12 months we would see a review of our walking and cycling strategy, and then that would feed into our long-term plan budgets and discussions. So the two need to go hand in hand. So we need to have the walking and cycling strategy review complete, and that I think was promised at the last long-term plan. So this is the last year when we had said that would happen, and let's make that happen. And then for this particular project, we do the planning with the committee and then look at what, but no work would need funding. Funding happens during long-term plan. And Deborah, you're up first.
Would you like me to go through the next lot? How many more?
Just the Glen Tunnel Whitecliff Cycleway. Are you happy that design work be done and funding be allocated through the walking and cycling strategy review and long-term plan?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Jenny?
Yes, and I know they're applying for funding as well, so yes.
Great. Councillor Miller? McInnes?
Yes.
Bob? Reid?
Yeah.
Lemon?
And
Yes,
also
Reid.
and it can be, if it's left till when it is, it's also got can be subsidised then with the low cost, low risk, which we haven't said, which is important, and along with those other footpath projects.
Thank you. Lyle?
Yeah, great project. Let's go. Yeah.
Deepan? Blaines? All those in favour then say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare it carried. The next item is Ngāti Moki Marae, and the idea here is that we provide a $20,000 partnership support fund for them. There's a lot of work that we already do with Ngāti Moki and Taumutu, which is about working together in our community. There's a lot of time spent by staff, but we don't spend a lot of money. There's regular elected member and executive staff catch-ups, and they have requested some funding to support the work that they do there. And recommendation is $20,000. And Mark, you're first.
Thank you. This is a difficult one to comment on without appear to be negative and nasty. But that said, I'm going to take an honest and open approach to my comments with respect to this. The original request was for a discussion. Item 1 in their submission was for a discussion. It wasn't for a grant, it was for a discussion. And I thought that was appropriate, that this should be a discussion in the next financial year and be funded out of the long-term plan. This will be forever funding. Once we fund this, there's no going back. It'd be a very, very brave council that would then subsequently withdraw that funding. So therefore, in my mind, it's a long-term plan discussion. We've seen ratepayers ask for no rate increase or for us to reduce our costs and to stick to our core business. This is not core business. This is funding an NGO who has a very, very substantially wealthy parent. We do support the marae and Ngāti Moki and Tamutu Runanga in many, many ways. In fact, we've agreed in this submission, in the staff response to this submission, to support them in other ways. So I believe the funding request should be held over and be part of next year's long-term plan discussions. And to be more specific on the staff response, the staff have not responded to their item regarding solid waste infrastructure. There's the staff said no recommended action. Well, that's actually not a response. They asked for help with solid waste and recycling. No recommended action is not an answer. So I'd like to see that clarified. To quote Councillor Lyle earlier on, this is a nice to have funding request, not a must have funding request. And on that basis, I support discussions over the next 12 months and a more definite, budgeted response be included in our long-term plan deliberations. Tamutu included marae expenses in their submission, but did not include marae income. Why is that? So, as I've said, unfortunately, I cannot support this funding request at this time. I would support it being part of our long-term plan deliberations next year.
I don't support this at this time either.
I would like to support this one because I believe it's more than your average community facility. It is a cultural facility, and it's the only one of its kind in our district. I do believe that, based on the information in their submission, there are a lot of people, potentially including ourselves, who make use of the marae and do not pay what it's worth, which is something that a lot of community organisations struggle with, trying to set a fee that equates to, finds the balance between people being willing to pay to visit and people basically deciding, no, we're not going to, but still covers the costs. But I would like to see it put as a one-off and to be become part of a wider discussion during the long-term plan as to ongoing sort of thing, and generally need to encourage the marae to, it's their income, their total income regarding visits is obviously quite low compared to the costs that goes. A lot of it is regarding school visits, So that is potentially something that they need to discuss a lot more with the Ministry of Education and the local kahueako, because if they're not willing to pay what it's worth, then they're going to do detriment to their own curriculums. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with Mark, and it would go into the long-term plan.
I'm in two minds. I have similar opinion to Sophie, but I also have aligned with Mark as well. It is one of, the marae is the marae in our area, and it is used widely by our community. But it's just at this present time, we are looking to cut things. We're actually not really able to be adding things. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to say that it has to wait till the long-term plan.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this proposal, Sam. I think it's a wider discussion. Several speakers have already said that. I think it's a wider discussion around our ongoing relationship and our good relationship with the marae. We should be paying what is realistic to use those facilities, and perhaps review that, make sure that we are paying for what we use. I think that's only fair, and we've got expertise in that. We know how to charge for facilities here. That's what we do. We know the true cost of running them, so we can have a real ongoing discussion with the marae and say, let's actually pay our way when we do use your facilities. I don't support, because it's not a council facility, and we've been consistent across this with other decisions, it's not a council facility, council land, so I believe we have to reject it this time. But there are other opportunities for us to be had as our one and only marae in the district to talk about real genuine partnership there, rather than just handing out cash. And I think that we can do it that way better. So yeah.
In the essence of real and general partnership, and the way our partnership with Ngāti Moki has grown in the last 3 years, I support this $20,000. I support what they give to us as our treaty partners. I support how they help us in the awareness of our culture. And I think it is a drop in the bucket when we look at other things that we support in this community, and I would like to see it funded.
Oh, Tihei Māori ora. I'm again, I've changed my opinion again 11 times now, so I can understand this is ratepayers' money. So, very careful as to how it's spent in the public. I acknowledge the significance of the relationship with Ngāti Moki and Te Taumatu Runanga and value that. And I think the relationship over the period of time so far has grown and will continue to do so with commitment from council and from the district moving forward. So in that vein, I'd like to support Ngāti Moki's request for a partnership amount of $20,000.
Yeah, no, I don't support it, and I do. I don't support it, as I perhaps should have had my speaker on. Any other organisation, if they wrote us a letter said, can we have 20 grand, we would say no. I'm open to further discussion on it, although I did just Google how much Ngāi Tahu made profit this last financial year, 37.5 million after distributing 66 million to the tribal organisation that they lead. That's a fair bit of cash, and we don't have that sort of money. But hey, I do take what the Deputy Mayor has said, and that's probably how I feel, but I do think in time to come we probably will support them in different ways and perhaps even financially, but just not now is not the right time for us. We need to be pulling our buckle in, not spending. And everyone's made very valid points, but no, I can't support this at the moment.
I am balanced either way, but looking at it, I think it is a discussion for the LTP because it will be including, so I agree with that. But in the interim, I'd like to understand whether the Ngāti Moku Marae could actually apply to our community grants funding to provide assistance for the events that they hold on their marae over the next 12 months as a compromise. That basically they should be eligible alongside other communities to apply within that fund. So hold the discussion over to the LTP, but give them the opportunity to actually apply through the events funding for a project or some event that they do hold that benefits the whole of our community.
Thank you. And yeah, they are an outside organisation from council, so are eligible to apply for their funding. So that $20,000 support be provided to Ngāti Moku Marae. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it lost. And that is related to, just some of the conversation that we've had is related to number 46, which is progress the whakahono agreement, which is around what the partnership looks like and actually writing some stuff down. And that has been under discussion and was also a request from the Marae's submission. We'll get to that when we get to 46, but just that you're aware what we've said during this discussion is let's progress the whakahono agreement, which is then going to have all the other relationship stuff added into it. Number 22 is the Taitapu walkway, the lowest cost option. So my suggestion, and this has come up through, I wasn't sure whether it was through the submissions or Councillor Miller, you'll have more information on this as well, but there was a couple of options around a bridge which seemed to be the biggest cost in doing the thing, and the suggestion here is that we focus on a timber bridge that's perfectly suitable for walking and cycling rather than a more expensive bridge that would handle the vehicular access. So Mark, you are, no, Jenny, sorry, you are the first speaker to this item. Thank you.
Do you want a background or just support? I mean,
I'm just support if that's...
Yeah, just support.
Yep. Councillor McInnes.
I'm struggling to quickly find my which submission this was relating to. That was what I was looking for.
Mr. Mayor, may we note that the staff note that the cost of this bridge would be $120,000. That's not in your comments.
Douglas, can you give us just a little bit of a background, and maybe Mr. Councillor Miller, we will get you to comment. Mr. Marshall?
I mean, it's a project that would allow you to walk from Taitapu, near the War Memorial in that vicinity, down the river to Rhodes Park, and then effectively walk around Rhodes Park. So it'd be a very pleasant walk by side the Horsewall River. One of the big ticket items is to get across the Horsewall. Councillor Miller will correct me, down the State Highway 75 where the golf course is. So that has got a bit of big ticket at 120. It is a sort of project we can bite off in chunks. As I say, initially it's just a matter of getting almost just, as I say, a ramble, just a grass walkway available to link that piece together. So it is something we can do some work on very simply in this coming financial year, but it does need to be ticketed into the long-term plan due to the cost of it. So,
Councillor Miller, do you want to provide any other background?
Yeah, that's an excellent summation of it. The community has for a long time been really keen on seeing this developed, and probably the COVID situation really reinforced how people would use this, because people were already using it in an informal manner. Mr. Douglas Marshall was absolutely correct that we've broken it down to stages to try and mitigate the cost. And currently the proceeds from the annual community fair are being used for currently fencing off the walkway, and we've already bought 800 native plants from community funding, and surveying's been done at the community cost. So he's correct that the big ticket item is the bridge. I don't anticipate that bridge will be required this next calendar year, but it's just signalling to the wider community that that's the big ticket item. The majority of the rest of it is the community's trying to do largely under its own steam, and just need to signal that that's probably the big issue that we need to have on the agenda in the LTP.
Great. So the discussion today is around confirming that the lowest cost option support community involvement to develop the track, and that funding for the bridge would be negotiated through the long-term plan. Long-term plan. Yep. So Gallagher, you happy with that still? Millie, you happy with that still? Yep. Great. McInnes?
I just have one extra question then. If this is broken into stages, how much do we anticipate support financially for this year? What are we talking about?
So far, a signboard each end saying coming soon. The original budget was fencing was 16,000. By having voluntary labour and community support, we hope to do the fencing for free. It's more around staff support of Phil Miller and those type of people who are there, and the SNF guys that come along and help assist us with the planting and design. It's more design and making sure we get the design right. And when we start getting into going from a grass described as a ramble type track to having crusher dust or something, that's when the cost will start to accumulate. But we anticipate that would be in year 2, 3, 4 rather than year 1.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it then. Obviously, it's going to be part of the wider long-term plan discussion, presumably possibly even part of that whole walking and cycling strategy review. But just wanted to note circular walks like that proposed are actually really cool, especially when they start and finish at a car park with a nice cafe and all that. It's actually a quite good draw cut.
Just another clarification. So there's no property purchase required at all?
No, there's a road reserve along the river edge, which the council already has control. It's currently under private use, but it actually belongs to the council as a road reserve.
Okay.
So it's a matter of surveying, and the rest of the walkway is around the Roads Park domain. The only issue probably is along State Highway 75 where it co-joins the golf club, and we just need to understand the health and safety around golf and pathways coexisting.
I support this going forward.
It's in the same boat as the Glen Tunnel to Whitecliff Cycleway. Good community involvement. They've taken on the project to this stage. They want a bit of involvement from council staff. It'll go through the walking and cycling strategy and come to us in LTP for the final funding decision. So I'm happy to support.
Well, you know, we spoke earlier about $50,000 to draw people from Christchurch. This is all part of creating terrific TITAP. We've got the TITAP store, we've got Raspberry Cafe, we've got the TITAP Hotel. You could park at Roads Reserve and walk to either one of those locations through this there's a big and native planting, the Taitapu bush there. I fully support this. I think this is a little jewel sitting only a few minutes from the Christchurch border that we can attract people out to. It's exactly what we're talking about, with 3 opportunities very close by for people to spend money.
Total support.
Yeah, I support it.
I support it, but I just want a clarification. This year will be 16,000 K for the design.
No. That was the fencing cost if a private contractor did it. We're doing it under voluntary labour and buying the materials ourselves. The design's been done by staff already.
Oh, so I agree with initially starting the project with the understanding that any other higher ticket items will have to be covered in the long-term plan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, as described, I support this project. I was concerned earlier about the staff report, which had high-priced items in it. I support the provision of staff time to help with progressing design and implementation issues. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So it is written, but included the major funded items are in the long-term plan and the timing to be included in the walking and cycling strategy review. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. And just so we can settle into the rhythm that we've got, I thought we'd just go through to 12 o'clock and have lunch at 12, a little bit earlier than we normally would, and break at that point. If people are happy with another 40 minutes of this. People need a toilet break, but we can do that. Should we do one more and then we'll have a toilet break? Railway station painting White Cliffs. And here I've got continued as budgeted. Mr. Marshall, I wasn't sure if this was a new funded item, the railway station at White Cliffs needing painting. What I'm saying here is no new funding, and it just gets included in the regular maintenance of the reserve that's there. Is that staff's understanding? Yes, it's on reserve land, Tarling Common.
I can answer that question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's included with all of our small heritage buildings that we have across the district in terms of a maintenance budget set aside for that. So it'll just be incorporated into that. So
Continue as budgeted. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. 10-minute toilet break. deliberations for council spending 2020-2021. We're up to item number 24, which is arts funding. The suggestion here is that money that is already budgeted, already in tow, that hasn't been spent. There's no new rates required to spend this money. It has been gathered for arts. I think 3 years ago we discussed the spending of it, and this is the action of that spend. So that's another thing, actually. So going around the room is taking a wee bit of time. So if I can just ask for a little bit more discipline from people in the yeses and nos, and if it ends up that it takes far too much time, then we'll just probably skip going right around the room for everything and just get to some exceptions or the voting that needs to happen for or against particular matters. But I think if we can just keep yeses and nos, and if it's a no, then what's your alternative suggestion, we'll manage to get through today. Well, so the first speaker on this is Mr. Miller. Oh, how much? Denise, how much is in the accounts for the public arts? 5,000 every year. 3 years ago, I was at 50,000, and this is the public arts funding this is providing direction to Denise's department to get on and spend it. We're suggesting that there's 4 towns that would each receive a piece of public art that would sit on a plinth that could be moved around the 4 towns. So every 2 years, you'd get a new piece of public art in your town, and over 10 years, the 4 pieces would rotate right around these 4 towns. So how many councillors do make statues? Councillor Miller, first off.
Just giving view to current proceedings, I just wondered with the mayor I could adjust the schedule so that anything that I support becomes before the toilet break. That seems the strategy. If you want to get something through, you just put it before the toilet break. But if we can work on that at lunchtime, it'd be quite good. Okay, thanks. Well, no arts supporter I am. I'm in favour of this. I just think it's a sign of maturity. There's an innovative solution already developing in Lincoln around the Chinese takeaway site. I spoke to the property manager yesterday. Once it's demolished, we see that as a try before you buy site for public art, and we hope to get into the tail of perhaps Scape or some of those larger organisations in Christchurch and try and pick up a couple of pieces that can be placed there temporary loan as well. So yes, supportive. Thank you.
Support.
I support, but also just be mindful of some of the, well, West Melton Residents Association has actually bought their own piece as well. So there are other townships potentially looking at art as well.
Yeah, support, hopefully use of local artists.
Support. Support it.
Support, but buy local. We have lots of really good artists locally within our community that can actually supply this art.
I support, but I'm a little bit think that we should be open for a little bit more than things that sit on plinths. There are other movable art pieces that don't necessarily sit on a plinth.
Support.
The next item is Leech's Road upgrade, and the recommendation is here that there's no change to where it currently sits in the long-term plan. Will be assessed by staff on a needs basis, and no new spend in 2020. I don't know that we need any discussion particularly on that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Amendments to the development contributions policy. So this was a matter that was put through the annual plan. There may be some views, but I'm basically saying let's just continue with them as we had in the annual plan. There was, I think, there were some views for and against given, but none of the against arguments seems to me to be a reason to change from the direction that we were going. Would anyone like to speak to this item? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. The solid waste reuse shop was brought up through the process. And again, suggestion is we're continuing as is in the annual plan. No new funding to be done, but also a continuation of the work stream that's there. Anyone got any views other than that? Councillor Miller?
I just want to comment that we don't want to get into empire building. Our rationale around solid waste has always been to get rid of it the most efficient way possible and in the most environmentally sound way possible. This ties in with this, but I'd hate to see a situation where we end up making it a cost centre for ourselves, employing staff when most efficient way could be going into Eco Central or straight to Cape Valley. So it's just keep a watching brief on that one, please.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Councillor Hassan?
I was actually going to say, what would happen if we actually set this out for 12 months? What would be our savings?
I don't know the answer to that, and probably a question if it was asked yesterday, we might be able to know. If you strongly, does anyone else have that same opinion that we might want to delay 12 months? No. Okay, so let's just vote on this. Solid waste reuse shop will continue as in the annual plan. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Dog registration fees, there were some submissions that we should change the dog registration fees. Recommendation here is that we just continue as was planned. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. West Melton water development contributions, again as above with the development contributions policy. Any discussion on that? All those in favour that we continue as in the annual plan say aye. Against, declare it carried. Sewer charges was brought up, and the suggestion here is that we continue as an annual plan with current council policy, but for staff to follow up any leads that we might be presented with. If there are people that are anomalies within the system now, we want to make sure that it's as fair as it can be for everyone. And one of the submitters that came here and said before us said he was aware of some properties, so we would just be directing staff to follow up on those and ensure we're administering the sewer charges on a consistent basis. Any view different to that? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Item number 31, Selwyn Huts wastewater. So this has been a major issue through the consultation process. A number of submitters came to us and gave us their views. The suggestion here is that we need to proceed with a wastewater solution that would give medium-term security for the Selwyn Huts community. A little bit of background, which I think we're all aware of now, is that the current consent runs out at the end of this month. We've been given a 4-year extension to be able to provide a new solution that would receive a 15-year consent for that community. I think some of the feedback that we've had as a result of some of the language that we've used in talking about how long the community has to live there, and has been a little bit confused with some of the comments around climate change, when the immediacy of this is to do with the wastewater consent that needs renewal. Otherwise, there is no continuation of the community. But that's not to say that some change in language couldn't be used to say that to soften the end of the huts and to have, if there were to be a new consent given by ECAN, 10, 15, well, we've got 19 years currently, if we were to get a consent for a new facility, that at the end of that period, if ECAN were to consent a new wastewater system, that we wouldn't consider the extension of the leases, so that the line isn't as firm as it sounds in the documentation so far. But my view is that we have to provide a solution, and solutions cost money. We've worked, staff have worked, and local councillors have worked really hard with the community, and I think we've been let down poorly by the local community members who were a part of the working group and obviously weren't communicating back to the community what the likely costs were. But the community shouldn't have been unaware of what the costs had been, because that had also been communicated to all hut owners. And I think, Councillor Lyle, you were aware of, we presented yesterday just a copy of some of the correspondence that was there and examples of what wastewater solutions were going to cost, which is in the single-digit thousands of dollars per year over a 15-year period. So the community, this shouldn't have been a surprise. We have been let down by those community members, but there's further work required to ensure that the affordability issues can be dealt with. Otherwise, we're going to end up building something, everyone balking at the cost, walking away from it, and for those left in that community, it will become not $4,000 or $5,000 a year, but a figure much higher to handle that and become a burden for us and the rest of the Selwyn District Council. So the recommendation is here that we continue with what we've got, but we think about the wording at the end of the current arrangements around wastewater consents. And Councillor McInnes is up first.
I do support this. I think this is probably the best that they're going to get. Unfortunately, as frustrated and angry as obviously some of the residents there are. I do think you're right in some ways that the community representatives let things slide a wee bit too much. However, I do feel that in spite of all the fantastic work that our teams have done here at council in terms of providing the solution, in terms of communicating with the residents, I don't believe that we gave them the right tools to do so in a way that they can talk about it among themselves and come to an understanding, because the majority of the documentation that we provided is very formal, very technical, and it is not broken down in such a way that lay people can understand and discuss over a cup of tea in front of the fire, which has obviously led to an awful lot of discussions, angry discussions, confused, misunderstandings over exactly why it's 15 years, why nobody else is going to help them pay. There's an awful lot of questions that clearly we have not communicated the answers to clearly. So regretfully, I believe we've got to support this, but at the same time, we need to take a really good look at how we've managed this in terms of communicating with the people on the ground who are at threat of losing their homes.
Thank you. And the last thing I'll just mention before we carry on with Bob, is a suggestion that we have attend an August community meeting down there, so we actually get face to face with the community to discuss what this looks like. But, that would probably happen as a matter of course, but I think it's worth saying here that that is the intention as a follow up from decisions made today. And thank you, Councillor McInnes, for that. I think the level of communication and documentation that's easily talked about around a campfire or a living room, coffee table is important. Councillor Mugford.
As is, and I think that the crux of the whole thing, as I've said, is to actually go and speak to them and get it all sorted out so everybody's on the same page.
I'm in agreement with what's been said.
Thanks, Sam. There's probably 2 or 3 items in this year's annual plan that are going to be quite crucial, and this is one of them. I think I listened with interest to all of the submissions, and we got a variety of views. We got people coming and telling us how proud they were of their community, and rightfully so. We had people also telling us that it was a privilege to live there on the reserve and occupy that, and the great, wonderful advantages that another 15 years of surety would bring to that. I think we've lost the communication by relying on the community members to do that for us. I think we've got to re-engage. We've got to be the feeders of that information. You've already articulated that well. It is actually not a story about us trying to get rid of this community. It's actually us trying to give them surety for another 15 years, in fact 19, as you've said. We are endeavouring to work within the existing constraints of their licence, and their licence pays for those 2 items, the water and the sewage, as they have always done as a community. They were quite proud to tell us that they've funded those in the past and I think continue to fund those, and I think that's the right approach. They are a unique community that we have to treat uniquely, and we have to ensure that we give them as much surety as we can get. We also have to give the rest of our residents the surety that we're not going to provide a licence that's disingenuous and go beyond the licence period that a wastewater can be consented for. So we have to tie those 2 in together. So I'm happy to continue to support this. I'm happy that we're going to have a meeting down there, and I hope that we're able to communicate directly to all of those residents down there what we've done, why we've done it, when we've done it, and as much of the correspondence that we've had available to ourselves is available to them, so they understand that rather than the rhetoric around us trying to get rid of them, we are actually trying to ensure their longevity for as long as we possibly can. Climate change is not just about whether a river will flood them, it's about rising groundwater, and we know that in other parts of our community. And the ability to dispose of sewage in a sensitive environment like that is severely compromised, and we need to take that into account. We have taken that into account, and the better we can communicate that and have a real conversation about it, the better. So I'm happy to support going forward.
Well said, Murray. I'm very disappointed in a lot of the emotive comments that were made in submissions. Some of them were, a lot of them were factually incorrect. I have in front of me the minutes of May, June and August meetings that took place with 3 representatives of that committee. complete with motions that were moved by some of the people who came and spoke to us last week, who seemed to have forgotten that their names were the ones who moved and seconded the recommendations. I also went back to my diary of last year, and I tend to keep contemporaneous notes and pieces of paper and things to do with them. And in that diary, I found a matrix here that was created by Craig Moody and sent on the 28th of August 2019, a matrix which puts out the costs of a loan, what it would cost a week. This was made available to the 3 representatives at that meeting, and we were under the impression that it was taken back to the community for distribution, so they knew it was happening. Not only that, I do take umbrage at your comments, Sophie, in that I have a letter here that was addressed to the Upper Selwyn Huts owners on the 12th of September 2019, written by Douglas Marshall, and it sets out the recommendations made at the meetings, and it actually sets out the cost, estimated cost at $3 million plus or minus 20%. And the operating costs of that, and the English is not that hard to understand. That was sent to every individual hut owner. So for them to turn around and tell us in the last 2 weeks that they didn't know what was going on, to my mind, leaves a lot to be desired. So I think we do need to make them aware of the communications we've had, of the minutes of the meetings we've had, and the lengths we've gone to go through those processes, go through those price discusses, discuss the options. And Councillor Miller and Councillor Hassan were involved in those, as were staff members and the Mayor. We were all there. And I think that needs to be put on the table to allay some of this misinformation. I'm very disappointed in the representatives and the way they've behaved. And I do know that there's issues with fractional issues down at the huts with different people, as I have been on that committee in the 90s and I'm well aware. So I think we need to carry on, but we need to communicate how we've got to where we've got to, and the steps we've taken, and lay it out in front of those hut owners so they know exactly why we've made the decisions we've made.
Thank you. Yep, Kia ora. I support this. I think everything that's been said so far really summarises the situation as it is at the moment. Thank you very much, Sam, for summarising that. I'm looking forward to attending the August meeting of the community and getting face to face and understanding where we look to moving forward. So that's what I was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It's this is certainly to me is probably the most important submission that we've had, and it's important because it affects so many people. And I must say that in the past, prior to the engagement we've had at this stage with the huts, I kind of had perhaps a different view, but having listened to them coming here and talking to us personally, I'm reminded of when I was a lad and was brought up in a very simple cottage, a coal mining cottage on the coast, and we all lived in the small coal mining town. It's very similar to the Rakai huts in actual fact, and 2 bedrooms and a sunroom. Some of the houses had 10 kids in them, It depended whether you're a Protestant or a Catholic. The Protestants had 2, the Catholics had 10 or a dozen. We were always outnumbered. But one thing that we did have in common is that and I remember on the wall at home, there was a sign which said, I think it was, "Wherever be it so humble, there's no place like home." And I guess the houses out at the huts are humble homes, but they are home. And I have got if we can just bear with me, I think the lady actually sent me a letter. Can you bear with me for a minute? And and I just got this email to me, and it says, "To whom it may concern, I write to you as a 3rd generation batch owner at the Upper Selwyn Huts. When my parents bought their batch in 1978, the prerequisite conditions were to own a primary home, hold a current fishing licence, and provide 2 character references before the purchase of a batch could even be considered. In 2007, when we purchased our batch, I won't say the address, as a holiday home, we were aware that we had to own the batch for 5 years before we could apply to become a permanent resident, and then went on a waiting list as there was to be only 12 permanent residents plus the caretaker at any given time. We bought our batch with the intention of using this as a holiday home to use over the summer months and in our retirement. When we initially purchased our batch, we were governed by the Selwyn Huts Committee. and we were not allowed to rent our batches or live there permanently. This was due to the sewerage system, which was only capable of servicing the reduced population over the winter months when the water table was at its highest. However, over the summer months when the population swelled, the sewerage system was adequate as the water table diminished. We as a family spent many Christmases and family holidays at the Selwyn Huts over a period of 50 plus years. In fact, my great-great-grandfather was the first caretaker of the Selwyn Huts, his name I won't put up. My grandparents also ran the tea rooms, there for many years until it was closed because the walls were clad with tongue and groove wood panelling, which was considered a health risk. Some years later, after discrepancies within the newly elected committee, it was unanimously voted that the Selwyn Council would take control. Whilst we were a little apprehensive as to what lay ahead for us, we were excited and willing to embrace some suggestions made to us by the council. However, some of the decisions in question were to let people live there permanently. People could own more than one batch, and batch owners could now lease their batches. Along with these decisions came several problems listed below. A unique little piece of paradise, Kiwiana, vanished virtually overnight. The sewerage system was failing due to the increased population. The hut owners were capitalising on only more than one batch and renting them. A population of beneficiaries involved, some with health issues. The reputation of the Upper Selwyn Huts was not only local but national, and this is going back a little bit here, but national and even international. In fact, in the early part of the 1900s, royalty visited and fished in the Selwyn River for the famous brown trout. While we are prepared to work with the Selwyn District Council on sewerage issues, we believe that there must be cheaper options that would work efficiently at a reduced cost to hut owners. I would also like to ask why the Upper Selwyn Huts are being targeted when this global warming climate change philosophy would affect several communities on the fringe of Lake Ellesmere, for example, North Rakai Huts, Fisherman's Point, Taumutu, Green Park Huts, Kaituna Huts and Birdlings Flat. I would also ask what that consideration be given to the extension of the 15-year time frame. We have a respect for our environment and will embrace all options provided to use Lake Ellesmere and the Selwyn River. My partner and I are now OAPs, it's old age pensioners for you young people, and the proposed cost to us as a hut owner will in fact force us to sell a little piece of paradise and move on, leaving us with only memories. And there's the name. And that kind of sums it up. You know, it's a fairly, what I would call, logical approach without too much emotion. But as far as communication, I think that we have communicated pretty well with the community. But if people don't want to hear things, they don't. And that's really, that is how you, if you don't want something to happen, you don't hear it. And that's pretty typical of human being and human behaviour. I'm not saying that we've communicated poorly. I think we've communicated well, but for one reason or another, the message hasn't been heard. But what I would like to see myself, having listened to everybody, is I think we need to have more research done by engineers on a more cost-effective way to process the waste. I think we owe that to them. And I just think to come and say it's going to cost millions of dollars. You know, that's it. We're kind of giving them that Godfather solution. You know, you're not going to win. You know, you can't win one way or the other. And the other thing I think we should do is reassure the residents that we will be, to our best ability, extend the licence after 15 to 19 years if that is available to us. So after that 19 years, what we've said now is, and they're not listening properly, but they need to be told in a clear and concise way, if after the period of 15 or 19 years, everything's fine, well, of course, we will fight on your behalf to extend the licence. And that also needs to be put down in any report that we write. And we're also looking at this very moment at the Darfield wastewater scheme and the Ellesmere wastewater. And I'm pretty sure that the Darfield councillors would like a district-wide rate to come to some play to help for the assistance of Darfield. And I'm not saying that I agree with that, but you know, it's fair for one, it's got to be fair for everybody. And then touching on climate change, and I've only got one more minute to go, and I hope I haven't held you up, but I'm pretty sure you're thinking the same thing. I remember when I was a kid, and I used to have to endure at about age 7 or 8, we had nuclear proliferation. We had movies showing the whole world getting blown up. We used to go home and have nightmares, and the government forced kids, school kids had to go and watch these things because we had the Cold War. Didn't happen. we're still here. Climate change, not yet. Climate change is an imprecise science. And it's driven, I think, more by the media. And I see the media writing this down, you're very careful there. It's driven more by the media than science. It's spectacular news, it's headlines. And I don't think that we've really grasped, we've just accepted the sea level is going to rise. Well, where's the actual hard evidence that it is? We're actually at this very moment trying to find ways of counterbalancing the problems that we've caused in this society. So if we actually do that, and we do it as we want to do it, and science gets on our half of climate change, it may well be that we have some way of actually reducing sea level rise within the next 15 years, because I would challenge anyone in this table to tell me what they're going to be doing in 15 years. Bob and I might know, but a lot of the rest of you won't. And I would say there wouldn't be a scientist on this planet who could put his hand on his heart and say that the sea level will rise 1 metre in 15 years. It might drop a metre as well. So I've endured the nuclear proliferation. There's been SARS, which was going to absolutely demolish the world, and that didn't happen. And we had the Ebola epidemic, which we're all worried and people were screwed up about. That didn't happen. Then we had the AIDS epidemic. Remember, we're all going to get AIDS. You had to do everything. You couldn't even go and have sex without a condom. You're going to get AIDS. One thing.
We'll just back to selling huts if you can.
Yeah, but what I'm actually getting to, and then we had the hole in the ozone atmosphere. That was all climate change, and it all turned out to be not as important as what we thought. And I'm actually saying that with very imprecise science, we're using it to actually hammer these people and say, you have to get out of your hut. Well, that's what they're thinking. And thanks. I've said what I'm going to say. I think that is actually relevant. Don't rely on imprecise science.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Hassan.
Wow, how do I follow that?
Easily, just say yes.
Look, this community cannot live there without a sewage system. We've bought them time for 4 years while we design a sewage system for 15 years, and 15 years is from ECAN. We do not consent the sewage system. It's Environment Canterbury that consent the sewage system. I agree, it could be 15 plus a 15, don't know. But what I would like clarification around is the cost of the $3 million. If that can be adjusted in some way to being less than 3 million, I think that needs to be investigated. I do understand that these are people's homes, but I also understand that they are in a unique position within Selwyn District in which the council has to act as banker for the scheme because they do not own the land. Unlike every other property in Selwyn. Why can't they have a subdivision similar to the Rakaia huts? The Rakaia huts actually had individual huts on virtually individual lots. They were not joined together. That is a big difference to understand why you cannot split this community up into logical lots and sell it. And that was fraught with difficulty at the time for Rakaia, and it cost an awful lot of money for those people to actually purchase their huts with that lot by the time they had to pay for those costs. So I'm just highlighting the fact that yes, this needs to happen, otherwise they can't live there. So I'm in agreement. I do, like Councillor Bland has said, question, are there cheaper options than the 3 million to give some sort of relief? Thank you.
Thank you. I only had one question noted on this, was actually to confirm the figures. We had some members, some submitters of the Selwyn Huts, Upper Selwyn Huts community challenging our figures, claiming that they could have a sewage treatment plant built for $1 million, not 3 million. I would just like to see the confirmation that we're talking about comparing apples with apples and not oranges and apples, because what they claimed for $1 million was refuted and was said it's only part of the solution to the system. So otherwise, I'm happy with the steps that council are taking. I believe they are responsible and fair it is unfair to suggest that the whole of the district should carry the costs for a waste treatment system for a small area, be it the Upper Selwyn Huts or Darfield and Kirwee. Once the system is operating, we can consider amalgamating it into the operating district-wide sewage rate. But until it is constructed and operating at a consented level, we cannot and should not.
I agree with what's
It's quite a benefit to come after some of the debate, and you've heard some of the questions raised. But I think firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the community members down there, and you can put your feet in their shoes and understand how they're feeling. You know, threatened, upset. This is their home. How does this work for me? So I just want to acknowledge that you know, we are talking about people's homes here. But having said that, I think our duty of care is to actually be absolutely open about what the situation here is and advise them of the current circumstances. The councillors that have been going to the meeting with the Upper Selwyn Huts, our total drive is to provide the lowest cost solution. The council staff have been absolutely adamant that they want to provide the lowest cost solution, but it has to be consentable. So dreams of $900,000 systems, our staff have looked at those. They have tried to consent them, but this whole community's future is actually dependent on the consent. And I think that's flying under the radar here, is that they think that there's lower cost options, but if they're there, let's see them, because the ones we've seen so far have been brought to the meeting by the Upper Selwyn Huts residents and have been investigated, do not stand scrutiny in the cold light of day. And you know, they've been passed on to experts who have analysed them and understood the reasons why this won't work. I think, you know, we need to say some of the hard things, which, and this is what the community doesn't want to hear. And as you say, Jeff, sometimes people don't want to hear things that don't agree with their mindset. But the reality is we'd be negligent in our duty to the Selwyn Huts owners if we didn't advise them. We are using our best endeavours to get a future solution for you. We hope that solution may last longer than 15 years. And in fact, our goal would be to see you there in 30 or 40 years. That's not the reason we're saying the problem is, but we need to tell you now, today, that if at the end of this 15-year, or as it's used, 19-year period, and we try to reconsent this community, if it's not achievable due to climate change or rising groundwater, which is Mary Lemon has adequately surmised, you will have to leave. And that's a cold, hard truth. I don't like saying it, but we need to tell the hut owners right now that that's the problem. We hope in 19 years' time we can go to them, like Jeff says, and said, it hasn't eventuated, this hasn't happened, we'll box on. And that's what we all around this table would love to see that happen, but we're not doing our duty as governors if we don't tell these communities the true facts in front of them. And while we're talking of that, it's that the community have this inherent belief they're living on freehold sections. It's not a freehold section, it's a license to occupy a reserve. It's not a permanent, and there's never been a permanent right to stay there. In fact, in hindsight, the application of permanent residence on a widespread basis was an error, and I think we should acknowledge that publicly, because it has created problems around the sewage scheme and social problems, which have made the life at the huts not the community that Jeff's letter writer wrote about. But it's no use looking back with rose-tinted glasses. We're here where we are now, and we need to make sure that we can assist this community. In that vein, I think, you know, we hope that in 15 or 19 years' time, this batch owner may be reconsentable. As a sign of good faith, why don't we now today say, we'll take off the $5,000 bond for removal of your hut. We believe that in that time that you provide for, if it does come to pass, you'll be required to move your own house. Claims of compensation, unfortunately, are premature and misguided, because clearly when you live on a license to occupy, and it's a really crude and rough analysis, you are, for all intents and purposes, in a long-term campground. And so when you finish your site license, you remove the features of it, and it's a crude description of it, but that is the actual reality of it. So I hope I haven't upset the local residents, but I've tried to be as honest and as transparent as I can on this, and we will continue to work. The staff have worked really, really diligently to try and provide the lowest cost solution, which will actually make this community consentable into the future. While I have the floor, there's one other issue I want to raise. There have been instances of contractors who have gone to the Selwyn huts to manage and maintain the existing sewage system who have been confronted, both verbally and they at times have felt threatened by the residents. In my view, this is absolutely, totally unacceptable that people who are going about their legitimate job and who don't make decisions around the operation of the scheme, and this should not be tolerated. And I'm here today to say that should not be tolerated. There should be, in the first instance, police throwing. In the second instance, you can't behave that if you want to be a licensed occupier of the Selwyn huts. You have to contain to the license rules and maintain the rules that are put before you. So I'm sorry that I ended my speech on that little sour note, but we are working as best we can to make this affordable.
Thank you, Grant. The issue around the $5,000 bond and the license itself and renting of the huts was also brought up through the submission. We'll touch on those under the next item, which is Selwyn Huts licenses, rather than as part of the wastewater discussion that we're having now. And Mr. Marshall was out of the room and will be back for that future discussion. So we'll just hold off on that item until he's able to come back for the licenses. I do want to say that the International Panel on Climate Change Science is supported by this council, and their research informs a lot of the work that we do, as well as the climate change scientists that ECAN have. And there was an extensive network of meetings that were held to inform the community right around Te Wahora about climate change, and that was led by ECAN scientists, but also in support with us and Ngāi Tahu and DOC. And that while it's imprecise as far as timing and the future direction, there is also a history of change that has been built, and decisions made by this council is using the best science available to us. The decision today around around wastewater, and if I can just summarise what people have shared, we've now got a 4-year window to get a new consent applied and implemented and working in the huts. So that means there is a design aspect, there's the final costings of that, there's getting the consent for that new system, and then there's the implementation. So there's still quite a lot of work to go to get that done. And today's decision is about saying we want there to be a life beyond this month. And I'm hearing from everyone that we would like the wording changed around what we're communicating at the end of 19 years as well. And something along the lines of council will work to support the continuation of the huts post the 19-year period if consenting conditions allow. Because the link to the end of the huts as we're currently talking is reliant on the consent. And the climate change issues may come up separately, but the discussion that we're having now is consenting. And those climate change issues will be what ECAN relies on in the consent, not what we're relying on the wastewater solution. So with that in mind, I think that covers what we have discussed. So we're going to continue with finding a solution. Staff will present what those options are, and we need to communicate to the community we're not fixed on a particular option. We have considered lots of options, and if we can work with the answers to some of the questions brought up in submissions, Murray around what was missing in the $1 million solution that actually needs to be implemented to get consent, that would be good. And I'll hand the floor to you now if you want to offer any extra advice.
I was writing down thoughts as we went around, but Councillor Miller and yourself have summed it up very well in terms of the issues. And Councillor Lemon mentioned, using the word climate change it's really at the moment, we're currently got a groundwater problem. It's only going to get worse in terms of consentable options. Yes, we will be looking at the best option, but that's always a combination of capital and operating costs. So we'll be doing that. And I think Dr. Morrison put it most succinctly, at the end of 15 years, if it's still viable and you can get another 15 years, that's what you'd look at. So without promising, all of those things are part of the work plan. So yeah, that is really good.
Thank you. And the other thing that probably should be noted is that the extra money that's payable over these 15 years will actually pay off the system that's put in. And so if we can get a consent beyond 15 years, we would see probably quite a large reduction in the fees payable by that community, because they're no longer paying for the capital needed. So with that discussion, all those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. So we'll come back to item number 32, Selwyn Huts licenses. Item 33 is Darfield wastewater. The proposal here is to continue through to long-term plan, costings and proposals to be part of that, consultation with the community, the stage rollout that has been identified there, and I've included the treatment at ESSS to form a key part of that discussion in our papers yesterday at the council meeting that was identified by Mr. England in his report to us. So there may be some other things you'd like to say as well, but generally the feedback is we do need to plan and progress this. There's the piece of work that New Zealand is currently undergoing around what is the future of water services, and the government is wanting amalgamation of services. So I think that there is a little bit of uncertainty around, particularly for Darfield, which isn't under the same consenting restraints that Selwyn Huts is under now. There's an immediacy with Selwyn Huts. Something needs to be done today. For Darfield wastewater, the pressures aren't the science that's there. It's around the future of the town, the economic and social impacts of continued wastewater, and acknowledged in the future we think that this will show somewhere, and so we want to take a cautious approach to reticulation. But with changes that are coming for New Zealand, as put forward by the current government and the previous government around Three Waters reform, we just need to think about where costs are going to end up. And so taking an approach that seriously looks at what needs to be done and has the planning done for that is really important that we get on with that through the long-term plan. And Bob, you're up first on this one.
I don't think that we should be waiting for the long-term plan. I think we should be planning now. I think there's a lot of people in our community who would like some answers, and I know those answers are going to come into the long-term plan, but I think it's really important that we get on with it before that and come up with at least an answer of which way we're going. I think that's really important to people in our community, developers, and you look at the amount of sections that are around Darfield, which we're going to end up in the next year or two putting septic tanks in, and then try and sell to the people that those septic tanks aren't good enough. So to me, it's really important that we get on with it. I really can't emphasize that enough, and we do have to come up, and as I say, like after talk to staff, I think we've got to look at the three ways of doing it, and I think we actually as a council have to be, and I've heard it around this table, we have to be brave and make a decision on at least which way it's going, and that has to be almost immediate.
Thanks, Bob. I support what Councillor Mugford has been saying, and we also need to look at the fact that ECAN and CDHB have come out and support that we're looking at doing that. The Melbourne Community Board is supporting it. We also have to think back to council meeting last month, where there is a developer who is wanting to put in his own wastewater treatment plant at Darfield so he can have the development that he wants. And I think when we're getting to that stage, that is potentially going to cause us issues as a council going forward, having to manage all these little wastewater treatment plants all over the place. So it is now we need to take this step forward and plan where we're going to go. And obviously, the funding issue still needs to be worked out, and that will have to be something talked about at LTP, but the actual scope of looking at how we're going to go about dealing with the Darfield wastewater and potentially other towns as well is something we need to be starting now. It's been a conversation we've had for too long, and there's a number of submitters that said that council should have done this 10 years ago. Well, yeah, maybe council should have done it 10 years ago, but we need to do it now.
Thank you. Just before you speak, Murray, I guess the clarity is saying we'll get to the long-term plan with an option and a cost. So we're spending the next 12 months to do exactly what you're asking, to get to an option, our preferred option, and what the cost would look like.
Not a great deal to add, really, but it's quite clear that we have got to grasp this opportunity now. The fact, as Councillor Reader said, this developer's going to put in an alternate system to get consent is just reinforcing the timeliness of this decision. We have the opportunity and the obligation to do this correctly and prudently and as soon as possible, so we can give surety to that community. We also have an obligation, whilst we may not have the proof of the effects of the current discharge, that doesn't cut it in the grand scheme of things as a catchment. We know those nutrients are being discharged into the environment. The fact that we can't actually find where they're ending up does not negate the fact that they're being discharged into that environment. Now that wouldn't cut it in a farm environment plan. It doesn't cut it with our urban disposal systems either. So we've got a moral and a legal obligation, I believe, to do this and send that signal to the community, to the developers as soon as possible that we will advance this scheme. And as has been said, we'll do the funding of that and the scope of it through LTP. But I think it's very important today, and I hope that we're in agreement with this, that we send a message to the greater community that we are intending to do this. It is time.
Yes, I think it's time to lead with infrastructure once again. We did it with Eastern Selwyn Sewage. We coupled up the individual communities that had capitalised their own sewer to give us a major setup. And I think, as I said at a council meeting the other day, it's time for us to look holistically at the rest of Selwyn as well, the Leastons, the Dunsandles, the Burnhams, when we have those conversations and scoping. I'm very happy to see that scoping go ahead, but the caveat is that by no means does this decide how it's going to be funded. I still am a believer that the capital costs should be borne by those who are benefiting, and we can look at the running costs and things in a district-wide way, but those are the conversations we'll have next year in the LTP. But I do encourage us going forward and looking at this. There's Kui, there's other communities as well, and development, infrastructure leads development. That's why we've got Rolleston like it is now, and it's time to go again.
Yeah, kia ora. I'd support everything that's been said already from my fellow councillors. Obviously, there's desire there from the community. The demand is there from the developers and business, and the benefit to the wider environment and our district moving forward.
I support it.
This is, to me, a no-brainer. It has to happen. So fully support it. But I've got a question. You've got in this treatment at ESSS, and I'm just wondering, is that given? Because we have not looked at all the options available. So I just want to clarify that point, because there may be cheaper options than ESSS that need to be considered, because at the end of the day, I agree with the fact that the capital costs have to be borne by those that benefit. Operating costs, no problem with district-wide. Capital costs have to be borne by those who benefit, no different from every other person who paid for a sewage upgrade or a new system to triple ES.
So the short answer is, Councillor Hassan, that will be one of the options that is considered and looked and brought forward along with the operating costs associated with that.
I concur with Councillor Hassan. I think it's premature to include the words treatment at ESSS today. That's not a given. There are many other options to be considered in the designing of this system. So I think including those words signals a predisposition to a solution that's not determined. I would ask that those words be removed from our decision. We're also not addressing the submissions from particularly developers at Kui, that Kui be included. When consultation was done, the existing Kui community said, no, we don't want to be included. Yet there were a number of submitters, developers mainly from Kui, who said Kui should be included. We're not addressing that. So we've got the results of a community consultation that said no, but we've got submitters saying actually yes. At some point we need to address that. I do find it ironic that ECAN say that we should do this when they continue to issue consents, resource consents for septic tanks on sections in Darfield. I understand why they do it, but there is an irony that they continue to consent the system that they think we should be working towards removal of. They are in part of the problem because people are implementing expensive septic tank systems and then looking at us and saying, hang on, why are you telling us that we've just spent $20,000, $25,000 in a septic tank system that we now have to pay $20,000, $25,000 to connect to a sewage system? That is a significant problem that is in that community, and I understand their resistance. The other thing that I think we still need to consider is those submitters who said it should be all of the township, not part of the township, even if there is a time period over which those who don't need to connect today are given to connect. It was done to Ralston 20 years ago. The existing people who had functioning septic tanks were told you have 7 years to connect. There was considerable outrage and upset at that, but in 7 years later they connected. I think we could be saying to the Darfield community, we should be saying to the Darfield community, if you have an existing functioning septic tank, you have 15 years to connect to the wastewater system. You have 15 years to save up to pay that connection price. The economy of scale makes it more sustainable if it's all of the township, not part of the township. We have to date taken the easy way out by saying only the business community and only new subdivisions. I think we should be bolder and braver and say, well, actually, it makes a great deal more sense for it to be all of the township, but with a time delay to allow existing residents, existing property owners to connect.
I strongly support going ahead with the scheme, and there's been some good comments around the table. We've discussed doing the Main Street and the developments that are coming in, new developments that aren't going ahead because of where we're at. Darfield's not going to go ahead till the scheme is started, and I believe that once we get pricing and ideas as to what is the best way to go, then we'll make the decision on where we go. I do like Councillor Alexander's suggestion that those that are already in the township be given a time to join up to the scheme. So we've got to add up the pros and cons for whatever way we go. So there is a lot of decisions still to be had, but strongly in support that we've got to do it now and not just carry on talking about it like it has been for the last few years.
Again, it's quite good to come near the end of the debate because you hear a lot of good comments. But breaking down what I've heard is a unanimous decision that yes, this should happen. So there's no debate that yes, it should happen. And what I would like to have this meeting today is that to be unanimously verified, because clearly we do not want 600 approximately houses being new septic tanks being built over the next 3 years waiting for us to build a sewage scheme. So that alone could give us a real sense of urgency. This is not about LTP year 7. This is about this being developed and delivered in a very short time frame to actually catch those developments which are already on the drawing board. And if you note yesterday's meeting, Mr. England was very, very far along the path of giving us some substantive paperwork. He had already done a large amount of work about economies of scale, where this should likely be processed. I'm stepping away from his view now, but my unwavering view is that we should be moving towards a Selwyn sewage network. And for the reason of environmental benefits, economies of scale, treatment options, having multiple small little plants all around the district is not in the best interest of Selwyn. We also get the power of district-wide rating to assist us. And I believe that rather than waiting for the LTP, given the work that's already been done, we should be aiming for a special consultative process, because this is such a large item that I think it shouldn't be buried in the LTP. It should be progressed as fast as possible with staff resources that can manage. And you know, we need to look at ourselves again and say, and as you've said, Sophie, that repeatedly people say, why wasn't this done 10 years ago? Because we were having the same argument 10 years ago, it's too expensive. It ain't going to get any cheaper. And I really do agree with Councillor Alexander that whether we like to admit it or not, and here's the place to admit it, this is a whole of Darfield solution. You can't have half the community sitting there with their wastewater systems putting contaminants into the groundwater when you've got a functioning system. How we get all of Darfield onto that system is to be decided in the funding model. And as you suggest, Mark, a 15 or so year time frame makes sense. But getting the base infrastructure in place, which volumetrically can cope with it, and then connecting over time is the obvious solution. But the boffins over there are more attuned to that than I. But today, I would like to see a definitive statement that, one, this is happening, and what I'm hearing is yes, so that developers can, with care, plan their developments and put pipes in the ground. They are waiting for us to put that definitive statement out so they can actually start doing the groundwork. The solution chosen does impact on Kiwi, Mark, as you suggest, because having Kiwi, for want of a better word, pushing shit uphill to Darfield to a processing plant doesn't make a lot of sense and not economically. And so the more logical solution is to go the other way and come back to Pines. But again, I'd leave that to the technical experts. But I would ask that out of today's meeting, we do have this definitive statement which enables developers to say, okay, I can plan with confidence now and put pipes in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was actually Councillor Reid who said about the 10-year thing.
Good one.
Same hair, same glasses. But I don't disagree with anybody. Yeah, everyone seems to support this, and so do I. I trust that whenever the business case comes to council, whether it's for long-term plan or earlier, staff will have run every possible model and all the costings and everything else, because that's what they do. They're pretty good at it. They know their information. And the only thing I would like to add that I don't think anybody mentioned was something that Councillor Lemon mentioned several meetings ago, which was that it's entirely possible that by the time we get to the end of this process, disposing of wastewater on a field may not actually be an option anymore, environmentally speaking. So while I'm sure that'll form part of their business case, I definitely support piping everything down to Pines and expanding that as a sewerage network for the rest of Selwyn. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the conversation that we've had highlights the urgency for this. And the option for including all of Darfield certainly needs to be there, because you're only going to put one pipe in the ground from Darfield to Rolleston, and if that's only big enough to cater for a third of the town, that's very short-sighted on our behalf if we're going to have to lay another one. So we need to think about the solution for all of Darfield, the timeframes for people to be able to connect.
And
today's, well, we do need to think about Kui, but I don't think that today's discussion needs to include that, because it wasn't part of the consultation. And over the next 12 months, we will be confirming the final design and what other townships might need to be included. And that will include the picture we saw yesterday at the council meeting also included coming through Burnham and the route of that pipe. And so whether it is Darfield via Kui to Rolleston, or whether it's Darfield to Rolleston and a separate pipe that Kui joins in, those are decisions that will need the
point of order,
Murray's to come back through.
The consultation document does include Kiwi.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. The final design, whether it's a single pipeline that comes through, or whether it's a spider network that comes across, I think still to be determined. So for Kiwi to be included, we can decide that if you want to have Darfield and Kiwi today, but by saying yes to Darfield, what we're saying is we're exploring all options into Melbourne for a reticulated system. The summary of what I thought we'd decided today was that reticulated wastewater will be installed on a staged basis with costings and timeframes confirmed through the LTP. So we're saying it's a yes, but the staging, the costings and the timeframes are going to take time to develop before we can actually have those confirmed. It's premature to confirm those today without knowing that detail.
And
Councillor Lemon?
I'd like us to explore the suggestion of a special consultative process before we decide that, since it's been raised.
So that can be explored over the next 12 months, and if we find that we've done the work prior to the long-term plan, then I think that's on the table. But to decide that we will do that today, I don't know that we can know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
The other thing is too, there was a submission I read in regards to Springfield. Sheffield, with regards to it wanting to connect to a system as well. I think the reality is that all of those small towns across our plains at the end of the day are going to have to look at some sort of network. And I'd like for the LTP that you consider where those smaller towns sit within the Darfield perimeter.
So can we just get some confirmation then on, do people want this today's decision to be reticulated wastewater will be installed in Darfield and Kui on a staged basis? Or do we want to, at the moment, say reticulated wastewater will be installed in Darfield on a staged basis, and other townships, which could include Sheffield and does include Kui, be brought forward for consideration as part of the long-term plan?
Are you going for installation, or are you going for development of proposals that will include?
Yeah.
Because I think to go to installation, you jumped over the fence without considering all of those things that everybody's been talking about, the various townships and where the treatment might be, and also the boundaries of Darfield that are going to be serviced.
Yeah. It's premature to go to installation without finalising a design and a costing. Yeah. If it was $40,000 a section in Darfield, I think we'd say it's prohibitive and not going to happen. So I understand we desire to have it done, but without the final costings, we can't commit to that. What I thought we were discussing is the procedure to design and costings of a solutions with the implementation in the LTP. The reason I wouldn't support special consultative process in the next 12 months is we're going to have a lot of consultation. We've got the district plan coming up in the next before the LTP, and between the district plan and the LTP, our community is going to be done to death. We don't have time to do yet another special consultative procedure.
Councillor Miller.
To the Chief Executive, can you confirm that the proposed outcome of this annual plan will give surety to the developers currently consenting developments that they should or be forced to put pipes in the ground? Because what I'm hearing here is unanimously that a sewage solution will be developed at least for Darfield. And so developers need some surety out of this decision that they should now proceed and put pipes in the ground. So can you answer that question, please?
I don't know that I can give that surety, and I don't think council can either, because the point I'm making is that we still need to go to the step of designing and costing the options that will allow them that outcome. You yourself correctly pointed to Murray's presentation yesterday, which showed some advanced stages for that. But we still need to go through and clearly understand what those options are, how they are going to be costed, and what the potential impact is, because we could potentially again get into another situation where the community deem it's unaffordable.
I wonder, with respect, could I just finish that question? I accept the response and validate it. It's a valid response. All I would ask is that this is treated as a matter of urgency, to give us some confidence, or the community some confidence, that this is not a 5 to 7 year solution. This is a 1 to 3 year solution.
Yeah, look, I totally agree with that. And for me, for the organisation, this is one of probably, I think, 3 priority projects that we're focused on in the next few months to advance them.
Don't be surprised to see this as a KPI.
Okay, so just
could I just ask that when these plans are being drawn up and where we're going, that Kui is looked at, because we don't want to be putting a scheme in and then it's going to be costing a lot more to divert it through to Kui if we haven't planned it properly at the beginning. So I think we need to look at both options there, especially in costing. We don't want to be wasting money by doing something half pie to begin with when we should have thought things out correctly.
Good, that's good, Jenny. So we want to get this wording right, I suppose, and that's why it's taken a bit of time to ensure that we do get it right. So I think we do need a statement, as Councillor Miller has, and we've all said, Council's intention is to install a reticulated wastewater solution for Duffield. Design and costings of a proposal, including for Kuwi, will be included in the long-term plan. Does that capture a statement that says the direction is design and costings, okay, and funding, and maybe I can give you the wording after the meeting. But say, okay, council's intention is to install a reticulated wastewater solution for Duffield. As part of that, design costings and fundings of a proposal, including for Kuwi, would form part of the long-term plan.
I'd phrase it slightly differently, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I would start with saying that it is our intention to have design and costing and funding options prepared for inclusion in the long-term plan before I go on to talk about installation, because whilst we can say all good well we're intending to have an installation today, without those three options being covered off, or that installation may never happen. So our intention today should be to complete design, costings and funding to be included in the long-term plan, with a view to having installation of a reticulated sewer system for Darfield and possibly Kuwi as soon as possible.
Yeah, I like that wording. I can't remember it, so have you got it written down?
No, I haven't, but
does
it's
that,
more or less your wording, but starting
I think that captures the essence of the conversation, Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, just want to ensure that we've had conversations about Lemon. We had a presentation from one subdivision, potential subdivision in Darfield about limb notes, and I think it's really important to a question that Councillor Miller put, that whilst we may not be able to compel people to connect at this stage, it's very important that it's clear on the limb notes for those properties that there will be a reticulated system, and that there will be potentially the need to connect to that. So it actually puts a little bit of emphasis back on the subdivisions to ensure that they are planning correctly for connection to that network, even if we cannot compel at this stage because we don't have a design. I think that's quite an important note. Murray, I see you got your hand up.
We'll come back to a couple of councillors and I'll come to that. Councillor Reid.
No, just further to what Councillor Alexander was saying, I think it's important though when we're talking about the funding that we actually say funding options, because we're not going to have one thing, and we need to make it quite clear that there will be other options, and we have not discussed that as a council.
Councillor Alexander, do you have the wording?
I'm getting there. I'll have it in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, can I just make a couple of points and just some suggestions? If you're talking about limbs, which is a reasonable suggestion, is that we have a limb note could only say that council is considering a reticulated scheme for this community. Otherwise, we'll have a real problem with the limb. Secondly, just a reminder, we're in the middle of June. To do an effective long-term plan, we have to be well down the track with all of our modelling, all of that stuff by probably October. We've got 4 months. So reality is going to take all of our effort to get that into the long-term plan. It wouldn't allow us to do a special consultative process anyway quicker than that. That's the second point. The third point is that we heard all the developers. Now, the developers have all come with private plan changes and on basically very large scale sections. Right? If there is a suggestion that there is a reticulated wastewater system, they will be recasting their development options for a higher yield, which will mean we have to understand that as part of our planning, because we cannot underestimate what the potential yield of that scheme is. All of that has to go into the mix. It's not simple. The boffins will have to take that into account. And so, look, and I don't think we want to put an arm up, both Greg's arms up his back in terms of getting a half-baked LTP. We really want to do it right. Register comments.
Yeah, I just said I agreed with it to try and keep things short, because at the end of the day, we're looking at we're just looking and considering. You know, we're not actually building and developing. I mean, we've really gone around the table for quite some time. But one thing that has cropped up, which that I perhaps just should alert you to, there are two costs to a scheme like this. One is the installation of the pipes and all the infrastructure. That's a cost that has to be borne up front. Then the second cost, which I think we might be making a mistake here, is the connection cost. And the connection cost might be about $5,000, and the installation cost might be 20. So everybody, you don't want to give people a false sense of security that they don't have to pay that 20 or say 1,000 first, because that's the cost of the scheme. Hooking up is just putting a pipe from your house into the mains, and that would be considerably less. So whereas Mark's right to say that we could put that off for 20 years, it's not the main cost.
Wording. Design, costing and funding options for a reticulated wastewater system for Darfield and possibly QE be prepared for the 2021-31 long-term plan, with installation to proceed as soon as possible once the preferred option is agreed upon in consultation with the communities. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. We'll adjourn the meeting for lunch and we'll resume at 1:20. 40 minutes for lunch. There's a couple of matters that have just come up in regards to decisions this morning that I just want to address before we jump into anything else. So, conversation with Murray England at lunchtime. There's a couple of things that need to change based on a decision to proceed with the Darfield wastewater as decided. There's a current investigation rate that is charged over Darfield properties. And there needs to be just a change to the wording of the use of that rate, which would include the words "and the development of a design to resolve potential risks," which is the reason why everyone believes the money's been collected anyway, but we just need to include that terminology to ensure that we're appropriating the money properly at the end of that. And because of the timeframes that we're requiring staff to work to, there needs to be some initial funding, $100,000 from the sewage investigation targeted rate. So this is the money that's collected there to be made available to progress the investigations over the next 12 months so that we can have that work done for the long-term plan. So I can circulate those, but that's the gist of what we're saying, and we'll copy that in for Murray. The third thing is one of our first decisions this morning was around delaying one of the planning documents, which was the Darfield structure plan. That work needs to be done before we open up the development through the wastewater, and Tim Harris has requested that in light of the decision on Darfield wastewater and the urgency on it, the planning of the town should become before the implementation of the answer, and so that work needs to be completed, and that was 150,000 that was in the document, and now needs to be used if we want to ensure that we are well prepared for the implementation of the infrastructure. It's the same route that we have taken with all of our other major towns and their development. So three things: one, the change of the wording; two is 100,000 out of that fund for Darfield wastewater to be used for the investigation; and three, 150,000 for the planning of Darfield growth strategy. If there's any discussion on that, happy to take that now, but that basically falls out of the decision prior to lunch. So I just wanted to highlight that for everyone here, and we will need to vote on it. If there's no discussion, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. The next item is item number 32, Selwyn Huts licences. And there's a number of items that we had held over on discussion. One was around the $5,000 bond. Renting of huts had come up. And Douglas, there may be some other issues. I guess this is not an annual plan decision that needs to be made, but both have been consulted on concurrently, and having the identification of how the two issues align, I think is important. So Douglas, can I just hand to you and find what the answers that you're going to need through that separate discussion? What can we answer for you today?
Thank you, Sam. So just for clarity, obviously what we've got in the annual plan are the charges, and the charges obviously predominantly around wastewater and water. A number of the charges that would have sat in the licence now sit under the district-wide reserve haul rates, those communities pay rates, so they're no different. So although they won't probably see it, they have actually had a saving, although obviously paying what their water and sewer are. The issue of the bonds on the huts, so it's obviously been quite a contentious issue. The reason it's in the annual plan is because the dollar value has to go into the charge. The reason it's in the license fee is that the license fee needs to be, the license agreement is that the license agreement needs to be worded to include the provision to collect the bond, which, just to remind you, we would collect, and effectively we're holding to make sure that the hut owner, if at the end of the period of the license needs to remove it, then we've either got the cash or they do it and we refund, or we charge more. And the reason that bond is in there is to ensure that the council/district does not get left with huts not being removed. That license agreement does have wording to say you have to remove your hut at the end of the license period. But obviously, if they're not removed, the question you then come down to is how hard and what have you got to do to pursue to have huts removed, and it will just become problematic. So a bond is not an unusual arrangement. It might be in the scheme of a hut like this, but there are plenty of arrangements of bonds, etc. So wouldn't be suggesting changing having the bond provision. It's maybe the dollar value could be reviewed. The 5,000 is there to make sure that we can remove and then make good or remediate. Maybe it doesn't need to be that value. It's obviously calculated over a 15-year period. Perhaps it could be, saying that, well, maybe optimistically it will be a long period and we only get half of it now. There's probably different ways you could consider or word it in terms of the dollar value that needs to go into the charge. It's slightly complicated by the fact that if we put in the charge, we need to also put in the wording into the agreement to recover. But there might be reasons why we need to hold over the license agreement anyway as part of a separate consultation process discussion to come up. So we could be in this slightly tricky situation. We do want to bring it in, but we probably can't bring it in effectively, say, till 1 July 2021 to make sure we get the license agreement technically sorted out first. So there is a couple of timing issues in that regard. Another issue, and again, it's not relevant to the annual plan discussion, but the issue of permanent. That's been not, I suppose, fairly understood, thinking the word permanent means you have a license forever. Well, no, you don't. You have a license as long as the license agreement says. The issue about permanent was about occupancy. And for those who are new to or perhaps haven't been around long enough, that there were 12 permanents up until 2015, and then the rest were on a sort of a 9-month rolling type arrangement. Decision made that they all could be permanents, which that decision's made. People seem to have hung on to that decision. So, and then really the final issue is the issue of charges. And I apologise if I go over ground you've discussed, Rick, previously. So there's some wording in the council staff submission which I put in, which is incorrect. So I apologise that I used the words water services regulations, which actually only covers regulations, not the potential water companies that may get set up. So an issue, I don't know how much you've canvassed this, so if I have, just close me down, but one of the issues to be thinking about is that we will probably find that whether councils operate water schemes is still obviously under a bit of debate and a bit of discussion. So one of the things we have to think a little bit about is these schemes that we're stepping up, so in Hudson Darfield, to make sure they've been set up in a manner which allows for the projects to transfer to a new entity, which will be probably local government owned, but making sure that the charging mechanism also has some logic about it. Because just say hypothetically, if we continued with water and sewer charges in the licence, and although this is probably a comment that maybe it's just about how we consider risk, and say the new company gets set up and it says, no, we're only taking over water sewer schemes that are inside a targeted or a general rating mechanism and not a licence arrangement, you wouldn't want to have the problem of being left with that. There's probably a low level risk of that because there are also private schemes which no one knows how they're going to be dealt with, which of course aren't funded through rates. But there is some logic about maybe pushing the water and sewer charges for the huts into targeted rates, not necessarily the district sewer water rate, but getting them into a rating mechanism. It doesn't change anything in terms of the level paid, and it doesn't improve our security position either, which is one of the reasons we just encapsulated them inside the licence charge. But there's probably just a couple of things to mull over and consider in that regard. I'm not going to comment on the on the consultation whether we haven't done that right. I think you've been through that already.
Because could you just touch on renting? Renting was brought up.
Yeah, so renting. So currently there's a clause which allows people to rent, and they have to disclose their rental arrangement. So we did a bit of a chase up there back in August last year. We got about half the returns back. I have got some data and stats here. It's a tricky one because I suppose when there were permanents and there were non-permanents, the ability maybe to have some renting arrangement was probably helpful to defray your costs if you wished. From a financial perspective, it's probably a very good financial argument to have a hut and rent it for maybe at the low level, but financially it's probably a very rewarding proposition. But obviously we don't want to end up with the huts being owned by a small number of landlords. I think our ability to actually stop multiple hut licenses being held might be a bit challenging because it is an arrangement. We we might be able to stop a transfer. If we say, just say hypothetically, we'll put a ceiling, if you know you're allowed to own no more than 5 huts. We put a ceiling on that. There might be an ability to do that. It's something legally we'd have to really think carefully about, because you've got people's rights here, but we are the person who decides on the transfer. So if you wish to give some direction, currently there are 4 parties that hold between 9 or 10 huts each. I think 3 have got 2 and 1's got 3 or something like that. So there is a wee bit of multipleness. Often they do tend to, there's a bit of family linkage there. So mum and dad might own 1 hut, have another hut, which their siblings children use. So you can see some logic for that too. So there's probably some, if we did want to put a maximum number of licenses held, there's probably some good arguments for and against in that regard.
So the 3 things that we need some discussion on: $5,000 bond, have it or not renting at the huts. Any views on that? And I think that we need to review and clarify the term permanent, just so that's in the license. And Douglas has said that can be done. First speaker is Nicole. Are we up to Bob? Councillor Reid.
It would have been Bob if we hadn't done Darfield wastewater first, but I will do it this time. I'm fine with those things that have been brought up. So I can't remember it. My question though is, it sounds like with some of these people have bought them relatively recently, when one sounded like it was in the last 5 years. My concern going forward, what will actually be written with the license about the future of these huts, the time frame and everything? Is there going to be something that's quite clear to anyone who is looking at getting a license or buying a hut with the license, that they will know clearly what the terms are around it?
So what we've been doing for a wee while is when we're doing transfers, we make sure that new people coming in understand where the council has been sitting with the wastewater scheme. So obviously more recently there's been clarity over piles of documentation to explain what's happening. One of the challenging bits here is that the legal advice the council got back in November, December 2018 was that it's problematic, and there's case law to show that if you wish to give only a short license period, just to say 2 years, that just would not pass a test or a court, because these are people with a domestic owed. So the rule was you need to give enough period, and enough period was probably defined as maybe 20 to 25 years. So I'm looking at climate change, which is an issue over, say, the next 100 years, 25 years was probably, okay, fine, well, we can give a license for 25 years. What's caused this discomfort, I suppose, for ourselves and the community is 25 years is still a short period, even if it's 100 years away. But really the real challenging bit is this 15-year consent period. And so no matter how you dress it up, the council, in being prudent, has to look at its timing of everything over a 15-year period to pay costs back and set a license and all that, because it can't do any more. So as much as we might like to offer a 25-year period and say that is the period, actually it can't be anything more than 15. Now, if Environment Canterbury and Processing Our Consent wanted to give a longer period, then that allows us some flexibility to look at it as well. But the way we've been setting it up, and obviously the language and setting in place a bond and talking about removing huts, we have been giving a really clear direction, which is what has caused the consternation, that we see this as a 15-year life. Now, we can all understand that if you had a hut and had an investment, no matter how much money it is, if you think it will go beyond 15 years, arguably you will do that. But unfortunately for the council, and that's why it's been giving these signals, is we have to be really clear. We can only give you something with certainty for 15 years. Because if we get to year 15 in one day and we haven't got a wastewater consent license, then we've actually been, resource consent, sorry, then we've been defunct in our job. So it is really setting a signal. And I suppose just my final comment on this issue, Wish, is that it's really tricky when people have been living down there for well over 100 years or had a family association well over 100 years and mum and dad just pass it on. Clearly we understand that, but unfortunately the world is a little bit different, and we have to be prudent on that basis. And this is, has been said in a couple of media items, it is sort of the tip of the iceberg on these issues. So, yeah.
Thank you. So I don't want to make this discussion take a whole afternoon. There's a number of other items, and this isn't actually an annual plan matter. If you do have questions that you need clarification, Douglas, if you can take notes of what they are, and we'll come to the answers at the end. But really wanting to get people's views on the $5,000 bond, renting at the huts, the wording around permanent, and something that was raised earlier this morning, Douglas, and this is toughening up around where there's police involvement or people, can the licenses include reference to people causing issues with our contractors down there? How specific would we need to get to ensure that we're not helping people that are causing the rest of the community a lot of strife? And that's got flow-on effects to the chlorination discussion that we'll be having later, to the expense required when we're putting in a wastewater solution and fencing and security. If there's one or two people that are causing those types of issues, then I don't think that they should be allowed to have renewed licenses down there. And I think the feeling from councillor earlier is maybe a tougher stance through the licenses could be appropriate. You don't need to answer that now, but that's for councillors. If we can just give that feedback to Douglas, and the discussion today can land on a different day, because it's not annual plan related. If we can land it today, we will. Otherwise, it's for a different day. Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Initial thoughts on the $5,000 is that I can see the absolute need to do that, protect the rest of the ratepayers of Selwyn. But if we're going forward to discuss, as has been suggested in the previous discussion around the whole wastewater, we're having a discussion around options, then that would be an option we would continue to discuss. So I'll leave it there. It's not very definitive, but I think we've got an opportunity to have that discussion with costings and risk as well.
Yes, I agree with that still being an option. We can't expose our ratepayers to having to clean these things up in many years' time. The licence, I would very much like to see the licence written in such a way that it has a charter or some standard of behaviour expected for those who live there. And I think, I don't know how you're going to do that, Douglas, but I do believe it needs to also encompass the renting thing. We had the eloquence of Councillor Bland earlier this morning with a letter that he read out, which showed some history as to the revisions you had to have to be able to get a licence. Remembering that these people are guests on our reserves. This is no expectation. This is a permanent occupation. And I think the licence also needs to reflect the fact that these are not fee simple titles. These are you are renting. Somebody used the analogy of a camping ground. You are renting here. You are a guest of the reserve at the time you are there, and you shall behave in such a way as you are a guest. So I would like to see that explored in the licence.
Yeah, I support this. I think there seems to be some grey area around renting, and whether it's renting for income or renting for family. I think there needs to be some more clarification around that. It gets away from the purpose of the huts in the first place, which was a seasonal encampment for fishing. So just some clarification around that.
Yeah, I support very much what Councillor Lyle has said. I don't think we should be charging a $5,000 bond. Quite frankly, I'm not sure that the people there would have that sort of money up front, a lot of them. It does seem a bit harsh, and in 15 years' time, how much is $5,000 going to get us? With inflation, I know it's low at the moment, but if you reflect back 15 years, 5,000 was a lot more money than it is now. But so I do think that we should have a standard of behaviour. It's our reserve, and I think that you'd find just about every person down there would expect that, and they perhaps would be self-enforcing. I mean, the police probably don't want to be going down there all the time, and we have to be logical and reasonable.
With regards to the bond, whether we decrease the bond down to 2,000, but I still think there needs to be a bond there to show, that these huts have to, if they're requested, they could be removed. If you've got a hut owner there who is not going to fit in with the rest of the community, what is going to happen with their hut? Are they going to on-sell it, or are they just going to walk away and let it dilapidate and leave it there? We need to cover those scenarios. The other issue was with renting. This is a reserve. I would have thought that there was some understanding that you could not sublease a reserve without council permission. So I don't know what's around that, but remember, they have the privilege of leasing already, and that's subleasing as soon as you are letting out your property from a council perspective. So I just like a little bit of clarity and investigation around that. The reason why renting was not allowed earlier on was there was always this perception that it was going to be cheap housing for students from Lincoln University. And what happens if you've got a university population renting cheaply in the Selwyn Heights? And that was a conversation that came up with the early committee structure that we were on. That's why there was not the reliance on renting, which there is today. And I just like to appreciate there are genuine people down there that have really looked after their hut. They have some pride. They have some pride in the community. When you sublease to somebody, do they have that same sort of pride? Do they have that sort of ownership with regards to their behaviour? Do we want to keep them there? And I guess that's what comes back to the discussion that we need to have with regards to the licence. It's sad to say, but the community standards over a period of time, in my mind, have sadly slipped. And
Thanks,
I
Deborah.
feel sorry for those genuine people down there that see it as a privilege and not a right.
Councillor Alexander.
I support the bond. We have a duty of care to our wider community as well as our Selwyn Heights community. The renting, I'm ambivalent on the issue. I'm not going to die in a ditch either way. And clarifying what was the intention of the word permanent is helpful. And my understanding was that it meant that you could stay 12 months of the year rather than in perpetuity. So that clarification would indeed be helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
I support there being a bond. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
I've listened intently to the submissions that have come before us on a number of issues, and the community as a whole has been asking the Selwyn district, can we assist them or where's some of the risk? I think clearly we've said that we believe the cost of sewage belongs to the community. I think where we could shoulder some of the burden is saying, actually, we believe you're good people. We believe that when the time comes, we can't renew the consent, we'll come to some arrangement around moving the huts. And so I think that as part of taking some of the burden from that community, we could get away with the $5,000 bond. I have sympathy for the permanent residents who live on site all the time who are concerned about costs, but I have zero sympathy for landlords who are using it as a profit-making exercise and as a business. And so I concur with Councillor Hassan. If it's legally possible, I don't think subletting should be allowed. This is a reserve. It's not a profit-making centre for some landlord to come in and take advantage of lower-priced buildings and take advantage of the community. So it may not be legally possible, and I suppose the property team will investigate that with our lawyers, but I think we should revert to owner-occupier only of those reserves.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
This one's a thorny one, eh? I guess whatever we do, we've got to ensure that whatever the new licence is, it's a lot more specifically defined in a way that community can't misinterpret it. The wording over things like the permanent occupancy obviously has created a great deal of confusion, and I'm going to guess that lawyers would fall either side of it on how they read it as well. Regards to the bond, I think it's probably a good idea to have a wee discussion about that at the August meeting there, because for some people it's going to be a huge financial burden on top of everything else that they're looking at down the barrel of. I agree about the renting as well that Councillor Miller raised there. If there are people who own sort of 9 or 10 huts each, then that's actually quite a huge issue that was probably not foreseen. It's one of those wee loopholes that's grown bigger and bigger. Regards abuse against staff, we definitely need to have something tightened on that, because if we're going to be building a wastewater facility down there, there's going to be an awful lot more people down there at various points. Really don't need people picketing it, padlocking the gates or whatever else might be used to show displeasure. If we're actually trying to help them stay, but who knows what might happen when you're angry. And yeah, that's about it really. You just got to be really clear and communicate in a way that they can't actually say they haven't been told in an understandable way.
Thank you. Bob?
I agree. I think the permanent has to be discussed so they understand what actually permanent means. I think that's really important. And a bond, to me, if you're going to have a bond, it has to be realistic, because if you were going to walk away from the huts in 15 years' time and it was going to cost you more than the bond, you would just forget your bond and walk away. So I'm not convinced about bonds, and I think that needs discussing, and whether that could be phased in somehow over a period, rather than having to find 5,000 up front if that's what's decided.
Thank you. So Douglas, yeah.
Let's clarify a few of these points. The bond is being phased in. We're not asking for 5,000 up front. It's the figure of $333 every year to get to the end of 15 years. That's the issue. Now, the question is whether 5,000 is too much and should be low, is probably what I turned your mind to. With the renting, so what we're proposing is a clause relating to family, right? So just I probably just should have mentioned that before, but this is what's probably caused a little bit of the grief, is that we're saying no, it's only families. So we need to just be very clear on that. The ones who've already got it, of course, they'll be sunsetted out. So we have got that tidied up. Regarding behaviour, so we've always had good behaviour clauses, but they've not been wonderful. One of the options we've suggested in the documentation is some sort of code of conduct, similar to a camping ground arrangement. So we looked at that. The challenge the police and ourselves have down there is we sign trespass orders on a semi-regular basis with the police to remove people from reserves. Even though these are reserves, they are also places of dwelling. So therefore being able to use the trespass mechanism for someone who's a hut licence is not really available. I don't think we stand the test. So that's where we do rely on, how to put it, residents doing the right thing, or we find another provision. I'm looking at Mr. Washington under, say, water regulations, that if you touch our water supply, we will deal with it seriously, or clearly the police deal with it seriously. I'll give one example. There was a use of a firearm inappropriately down there many months back. The police dealt with it. We also dealt with it by reminding the hut owner that you can't use a firearm on a reserve, and it's so we do work very clearly on that. You do, unfortunately, like in any community, though, have individuals who are slightly more challenging, and we just have to deal with those on a case-by-case basis. The vast majority of people down there, as Councillor Hassan said, are good people who have been there for many years, but they're wound up over this for the obvious reason. I think one thing I just need some clarity over as we move forward, because it is part of the annual plan decision, is over the charging mechanism, because obviously what we were saying is we're leading it forward and stepping it in over time, remembering the capital works weren't coming in until 1 July 2023. So we just need you to just test that, or if nothing, at least say you're reviewing it or you're happy with the mechanism. I think Councillor Miller indicated maybe there's a discussion around capital and interest could be useful. Just these sort of things just to tease out in terms of a discussion we're having. And finally, you're probably going to cover this, but it's how do you want us to engage with the community down there? Is it a similar group had previously? A large public meeting is one way, but it's not necessarily the best way. So we need some direction on what you think we should do there too.
Thank you. In previous discussion, we talked about an August timeframe to have a meeting down there. That could be by way of an afternoon where people can come and go, and we can have some discussion and some boards up to just show what locations of things and what's going on down there in council plans, and would provide staff and councillors the opportunity to engage in a way that's not just a meeting, because I agree, a meeting, you can share information, but you don't actually get very good discussion out of it. So I guess the question is the timing on the decisions for these things. Can that wait till August, or do you need that made before that would happen?
So the licence, issues like the bond can be held over. We can make a decision on that now. The license agreement, I would suggest that the changes we can say, well, we will hold over and we will review and put in place no later than, say, 30 June 2021, just to show the issue of the charge is probably a matter of saying the current charge of 582, I think it's, I stand to be correct, but I think it's 582. It's a matter of, do we levy that at a level that at least recovers the water and sewer side, ignore the bond, and have that sort of arrangement, remembering that the capital doesn't come in yet. It's still a couple of years away. We've just been stepping it up to just bring it in. So I suppose it's that type of direction would be useful.
Councillor Miller.
Mr. Marshall brought up an issue that I'd raised with staff about trying to assist Selwyn Huts to make this more manageable and trying to do some understanding how the power of Selwyn could help a smaller community. I think the discussion this morning has been acknowledging that the capital cost of the system should stay with that community. But the question I asked of staff was, could the district-wide rate or the general rate pick up the interest cost of that debt over the term of the loan to assist that community? And the number we're talking about is approximately $60,000 per annum, which is on the district-wide rate is basically $2 a house. And in my mind, if that would make it substantially more achievable for that community to get through, it's an option that should be put forward. But it's a bit of a hard decision to make on the spot right now. And I think that the option might be that funding options are developed by staff and brought back to us. Maybe they can develop that option. If there's general agreement that it's only one option I put forward, but I just wondered whether it had some merit and being able to assist the community.
I'd like to make a comment here. While you've got genuine people down there who are living in their own dwelling, I have a slight objection to the general ratepayer looking at subsidising those that are making a capital gain out of it via a business. And that's where I have a differentiation of viewpoint.
So I think today, if we can decide, I think we need to provide the clarity that there needs to be the start of the funding of the scheme starting this year, not next year. But it doesn't necessarily need to include the $5,000 starting this year, because even if it's collected over 15 years, we've probably got 19 years to collect that. So if there's a delay in a year, or we might make the decision through consultation with the community and further discussions with ourselves that $5,000 isn't an appropriate number anyway. And then Douglas, does that give you the certainty required? I don't think we can make a decision today whether the licence or a rate is the best option, because we haven't really discussed that or had the information put before us as to the pros and cons of that decision. But that's not to say that we couldn't change that through the long-term plan. But at the moment, we're saying we're implementing the cost recovery for the work that needs to begin now. It will be stepped up over time. We're meeting with the community in August. We'll discuss the bond. We'll clarify what permanent means. We'll talk about code of conduct, and we'll discuss those things in the licence in the August meeting.
Yeah, I take that direction. I think probably what I would just suggest is that the charge should be linked to just water and sewer at this stage, so we can park the bond as you're taking your direction there. And we've got this opening account deficit we've built up, which does have an element of water and sewer. We could just effectively park that for the next 12 months as well. It'll have to be recovered at some point. But I think we've at least raised maybe the charge, which is currently $582. We were proposing from 1 July, it was be $977. We look at some calculation that is obviously a bit less than $977, but is on that principle that it's related to water and the sewer operating costs, which does include the trucking of waste and does include, well, arguably chlorination, although that figure of 34 could be parked for another 12 months until you make your decision on chlorination.
We're starting to get information overload. So I think that the decision today should include the recovery of any debts that's currently there. I don't think we can leave the debt sitting on the books for longer. But we're going to say it's the water and the wastewater and any debt that currently sits against those accounts. The bond issue will be delayed for further community consultation, and the licence itself will be reviewed at the August meeting with the new licence being prepared. Douglas, I wonder whether June 2021 is too far away, and whether that should actually be done, if it's June now, whether that should be done by by the end of this calendar year rather than delaying 12 months.
But I did use the words at the latest. Just
Yeah,
to go, but I mean, if you want to make it 31 December at the latest, then that's fine.
Councillor Alexander?
I'm, with all due respect to what we've just heard, I'm uncomfortable with parking of charges for 12 months. We see irregular trading in the licenses in the dwellings. If we park a charge.
Parking what charge, Mike?
Mr. Marshall referred to parking some of the charges.
No, saying we're going to continue with all charges and implement the water and wastewater charging as required. The only charge that we wouldn't be implementing right now is the $5,000.
So I must have misheard him. I thought you heard talking about parking charges for 12 months and recovering.
That was an option I think he put.
That was, well, I'm saying that I would be opposed to that option because with the regular trading in those dwellings, the current owner would effectively miss paying what's their fair share, and the new owner gets lumbered with somebody else's previous component.
Okay, charges to be implemented next from the 1st of July include all debt recovery up to date and water and wastewater charges. Basically, we're saying anything that doesn't include the bond, which is still up for discussion. We're going to review the licence and with the community for implementation no later than 30th of June 2021, into this calendar year if possible. All those in favour, say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Thanks everyone for a deep discussion on twice now on Selwyn Huts. Prebbleton Community Centre, this is number 34. Recommendation that it be revisited at the long-term plan. This was what was put out to the community and the feedback from the community generally agreed with that in total. Does anyone disagree with delaying that till 2021? All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Water race closures is a major item and as discussed yesterday at the council meeting, there's a significant amount of work currently underway in understanding the Ellesmere scheme and staff have agreed yesterday too that a thorough review ahead of the long-term plan would be conducted to understand the need for the continuation of the races, for stock water, for biodiversity, for understanding how new charges might be implemented and who should pay them, so that when we get to the long-term plan, it's not the start of the consultation, it's the end of that part to actually implement something brand new for us. So the proposal is that we'd revisit through the next financial year as a significant matter, and there will be ongoing consultation with the community through this year, but that information would be used for the long-term plan, and it would be a significant matter at the front of the document at that time. Does anyone have a different view? Councillor Alexander.
I just think it needs to be clear that we're talking about closures and charges.
Yes.
We're not, because the title there just says closures. So it's water race closures and charges that we're reviewing both over the next 12 months. To bring into the LCP.
Let's call it water races futures. And it includes the futures of water races, charges, use, everything. It's within scope. Councillor Miller.
With respect, what I've heard from the submitters is that this was on our last LTP with exactly the same terminology and we're no further ahead. I really think there's a real degree of urgency needed on this because it's gone on far too long, it hasn't been progressed fast enough. I have a great deal of sympathy for people who have unwanted water races which are actually, from their farm environment plan position, are absolutely unworkable. They're having to turn irrigators on and off, try and fence riparian plantings, stock access. And, you know, I don't think we've done well enough as a council. I really don't. You know, this is a pretty straightforward exercise. It's been signalled. We just need to apply more resource to it, you know, and that's the bottom line. I don't think we're doing good enough on this. And I really, we talked about KPIs earlier, David. Well, here's another one for you, I think, because this is untenable.
It's not my turn to talk, but I've actually just popped my pen down from writing. This will be added to my KPI list.
Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Look, it's exactly right. It was embarrassing having one of the submitters sitting behind me. I've spoken to him on numerous occasions, and it's very difficult to go back and say, yeah, we're working on it. And you can only say, yeah, we're working on it for so long, because and I know it's tough. And I think Murray's here, I'm busy. It is a very difficult contractual, particularly with the upper Ellesmere water race. We're in a difficult contractual position, but as I put briefly to Murray yesterday, had we managed to advance that, we would no longer be collecting that rate. So what we're actually having a discussion about is whether we continue to rate these people. And I think that's something we need to consider. We could stop that rate now. We could actually stop that rate now, because had we been successful in closing this 2 or 3 years ago, as we should have been able to, had we not had that contractual obligation, we may have been able to do that and we would no longer be collecting that rate. So I think there's a bigger discussion there. I know it's not quite that clear either. I can see Mr. Washington wanting to chime in, but to get an understanding that there are costs and revenues from that system and have a clear understanding, and it's not the place to debate that now, but I think we really should have that as part of the discussion. So the urgency, as Councillor Miller has said, was previously, not now, so we can't do it soon enough.
Thank you. Mr. Ward?
I said before that I had 3 major priorities. This is actually one of them. This is the gift that keeps giving, isn't it? And you're right. It's got to be arrested. It's got to be arrested now. And at exec level, we're already engaged in conversations with Environment Canterbury as well to help promote this. So totally support it.
And I think to highlight the need for that urgency isn't just that one submission. Most the average rates for Selwyn, about $3,000 for all the services that you receive. A number of people are paying $10,000 just for the one service that they don't want. So we do need to think about how change can be brought about, and there's a conversation about that, because it's not just about deleting a cost. There are costs that have been incurred. It's about who pays for those things, and so that is going to require everyone being involved in that discussion. And we can't forget that the success of farming on the Canterbury Plains and right across Selwyn has been enabled through these water races. And so the development that we've got is due in part to this, which now we're left with the legacy of having to clean up something that has been of huge benefit to us as a district for a long time. So as signalled yesterday, Mr. England and Washington will work over these next 12 months to bring a really clear position to the long-term plan, which I guess we all know is going to require some drastic change and will be quite a difficult conversation, because there'll be some that might maybe pleased with the outcome, and equally there'll be others that are hurt from it. Councillor McInnes.
Apologies for the late question, but I was just thinking on Councillor Lemon's comment that, if we really wanted to, we could stop it right now. Is it a feasible option to maybe cap some of it for the farmers or the landowners who are paying an extremely high rate, just for a few of them, like cap it at a certain amount?
Mr. Washington?
I just want to note that I think it may have been 2 years ago when we did the rating review, and the challenge for all the councillors around the table was how fast do we move from private good to public good, and how much do we shift the whole rating burden onto the wider district, and that's what you ended up with, and obviously it's not enough for some. The challenges we have as we close races and as they become a different usage is that the majority of the costs of the water races are actually in the headworks and not in the continuation of the flow down the races. So you're running into a model which has less people wanting to pay for it, but the costs aren't going down. So there's the wisdom of Solomon to be applied here, and it really is about how fast you want to be able to move to something that is a biodiversity public good service, and not a one that's being required by the people who are actually currently paying for it.
Councillor Alexander?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the trouble is trying to cap one ratepayer's payment means everybody else has to pick up the difference. And as Mr. Washington said, it wasn't an easy discussion. When we last changed this, we have a number of urban ratepayers who question paying any water race public good rate at all, let alone an increasing one. So, it's going to be an intractable problem that somebody's going to end up paying more for somebody else to pay less.
Okay, so that we revisit as a significant matter through the long-term plan with a thorough review over the next financial year. Sorry, Councillor Lemon?
Yeah, sorry, Sam. I just want to clarify something. At the last LTP, there were 2 decisions made. One was to move to a public good rate and phase that in, as Mr. Washington has said, but we also made a very clear decision to close that upper Ellesmere race as a separate decision. They're not tied together.
No, and we would be moving through with that one if we weren't legally obliged for the contract we're in.
The good rate does not assist that rate closure in any way, because that was a clear decision we made at LTP time to
close that. That's not linked to the public good rate. They're not going to wait the next 20 years to do that. We've given a clear decision to close that race.
Water races futures as described. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. The next item is Coleridge recycling. And the recommendation is that we revisit this through the long-term plan, which should say 2131, not 2021, and provide a solution similar to Arthur's Pass, Castle Hill. It's our Alpine solution for recycling. Any alternative views? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. District-wide park, similarly, should say LTP 2131, not LTP 2021.
Sorry, what was the question? What was the question on district-wide park? I didn't.
Plantings, getting on with some of the design work and basically starting the project.
Can I seek clarification from Mr. Rikers about master planning timetabling? Because there's some suggestion there is funding in the 2021 budget for the starting on the master plan consultation, which is part of what was requested. The other was getting on with some boundary tree planting. So can perhaps Mr. Rikers clarify that?
Yeah, that's correct. There is funding. I think it's about $80,000 set aside to start planning for that park in next financial year, 2021. So that's been in the long-term plan.
There's just a wee question mark about whether we're using external consultants or whether we use our own internal team, which we have a few priorities. So we just need to work through that. And also just be mindful that the plantings can only be around the periphery, of course, and we've got to work in with the current leasee and make sure we're not creating any issues for them too. So we understand the intent of the early planting. We get that. We just got to make sure we're just doing it appropriately.
There's still 12 months with the financial year for you to get onto with master.
Well, I think the good thing is, even if we agreed on plantings during the 21 year, we wouldn't be planting to about now anyway. So we've got time to resolve those issues.
Okay, so what this should say is we're delaying the planting until master plan is completed, and we're going to continue with the funding in the current year.
I think your better wording would be to say we have money to do some initial design, which can be focused on an appropriate planting regime around the periphery of the park, and we will look to implement that planting regime or words if it's acceptable to A, the community, and B, the lease arrangement, something like that.
Staff to use current funding to implement perimeter planting. Staff to use current funding to implement perimeter planting design.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about something like a poplar or a willow or something that works. We're not, or native, whatever it is. We're not talking about a pinus radiata hedge or whatever. Well, it might be, but I doubt it.
No, we're not.
We've consulted, have we?
Well, and if we're going to talk about the planting, I guess that needs to. There will be a view from the community around what should be planted there, and there's been discussions about it being a 100% native planting option. That hasn't been decided, but that's sort of floating around. So we just need to be careful that we don't start planting poplars without that discussion.
I think the principal thing is to make sure that we don't end up with a park that is freezing cold on day one if we can do something in the next wee while. We understand the intent of the planting idea.
Staff to use current funding, no new allocation. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Tautapu to Summit Road link. This was a matter that was brought through the hearings by a number of submitters. Recommendation is here that we commit to making a link. We work with the community through the next 12 months and the LTP would be a matter for implementation. It would be included in the walking and cycling strategy review and action plan.
Generally, a lot of these recreation ones aren't in our walking and cycling plan. They're actually something that Mark will pick up under the recreation planning.
But they are, recreation is mentioned in the strategy itself, just the action plan doesn't reflect that. And the action plan is what we're actually wanting to review because that's got all the projects in it. Just that clarification. Andrew Maisie reminded me that in the lunch break.
Thank you. Is there any alternate view? Councillor Miller.
Just to provide some additional information, Council of Land, I think now is on the Summit Road Protection Authority, but we submitted to the Christchurch City Council on this very issue the 2019 annual plan, or I did, and they were supportive at that stage of, they've got a concept called the Port Hills Park Plan, which enables access from, and they were happy to work with us in that as well. So it's probably a matter of working with the Christchurch City Council as well.
Great, thank you. Councillor Lemon?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I've missed it already, but I think it should be commit to investigating a link, not making a link.
Yeah.
That's as though we are going to proceed. I think we should be a wee bit more cautious in that.
Sure.
Because the next sentence says that we're then going to consult. So
I think that's super key because we don't necessarily have a paper road access right to the top in one spot, which would be keen. In another area we might have, but it could be challenging to get through. So you can only mustn't overpromise here. This has been on the council box for years.
We had a presentation a couple of years ago, Douglas, which raised issues about land ownership there that was potentially a road, but no longer perhaps as accessible as it could have been.
I know from experience, it's a popular one I walk, and you cannot get to the Summit Road due to a lack of a paper road in the last bit.
There's a significant change now in the submissions that we've received, and that the Summit Road Society will now allow access through their reserve, which was the impediment before. So there is a significant change.
So new wording, commit to investigate making a link, work with community through the next 12 months on a location as part of a review of the walking and cycling action plan for implementation through the long-term plan. All those in fact, sorry, Councillor Bland.
Look, I'm really sorry, but I recall correspondence from this council on this matter, and we did agree to consult with landowners, and I think that was the problem, not the community. So perhaps that was the nuts and bolts what we were going to do.
It's actually more than consulting. It's actually being able to get agreement.
Yeah, get agreement, and that's all we agreed on. So I think that maybe it should reflect a little bit more of that.
We'll include feasibility in that. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Taitapu, Lincoln, Cycleway. And here again, it's about reviewing as part of the walking and cycling strategy and action plan. You'll recall the matter came to us around the location of the current space, whether it was on Perryman's Road, and the submitter was requesting that run along Lincoln Taitapu Road. Councillor Miller.
One of the key points they wanted to make was they wanted access to the Little River Rail Trail. Subsequently to that, I've been speaking to the Andrew Maisie, the walking cycling strategy. There is an option from going on the drainage swale from the corner of Ellesmere Road, which the council owns, down to the council wetlands, which then connect onto the rail trail. So there is an alternate option which could satisfy their need to be connected and just carry our current strategy to Perryman's Road. I noted in the staff submission that they're happy to seal a section of Perryman's Road to the main road, and that's been the community response to that is sign us up, Murray.
It could be 98, 206, 23 or 7 are the numbers that I've got here.
Yeah, but there is a submission in there which does have comment from myself, because I made some comment there too in conjunction with Murray's crew. But I think the answer that Councillor Miller said gives the pragmatism around it. But yeah, the Perryman's Road is just a no-brainer.
Yep. So review as part of the action plan for walking and cycling strategy. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Taitapu Punk Track. And recommendations here is there's a number of these that are going in and communities are talking about. Prebilton was through the last annual plan or long-term plan was there. So learn from what we're currently doing and install if the local funding allows. No new funding allocated. And Murray, it's your turn to be first, but if is there any discussion other than that? Councillor Miller?
Well, again, some clarity. This applies to Lincoln as well. Both those community committees have been, it's not something that is something on the horizon. It's actually happening now. The kids are in the domains with their shovels, making piles of dirt into their own tracks.
Yep.
Especially the Liffey, there's jumps and jumping the Liffey, and they're saying they're concerned probably about health and safety. But they said, well, if we're happy, particularly the Taitapu one, they said, well, if there's no problem, are they allowed to go and then shovel dirt around, make their own jumps? Because the kids seem quite proactive doing it. They just didn't want to go ahead without the council sort of knowing about it. Liffey is a bit of a different story because clearly once you start jumping the Liffey on a bike, it becomes a bit of an issue. And so that's where the community committees are concerned about and saying, look, this is already happening. If we don't provide a location or a facility where they can do it, they're just going to go ahead and do it anyway.
Thank you. Douglas?
There's two sort of key issues. One is pump tracks, as you were saying in the narrative, so they're generally sealed tracks, and they have a particular reason for being. It's the BMX type jump arrangement Councillor Miller said. Like, we're actually currently closing the one down that Councillor Miller's referred to because it's just not good. The key issues to think about and is like, no, you put these you allow people to do these things and then next to residential properties, you do create a bit of obviously an issue. We obviously have some land where it's appropriate. Rhodes Park is the one that's probably got some options. If kids wanted to go and dig in particular areas, then that's probably fine. We also get challenges where locals turn up with a digger and want to make something a bit more, I suppose, bigger, challenging. There is a, I'm looking at Mark Rikers, there's a European standard, isn't there, Mark, that gives us some guidance in these sort of areas now which we can work with, but it's really a matter of making sure that they arrive in areas where it's appropriate. We're not funding too excessively. The other one is the odd developers allowed kids to go and have a kick around in their piles of dirt. So, Mark, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you've covered most of the issues around it. The proper pump tracks, they're actually really expensive to build. Because they have to be built to a particular standard and make sure that they're not dangerous in any way. And sealed surface or that sort of thing. So, you're looking at sort of $300,000 to $400,000 to do those properly, a proper pump track. So it's something where we need to think about in terms of where we're going to put these to get the best bang for the buck going forward. There is the one going into Prebbleton at the moment, which is just being planned for. We've had, there's been calls for similar sorts of facilities in Rolleston and Lincoln as well. So, it is something we've got to think about going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Lyle.
I think it's important to delineate between a pump track and a BMX track. Pump tracks are designed with the humps and hollers in such a way that you can ride them and run on your velocity and your gravity to get around them. Whereas BMX are more of a grunty operation. Yes, we have one planned that fits in a remarkably small amount of land. We're just waiting on the stormwater consents and things to be done, and I think it's meant to be completed before Christmas. So, just there's two different things here, and we've certainly seen the youth of our village utilising a pile of dirt in an unsold piece of commercial area with spades and having a lot of creative fun out there. But kids will be kids.
Yeah, and I think what we should be encouraging is the low-cost local solution option, and we've got three of those that I'm aware of. One at Castle Hill, one at Colgate, and one at Glentunnel School, where they basically got friends of the school or local contractors who are friendly to the reserve to come and actually build it at really low cost and make a facility that the young people love to use. So if it's going to be $400,000, $500,000, that's a different story. But finding spaces where we can allow a community outcome, in much the same way as the White Cliffs communities got on and built their cycleway off their own bat, really. I think we need to ensure that we can open up those opportunities. So here we're saying that there's no new funding. If they can use their own funding, great, or any local connections, and learn from expertise and staff who have been involved in implementing this so far. Councillor McInnes.
I was just going to follow on and say basically the same thing as you, that it's actually really cool if there's kids going out and building stuff. That's some really good problem solving, actual life education you don't get at school generally, but it's still pretty useful for everybody to exercise that kind of creativity and risky play. But I was just thinking, again, with the domains and the special reserve funds, that's something that some of the smaller ones as well, potentially, if there's a patch of land that we could allow them to use to make that a wee community project, then that might help with the money side at least as well.
Thank you. So all those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Item 41 is Mountains to the Sea Cycleway. This has been a matter that's floated around this council for a really long time. Gets a lot of enthusiasm, and then when it comes to funding it externally, there's a resounding echo to the question of funding. So this is now saying what could be done locally using local funds to begin with, and a passion that's there locally to make it happen. Recommendation is that we think about a couple of councillors that could be there to support them, and maybe that's the local councillors or others that have got an interest in this project. There needs to be an answer to them around, I think, some advice given to them about a legal structure for themselves to protect whoever is investigating this, so that they don't put themselves at risk. And before progressing, perhaps this is a matter that needs to be, again, through the action plan of the walking and cycling strategy, as it fits in that space. So that's the recommendation. And Councillor Hassan and Alexander.
Okay, I remember a few years this came up, but it was an ECAM project and they were actually asking us to buy into it.
It was a John Key project.
It's previously been a joint project to try and receive funds from John Key when
Oh,
the
is that
National
what it was?
Cycleways project was up. So there has been some design work done. It was brought to our attention for a PGF application, was it, a couple of years ago, Nicole? So for the PGF. So if this was going to happen, it would need to be part of a wider consultation. It would be huge costs involved if the council was to do it. It needs a proper review of to the size and scale and scope of what our involvement might be, and then look at what appetite there is for other partners to be in. If Kiwi Rail says no, the whole thing's not going to happen. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. I support the investigation. Procedurally, I wouldn't support both ward councillors. I think it's really good if you have a one ward councillor and one from the greater district to represent a wider perspective on an issue. And just wondering how they are appointed. Would that be as part of the rates adoption resolution we'll have in a couple of weeks? Would there be a recommendation that the councillors A and B be the councillors?
It could be that, or we could ask the community board to consider supporting this group and recommending the structure. So that option's there if you've got a way of doing it.
Yeah, I don't have a way of doing it. I'm just raising that if we're going to appoint two, there needs to be a mechanism to do that, and that I don't support it being only the ward council. I support a wider perspective, because this would be potentially district-wide funded, so therefore a wider perspective.
Thank you.
I think a longer term view around the terms of reference for this appointment as well, and also with whom is it that they're working. So yes, a future council meeting, but I wouldn't think it would be the 24th of June.
And at some point, we're going to have to appoint the councillors that are going to do the walking and cycling action plan review, and it may be that those councillors become a part of this too, so we could lump those together. So no new funding for this proposal, but support to think about how they might get to a next stage. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Prebbleton and Rolleston Cycleway. Recommendation is that we review the walking and cycling action plan, and that it be considered at that time. No new funding may be made available. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Leaston Community Centre. This is a matter that the council's been thinking about for a while. It's been reported back through various council meetings, through the property report. Recommendation here is that we do the master plan for Leaston Domain and understand what's going to be required there. That we explore alternative delivery of library services, and that could look like a number of different things. It doesn't necessarily even have to be in a library building, but how we might partner with local businesses to provide library services, maybe in a local, rather than having a cafe in a library. We might have a library and a cafe, and allow staff to explore what that delivery could look like. And then understanding for the medical centre what that future might be. And there has been a link in Darfield with the community centre, with the medical centre, sorry. If I said community centre before, I meant medical centre. With the medical centre moving onto the hospital site, and Leaston also has a great site where the hospital currently is, and thinking about what the model for the community, for the medical centre, sorry, might be, is also going to take some time to think about. So that's a recommendation out there for people to talk about. Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'm just not sure that we should be having that medical centre as hospital site as being the preferred option. I think we just need to leave it open that we explore all options.
Yep.
The difficulty there, of course, is that it's not a site that we own. And understand we've done that previously in Darfield, but I think we've got a range of options here. Really happy to see a master plan being put up essentially as a straw man for Leaston Domain. That is, it is what has come back through consultation, is that is the site that has the most perceived as being the best site at this stage. So at some point we have to put something up that can go out to wider consultation and get agreement. So supportive of that. I just think we should possibly take away that hospital site in the recommendation, that we explore a range of options for combining the medical services of Leaston.
If it said explore possible relocation of medical centre, including to the hospital site,
yeah,
just brings that into the conversation.
Yes. Yeah, it could include that.
Mr. Marshall.
Well, today we have not had that site because it's not our land. We've got plenty of good sites ourselves. So unlike Darfield, where that was the best site, it's not arguably the best site by any stretch of imagination in Leeston.
But there's no reason why it shouldn't be included and then discounted if it's not the most appropriate site.
Well, yes, but we've probably discounted it already.
Okay. If that work's already been done, then we don't need to include it now. Local councillors, I'll defer to you on that.
Well, I think the complexities of it and the history of it would suggest that DHB don't see expending money there as being a priority, but that's me putting my view on that. But I think we've got a perhaps a better range of options than going there.
Okay. Yeah. So just explore possible relocation options for medical centre, including use of the current site. Yeah. Any further discussion on that? All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Cemetery pits, item 44. Recommendation here is that we stop the reserve and public access work until the Leeston Reserve Master Plan is complete. And so we focus our energies on recreational space and community space in that Leeston area to the Leeston site. I think a big detractor from Leeston having a community centre built right now was the building of the lakeside facility and the energy that had to go into that, and funds just around the corner from Leeston has meant that a project in Leeston has been delayed. And if we continue with the cemetery pit, to me it seems like a little bit of a distraction from the work that's actually more important. If we were to reprioritise, I see Leeston Reserve Master Plan as more important. So putting that forward as a recommendation for discussion.
So if I can just jump in and read from the staff response to that. So it acknowledges that the toxic pond area has been rehabilitated this year, and there is a budget to continue with some of the basic development during the 2021 financial year, following which the project will be reassessed and programmed as part of the 21 to 31 long-term plan.
So it sounds like it's a long-term plan discussion. Okay. Councillor Lemon?
The clarification from David is important because it allows us to remediate the major problem there, or look to remediate that major problem. That gives us a way forward. I think if we've got that, then the community can have a real discussion about what's needed. So cautiously optimistic about the future of it.
So it's for remediation work, the current budget? So the recommend, sorry, Councillor Epar.
Sure, Sam, thank you. I think if we look at the purpose of the cemetery pit in the first place was to bring the two communities together of Southbridge and Leeston. It's not doing that at the moment, and I think with the discussion that was held by Councillor Miller previously about cycling tracks, there was some work done towards that with previous discussions with Southbridge Community Committee. They would like to see some commitment towards a cycling track, linking the communities together, which was the purpose of the cemetery pit in the first place. Thank you.
What we're saying is we're going to continue with the budget for this year and include the matter for consultation under the long-term plan. Yep. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. And I'll just because that is another item that we're deferring to the long-term plan. And at some point, we're going to have to start picking some winners and losers. We talked about it at the beginning of the day around not necessarily being able to achieve everything that we want to see in a short period of time. And we put ourselves under huge pressure with the current long-term plan in the first 3 years, knowing that there was actually a bit of a long tail after that. And I'll remind us of this as we go into the next long-term plan. We need to make sure that we're not just bulking up the next 3 years of the long-term plan, and costs will continue to escalate if we don't start prioritising. David, I'll hand it to you about this.
Okay, I'll speak to the next few because I've been directly involved in them. Firstly, the Hororata flooding. The Melbourne Community Board held a clinic on site in Hororata on Monday of this week, well attended by local members. Staff put forward a presentation detailing stormwater flooding work that had been completed already, that was programmed, as you were, was currently underway, and thirdly was programmed for completion or works to be nailed by the end of spring. There was no detracting comments to those proposals, and certainly good support and understanding of the models. We had talked about the fact that there was a lot of upstream effects or effects, land use changes up towards the foothills, which were causing upstream effects, which were flowing down to the township itself. So happy that that's progressing. And also further report, I can further report that staff are holding discussions with ECAN in respect to the rating area and what that might encompass and the type of work that we would be looking for as well. Happy to answer any questions on that, Mr. Mayor.
Any change from what's presented? Councillor Mugford?
Yeah, just as far as the Horata flooding, there is the same rating next year as this year already there anyway, isn't there?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so the work that's being proposed is already funded.
Thank you. All those in favour of the recommendation say aye. Against, declare it carried. Item 46, progress whakahono agreement.
So what I was going to do is take 46, 47, 48 in block, because they all require the CEO to bring reports back. So I'm comfortable to do that within a very short time frame. So I suggest we proceed on that basis.
Any questions on that, Councillor Alexander?
Yeah, just had a question on 48 when we talk about rates relief for camping ground. Your report back will include the funding implications of if this group are receiving rates release, who's funding the difference?
I think what we should ask, I think what we should confirm today is that there's no rates relief for camping ground, for camping grounds, and the CEO will bring a report back around the future of campgrounds.
We own all the campgrounds. There's only the lease arrangement on Glen Tunnel. It's only issue and residents. So it's and we charge for water. So it's a very easy report for the CEO to write. It's a good KPI, David.
KPI.
2 paragraphs, no KPIs.
All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Item number 49 is Glen Tunnel drainage. And so this is a matter that's been brought to the community board's attention previously. Mr. Ward, I might get you to touch on.
Yeah, look, it was. And again, I think the recommendation is pretty straightforward. It was brought to the community board about 12, 15 months ago. Very similar presentation was made to council a couple of weeks back. And the only prudent way forward is to do what's suggested, and that is report the solution to council in August 2020, and it will be an LTP item for future funding in terms of the extent of that work.
So I'll just change the wording to say report possible situation and possible solutions to council, and that will form part of Murray's water report back to the August council meeting as his monthly report. And the funding, any funding if required, would be a matter for the 21-31 long-term plan. Bob?
Yeah, wouldn't that also be in the district-wide rating for flooding that we've got already in there for next year?
Except the current year's rating is probably allocated, so that it's not necessarily new funding, but the allocation of that funding is
existing funding, yeah.
Yep. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Item 50 is Kiwi Reserve irrigation. Recommendation that we bring forward that irrigation rather than digging up the fields twice. Councillor Miller?
Just wanted clarity around, in the plan, it was originally budgeted at 54,000, now it's 287. Is there a definitive reason why we've had an exponential increase?
Mr. Rikus?
Yeah, sorry, the 54,000 is actually for the CPW getting the water onto the site and doing the tank work and stuff like that. The 280,000 is for the actual installation of the in-ground system. And originally it was for 21-22, so it's just to bring it forward with the rest of the development. It's also 50% development contribution funded as well, that project, so it's not all targeted rates.
Any further questions? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Item 51 is alcohol licence fees. And the recommendation is that we maintain fees as they're set, and we encourage staff to continue as they are, supporting businesses to lower their risk and therefore lowering their fees. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Southbridge Hall in your reserve. The recommendation here is that we include these projects and the government funding that I mentioned yesterday during the council meeting. Government is currently looking for councils to put forward projects around particular halls with historic status, Marais and other projects. I might get Mr. Marshall to talk about that.
So we have to lodge applications tomorrow, so we'll be doing that for Southbridge. We've got a heritage upgrade there, as you probably know, plus the War Memorial site across the road. We're also going to look at the Mead Hall seismic. The rules around allow you to interpret town halls quite widely, and we are just trying to figure out whether the Ellesmere Heritage Park have some work, whether that can be covered under one of these. It's not 100% sure on that, but they're the ones we're looking to put in, where the Runanga have already told us what they're doing from a marae perspective, so that's good. And the other category was Pacifica churches, but that won't fall into that category.
So we would be applying for the government funding using existing funds with no new funding allocated this year. Councillor Lehman?
Yeah, that was just a clarification, Sam, that if we're unsuccessful for government funding, do we need to make a decision there about whether we because it was on here prior to us having discussions around government funding availability, do we still go ahead with these projects? So we set aside funds now to do them because they were proposed in the annual plan before we decided about government funding?
Yeah, I think the way I describe it is that we can have a slightly wider brief if we can put in for government money as opposed to how far our money will go. So that we've got money to do enough, I suppose I'd suggest. We can do more regarding the hall and getting it set up for the future than our funds allow.
So to paraphrase that, Douglas, if we don't get the government money, we are still going to go ahead with these jobs.
Correct.
Apply for government funding and use existing funds, but no new funding allocated to these projects through the annual plan. Covers it? Great. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Sam, I just had my hand up there. I just wanted to know if there's opportunity then to add cycleway to that.
My reading of the application fund is no.
Item number 53 is around climate change funding. And recommendation here is that without tagging into a particular project and noting that we're currently doing a carbon footprint exercise for our own organisation to understand where we're at, that we would add a standard title to council agenda papers so that climate change effects would be taken into account through our decision making. Is there any comments on that? All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item number 54 is around a Branthwaite subdivision, and there were two roads. It's on a corner. There were two roads. I can't I'll be guessing the names of the roads off the top of my head. Sorry. Staff have recommended that there not be anything new planted there. Implemented there. I think.
That's not what, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, it's not what staff recommended.
Oh, great. Councillor Alexander, if you could.
It's submission 100-070. Staff recommended they would look at it and see where it fitted with the network to consideration of some equipment possibly being put there. So it's not quite as blunt as your response that there'd be no equipment. The staff would look at it in the context of other reserves.
So we can have, as staff recommend, through a review of surrounding reserves.
Yeah. No.
No, it's this year. If we make that decision.
There is a budget for playgrounds.
Where's the funding coming from? Are we increasing the playground funding?
Government contribution.
So it's DC funded.
Isn't that subdivision still with the developer and doing that way? That's not vested in council. Does that make a difference to our discussions?
No, that with that particular subdivision, the development of the reserve is they're not doing that. And they're not getting any credits for that as part of the development contribution. So it's back to council to actually do the development of it. And we have got funding for it in 2021 for that reserve. That's one of the ones that we have got funding for.
Thank you. So as staff recommended, and there were a review of surrounding reserves and implementation of funding out of development contributions. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 55 is including more events on Selwyn NZ, which was a submission brought to us, and recommendation there that staff to action the Selwyn events calendar to promote what's currently happening. Councillor Hassan.
Yes. Where does this fit with regards to our community grants and events funding? Is there an opportunity for the next 12 months to combine 55 and 19 sections?
Denise?
One's about how events get funded, one's about how events get promoted. I think the intention behind the submission is that we want to be able to promote all sorts of events, not just those that council has funded. And currently between the comms team and ourselves, we are looking at ways that we can better promote events, not just those that council delivers and or funds.
So why is that not included in the 50K for the, to catch Christchurch residents to Selwyn?
It's an action currently underway that they're doing. The funding allocation that we made earlier in the day is about new work that could be possible. So it does form part of the same stream of work, and it'll be run by Denise's department and ensure that it works across its own purposes. It's not going to, it's not one or the other.
What's the budget, please?
Whatever is currently allocated. Denise, do you know?
That's a work in progress because it depends where we land. At the moment, we're working with Squiz around a complete redesign of the community services directory that allows community organisations to promote their own events. And so there's costings associated with a range of different models that we're looking at, all of which would need to come within our existing budgets.
We'll make that note that it's within the existing funds and there's no rate change based on the decision. Councillor McInnes.
I just want to say I think this one's a bit of a no-brainer, really. It's a lot of stuff goes online now. It's a great, cheap, easy way to promote events and groups, and at the moment that's something that everybody needs. And if we can help with it within a work stream that already exists, then yeah, why would you say no?
Great. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 56 is up as past stormwater, and recommendation here is that staff to review and report back to the council meeting in September 2020. And I just made that September rather than August because we had August for the previous horror Glen Tunnel, so I just made it a month later so that there was time for staff to look at it. But Mr. Washington,
Yeah, just trying to find which submission are you referring to?
216.
216. Okay, that's fine.
We'll find it and get back to you on that.
Yeah, that's right.
Any discussion on that? All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Number 57 is around staffing budgets, and recommendation here that there be no additional staff above current levels for the next 12 months.
And we just want to add some words to that, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with the first words, but to that add the following: other than those currently committed, plus those required for new facilities, because we are going to be bringing on staff to start the initial duties involved with a number of our facilities that are currently under construction, Mr. Mayor. And in doing that, that will, I've got to say, put us under quite a bit of pressure to undertake a number of the duties that we are required to do. And if we just think back over some of those requests that we've had the last 3 or 4 hours to do work required for the long-term plan, that will require Herculean effort from a number of people, but we will possibly have to review our resources.
Lucky Greg Bell's on it then, isn't it? It's lucky Greg Bell's on it then, isn't it?
Yeah. Any further discussion on that? All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 58 is Walker's Road upgrade. And the recommendation here is that we delay the project for 12 months and complete the work that's going on to understand the corridor improvements from the end of the state highway, end of the motorway down to Burnham, which is currently there. I spoke with Jim Harland to understand what risk this would put that NZTA funding at, and he did not think it would put it at risk, but it's not his decision around whether or not it's given back to us next year. But he's the South Island Relationships Manager for Council, so I take what he's told me, but also there's no guarantee. Councillor Alexander.
Yep, I would like this to actually complete the work. This project has sat on our budget for the last 3 years for a variety of reasons, keep being pushed back. The first of which was to complete the shifting of the power lines from the roadside to the edge of the road reserve. The fact that it's also was held up because it was under budgeted. There was more work involved in our initial budget. This is a heavily used piece of road at the moment. It's effectively the southern entrance to iZone through with the changes, well, southern exit really to iZone with the changes at Hoskins Road. It's carrying a lot of heavy traffic. The road is not wide enough for a truck and trailer, 2 trucks and trailers to cross each other safely. They're putting their left-hand set of wheels onto the shoulder, and like Ward's Road, the shoulder is collapsing through that pressure. Also, as a private motorist, if you're driving there and a truck driver coming the other way doesn't quite pull over enough, you're on the edge of shoulder, and it's not a great experience. This piece of road is also used currently as a diversion when our police colleagues raid the gang facility down the road. They direct all state highway traffic up Walker's Road, Two Chain Road, and back down Alsbury Road while they close that block to raid the gang house. So it is really in need of work. I asked Mr. Maisie about the safety of the NZTA funding, and he pointed out that next financial year is the third and final year of the current National Land Transport Fund. There is no guarantee. NZTA staff are not able to guarantee that this funding will continue into the next NLTP. We take our risk with every other national project, every other regional project. And I think a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. We've got $260,000 of NZTA funding against this. It is a project that is overdue to be done, and I think we should get on and do it.
Thank you. Councillor Blunt.
Yeah, just a simple question to one of our engineers. Is there an element of road safety involved in the widening of this road? Just a simple yes or no. If there is an element of road safety, I would certainly say that we should carry on with it once it's been on our books.
Yes. Yes.
I heard yes. Councillor Mugford, Reid and Lyle.
Yes, I believe it should be done. It's getting rough all the time. I'd like to know how much we're going to pay in keeping it maintained in the time that we should actually be doing it. Because it is getting, the edges are getting very bad and it's getting narrower.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
I think we need to do it. I second what Councillor Alexander has said about the potential to lose the money. We can't lose this money. It's about 50%, I would think, that's being funded for. And it's going to be very difficult to get other money if we start putting off projects that we have got funding for to actually try and get money for other projects from NZTA as well. We have to look at that bigger picture. If we can't complete the projects that we said we're going to over the 3-year period, then they might not give us money for other projects in the next 3-year period.
Yeah, Councillor Lyle.
I'm just concerned that all of a sudden we're spending money and we get into the crunchy end of the afternoon.
Yeah.
We took this out for a reason. The reason why it was taken out was we're trying to keep the rates low for our ratepayers across the whole of Selwyn. I understand this road does need work. There are many roads that need work. So I just ask how many percent will that add to our rate increase? We've already seen that we've popped things up a bit with decisions we might have made this morning. And I'm just concerned that late in the day today, we're bringing things back in, which is going to edge our rate rise back up again. So I'd just like to get an indication of where we're going to sit with this, perhaps at the end of the day, so we can revisit it.
Yeah. And look, it does need to be revisited. It has been discussed with council several times before, and it's always been the understanding that this would be removed. It's a $500,000 impact. So Greg based, it's 0.1% rating wise. So you've got some numbers in front of you. So if you put this back in, it's going to bump the average up by.
Yes, it's about 0.7 as a one-off, but it all depends on the funding that would potentially come through if we left it in or left it out until we came to the LTP, potentially getting more subsidies. So it is a little bit of a bird in the hand and two in the bush, as Councillor Alexander pointed out. So there are two ways of looking at it.
Thank you. Councillor Hassan.
I was going to mention the same thing. Where do we find the extra 240k for this project? I'm assuming that the 500, that's 500 minus the 260.
No, 500 is ours.
500 in ours plus the 260.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What are we prepared to take out? Go back to the drawing board.
So just, do we have an idea of how much it costs us to maintain the edges of this road every year? because it really is like pothole city down there.
Not off the top of heads, Councillor, but we can find that information that's going to be helpful. Councillor Alexander?
I dispute the comment that we agreed to have it taken out. I tried to dispute this when the list was first prepared and was shut down. So we hadn't all agreed previously that it was going to be taken out. It was an area of dispute. The reason it's late in the day is the fact that that's how the mayor organised the list. If it had been my preference, it would have been up this morning with the other projects that we were talking about. And as we heard Mr. Washington say, there is an element of road safety in it. It's a project that's sat on our books for 3 years. The reason it's council was 500, not half the project, is we undercosted it in our first estimates. And we can't get NZTA to increase their share when it's our fault that we didn't cost it properly. And I agree totally with Councillor Reid. There is no guarantee that this will be funded in the next 3 years and that it won't have an impact on our other projects. We have traditionally funded a lot of our roading projects via our general rate loan. This would simply be another general rate loan project if we agreed so, and therefore the impact isn't necessarily as dramatic in the next year. So, I really plead with you, councillors, let's get on and do this one.
Councillor Miller? And then Councillor
Just Councillor Alexander's comments that we got the costings wrong. If we were to delay this and resubmit to NZTA with the correct costings, is it likely we'd get an increased subsidy based on the new information available?
I don't know if that's actually gone through the process yet, but obviously the scope and the size of the job has changed over the years.
My second question is, yes or no answer, would Perryman's road ceiling have an element of road safety?
Open the door.
I do know one person who'd be very pleased.
That wasn't a yes or no answer.
The answer is all roading projects have an element of road safety. I can't deny that.
Oh, very good.
But it's not a reason to actually just spend money.
I think the question is, what will it cost us if we don't fix it? We've got half the money in the bank. There's an element of risk, public safety, and on those grounds, I'd support Councillor Alexander.
I think there's some upside risk to delaying, and that's why I've put it forward here. I can't see another $500,000 that we're going to save out of the budget this year. If we put this back in, it does mean that rates increases are going to be higher. And I think that's exactly in opposition to what most of the submissions have been towards us this year. So I'm happy that we go to vote on this, unless there are some further questions of clarification or comments that need to be made. Councillor Reid and then Councillor Lemon.
So, and this is potentially one of the intersections that will be upgraded through the money that's come through for NZTA as well. So is potentially that could be a reason to delay the project until that intersection has been done. And
that could be a reasonable conclusion.
Councillor Lemon.
Let's put a slightly different slant on it, hasn't it?
sorry, but
That's good clarification. The point is here that we're delaying for 12 months. We're still talking about spending that money.
yeah.
We're still going to put that on the rates. We're actually debating whether it's this. Just wait, Councillor Alexander. What we're doing is I think you'll find that I'm agreeing with you if you wait long enough. That we're only delaying it by 12 months of spending that money. So we're still going to have a rating effect. We're just debating whether having that rating effect this year or next year. So why not take the money we've got now? I'm tending, having said that, the last comment about the upgrades of the intersection puts a different slant on it. And we haven't had that information till now that I'm aware of. So that makes it doubly difficult.
It just struck me that quite often today we've been saying, oh, we're just delaying it for another 12 months. Don't kid yourselves, we're probably going to be having the same conversation next year as well. The economic recovery is not going to be over in 12 months. So all these things that we're delaying for 12 months, we need to actually cut a few more down, I think.
is Castle Hill Community Centre Extension. And in here I have suggested that we delay that project. Happy for there to be questions and conversation around that. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Digital and organisational strategy. This is recommended that we confirm this for this financial year. The CEO, well, we've seen through the lockdown the importance of digital strategy and shaping our organisation to be fit for the future, and believe that this is an important piece of work for us to complete. Is there any discussion on it? All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 61 is Springfield water supply, and the recommendation is that we complete the works that are required there. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Foster Park internal road, number 62, and the recommendation is that we complete the internal road as part of the build for the indoor courts as budgeted. Any discussion?
Just ask staff to clarify the justification of this road, because it did seem to be an expensive piece of roading from the car park to the indoor court stadium, and that's what ratepayers were questioning, is quite how it came to be that expensive for that short piece of road.
So it's not just road, it also includes landscaping and other items around the entire building. It's unfortunately, I'm quite sure it's been picked up on that basis. So it's not just road. I don't have the number in front of me for the road. Yes, it is going over a couple of footpaths that we've put in early, probably about 3 or 4 years ago. But no, it includes a much wider program, and as part of the civil works around the indoor courts that have already been approved by council 3 or 4 months ago.
Thank you. With that clarification, all those in favour that it proceed, say aye. Against? Declare it carried. The rates we'll deal with at the very end of the day, so just want to touch on any further items that councillors may be aware, or staff that we haven't.
Did you deal with Castle Hill? Yes,
Castle Hill, no new funding.
So delayed.
We'll delay if there's no funding in the current year.
Well, there is funding in 2021. That's where it is. So we're taking it out, pushing it back here.
I would say no new funding. Do it within current funding if you can do it this year. If you can't do it within current funding, there's no new additional funding available.
Oh, okay. So, right, well, it's not delayed then, is it?
No. I've changed those words on my thing. No new funding. Number 6. So there's some extra items that have been brought to my attention around retail, and this is particularly around Rolleston Town Centre. We'd said that we would delay that through the annual plan, and so this is just a confirmation that we will continue with Rolleston Town Centre as the annual plan outlined. Does anyone else have any different view? It didn't really come in through submissions particularly strongly, but I do think it's just worth clarifying where we're heading. That that we would follow the annual plan outline for Rolleston Town Centre. We'll just do nothing.
Sam,
there's some planning though that will go on, and the underground infrastructure is work that we've said would happen, but the investment in buildings and in retail and in food and beverage is not work that we will fund this year.
Okay, that's the clarification I was seeking, that we're continuing to plan for it.
Yes.
We're just not physically doing the works.
Yes.
In this next financial year. Thank you.
Mr.
Well, council not doing it, because I know today the other parties were in here doing work on that under their statement. So.
All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Leaston cricket nets was another item that was in there, reasonably minor. I can't recall what the staff recommendation was on that, but basically I'm saying if there's money available in the current budgets, then that happens, but there's no new funding available.
Yeah, that should come from the Ellesmere special funds.
Or the Ellesmere Reserve can fund it, that's fine, but there's no new additional funding that council's providing for that project. And the same for, so I'll take these in blocks. So Leaston cricket nets, community gardens was also brought up through submissions, Lake Coleridge playground, Lake Coleridge reserve enhancements, kids discovery plant out program was mentioned, Brookside Park cricket nets.
Brookside Park cricket nets, Mr. Mayor, they're half built. We put the pads down, and we're just waiting for the nets and the the mat to go on top. So it would seem silly to say not to continue with that when they're half built.
It would. So if we stop before that one, and we say that there's no new funding available, we're not allocating anything new through this annual plan towards those projects, but if staff have it within their current budgets to do them, then that work will be done. Any comments or questions on that, Councillor Miller?
Just clarity around why the Coleridge work was brought forward.
The playground. Yeah. It's basically at end of life, and it's got some safety. We've had all of our playgrounds inspected, so it's got some safety issues with it as well. So we need to do some work on it. The funding was already in the 10-year plan, so it's just bringing it forward to this financial year rather than just keep it going for a bit in an unsafe condition. So that was the rationale for bringing that forward.
So the money's budgeted, but not in this current year. Councillors are happy that the money be brought forward to this year, but there's no additional funding for the replacements of the items mentioned above: the community gardens, kids discovery plant out days, Leaston cricket nets, and Lake Coleridge Reserve enhancements. Douglas, does that feature in the playground work, or is that separate?
Separate, I think.
Yeah, no, that's separate work, and that's something that we would have a look at as part of the long-term plan process.
Yeah, great. So no new funding for that available this year as well. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Brookside Park cricket nets is brought up, work's half completed. Mr. Rikers, do you want to just update us on that project?
Yeah, that project's already funded, so
we don't need to discuss it then.
No new funding required for it.
And Kiwi recreational reserve projects other than irrigation?
With some of those projects, one of them was the tractor replacement, so they no longer require that anyway, because Cyclone is actually going to be doing the mowing going forward on that reserve. And most of the other ones were deferrals of work for 2021, which and pushing that out a little bit, so that's fine. And some of the other ones that they raised were really long-term plan. They were beyond 2021 that they raised.
So no additional funding required there. Ellesmere AMP Association, when they were here, asked for some rates relief, and suggestion here is that there's no additional funding for that relief. But as discussed this morning, they're welcome to apply for the funding through the events fund for the Selwyn Spring Show. Libraries has been on the list as well, around change to the way we function our libraries, and particularly around hours. David, do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, I do, and I'll get Denise to speak to it as well. But we're going to talk about salaries, salary budget for next year at some stage. But one of the things that Denise has put forward is actually reducing some of those libraries hours. Denise, do you just want to give an overview on that?
I'm not aware of any intention to reduce the operating hours. We initially didn't return to full, but we've moved back up. I think one of the conversations we did have was in terms of the potential for a different service arrangement in the short to medium term in terms of Leaston, and that might have some impact around that. So that we did talk about, but that's early days in that discussion.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was referring to here.
I would like to bring up the Melbourne Community Board in their submissions suggested that they supported shorter hours in relation to libraries to enable cost savings, but there was not a staff response to that. So that is the reason I brought that up.
So the staffing matters and the overall rates position that we find ourselves in, we'll deal with after a break for afternoon tea. I think that brings us to the end of all the other individual items that needs discussion up to that point.
Mr. Mayor, I've got two submissions which we haven't had a response to.
Right, Councillor Alexander.
Submission 100-018. I got a staff response to the ratepayers submission, which question the fact she had a 38% rate rise in Ralston last year, which was due actually to the fact that she had been undercharged for prior years. I just want to ensure that that information will be communicated to the submitter that they were the beneficiary of a rates undercharge, which we didn't catch up with till last year. So that their 38% rate rise was because they'd actually had a very good deal in prior years. I just didn't want that response left out.
Can you give me that number again, Mark?
I'll forward you the email.
Yeah, no submission number.
100,018, Ms. Speckman. And the other, I was brought to my attention that you actually indicated to Mr. Teague, Trevor Teague, that you'd respond during deliberations about the questions he was asking about the Mirror Advisor.
Welcome back to the last episode of Annual Plan 2020-2021. Oh, we do, the formal adoption at the council meeting on June 24th. I'd now like to just hand the floor over to Greg Bell, who has circulated a paper to all councillors last week with his staff. There's been a number of other papers circulated, which included some bar graphs around how different rates for properties are calculated. And Greg, I'll hand the floor to you. And if you could reflect on some of the decisions we've made today, the impact on your initial forecasts before we start talking about where the rates number lands for this year.
Just before you start, I think a number of us have a few little tidy up items that we'd like to see tidied up before we get into that final discussion. If I'm alone on that, or have anyone got other items they wish to raise about submissions?
No, Councillor Miller, if you got some.
Just particularly around the Lincoln Community Committee submission. There were staff responses, particularly there was two requests which were not acknowledged. Lincoln Community Committee is submission number 100-159. They particularly asked on two fronts. One was the Meyerberg Square, where they had put in a sculpture installation and were asking for lighting, whether that could be lit from the library or part of the library security, basically enhancement. The other particular one they wanted me to raise is around the Lincoln Country Club development option, which is progressed. For those of you not aware, the old Country Club site has been previously in occupation of a school while the earthquake remediation or new school was being built. Is now reverted through Selwyn District Council using it as a lease per premises and currently has Dairy New Zealand as tenants. The balance of land is, as per the Property Committee recommendations, being developed into sections. The Lincoln Community Committee has long advocated that the whole block be retained in reserve for perpetuity. That has been a debate back and forward, and at the end of the day, it has come to a plan has been presented, which, although not reached the committee's satisfaction, is sort of a compromise. But one thing they wanted me to ask and state unequivocally today was that the Country Club building currently leased to Dairy NZ, when it is no longer being used for commercial purposes, they would like to see it returned to the community as reserved. So they understand that it's being used for commercial use. That may continue for 10, 15, 20 years, but whenever the commercial use of that building is vacated, they would like to see it, the building taken down and there'll be a passive reserve left there. So I'm advocating on their behalf for that submission to be acknowledged and their point of view to be acknowledged. And those were the two things which they asked me to speak on.
Thanks, Grant. I think, yeah, we can acknowledge those, the future use of that space post its commercial use, I think will be a matter for determination of a future council. But it should be noted what we've got there. Mr. Marshall?
With all respect, I would just suggest you would note that it's a district asset. So I'm well aware of the Lincoln desire there, but maybe I think all the best you could do is note it. You can't commit a council at the end of a lease to then suddenly turn it into a community asset. That just wouldn't be appropriate.
I think what they're asking is that they realise that they want the request noted now and somehow within the council records be maintained for the appropriate time.
Yeah, so they can be noted, but the decision doesn't sit with us today. Yep.
The lighting issue, but it's probably, I'd have to look and see whether we've got any budget for that sort of lighting, but I'll just have to report back on that one. If we've got funding available, we could do it in 2021, but if we haven't got funding, that would be a long-term plan consideration.
The final issue that was brought up in submissions would seem to be common sense to me, and I don't receive a water bill because I have my own water supply, was that water bills be put onto a year quarterly or weekly rates account so that you get one statement with everything on it. That seems to be common sense. I don't know why can't we do that, or is that already done? I just not understand how it works. Can someone clarify from who receives a water bill, is it a separate account received, or can the bill be amalgamated into one?
It's a separate invoice based on the reading of the meter, but Mr. Washington, do you want to touch on that?
Well, really it's a rating issue, but I think we send out rates bills 4 times a year and we only do water metering twice a year. It'll be a bit of a chat how that matches up would be a question I'm just going to pass straight over to Greg.
Oh, Greg, you're on the room, so.
Yeah, so the full rates assessment goes out at the start of the year, but without the volumetric water meter. And then we read meters, as Mr. Washington said, twice a year, send out separate bills. So that they're working to different timetables. We don't do all the water readings obviously at the same time because we do it as we progress around the district. Otherwise, it's not practical to do all the meters every quarter for every property. That would be not cost effective.
Is it
Possible
possible?
sort of trying to make it as user friendly for our ratepayers as possible, whether it could be the same as the power companies where you have estimated usage put on your bill. All I'm asking is that you consider it.
Councillor Alexander?
Yeah, I think there was a second part to the request was could they essentially pay a lump sum per period to be held against that account and square it off at some point? Because some people will be using roughly the same amount of water per year. So if you knew your water charge was say $240 a year, could you pay $20 a month to allow an easier invoicing along with your pension, say, which was what the request was, rather than getting a $240 bill that you hadn't budgeted for?
So Greg, you'll investigate ways to include that charging on a more standard rate through the year?
No, I'm not saying that at all. If an individual wanted to pay an amount into their account, it would sit as a credit in their account, and then the bill would offset that. The changes that are being suggested are quite significant in terms of seeking to put bills onto a water account, water accounts onto the rates bills. I'm not aware that any council does that. It's really quite different billing system.
Okay. So if it can be noted that there's no new funding available for the matters raised now, but if there's existing funding to accommodate the lighting in the current plan, then that can proceed. Mr. Marshall, that covers that.
Yeah.
All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carries. Were there any other items that councillors had that they wanted to raise before I hand over to Greg? Councillor Reid?
Just Envirotown's submission. So they didn't come in to speak to us, but they put in a written submission. Sorry, 100, 105. So. And so they're supporting the Lincoln Community Committee, and they've raised the concerns about the land around the Ellesmere Country Club. But they're also promoting, another thing that they've said is promoting cycling, and they're talking about having more bike stands around some of the townships. Now that was brought up, I think, for Darfield at the other long-term plan or annual plan, and it hasn't been looked at further. But I just would like that tagged to the cycling action plan potentially as being something that looked at, because if you're a cyclist, the best way to with cycling you have to have. If you have any issue with cycling, which includes somewhere to park your bike at the end of it, it will dissuade you from cycling. So cycle stands are actually an important thing as part of that whole picture as well. So for everyone's
Thank you. So that should be included with the review of the Walking and Cycling Action Plan. Nicole? Yep, great. Any further items from councillors? Staff, anything that you're aware of that you needed to address that we haven't addressed already? Greg.
Thank you. Budget processes are never easy, but it's obviously been particularly challenging this year in the current times. And for those that are making the decisions, it's obviously difficult balancing all the different requests and needs. And you've made my job a little worse today, but not as bad as it might have been. So not so bad.
You want it worse?
And obviously, in terms of the budgets that we've set for the coming year, there's a higher degree of uncertainty than normal, and we never get budgets right anyway, so that we've been reasonably cautious in terms of forecasting revenues and things next year on the economic forecast that we've had. So things may well turn out differently than we're expecting at the moment. So we've taken a reasonably cautious approach, and I think that's the normal Selwyn way and the sensible way. In terms of the paper that I put in front of you earlier this week, it sets out on page 2 the savings as we saw them at that point in time, but I'd just like to update those for the decisions you made today. So that table at the top of page 2 had a net savings position of $2.13 million that we'd identified. And that was a net position because, of course, some of the impact of the pandemic is a loss of revenue. So in actual fact, there's more, it's not just a pure savings thing, so a loss of revenue as well to be recovered. The adjustments that you made today are to add back in the Walkers Road widening project, also to allocate $150,000 to the Darfield growth strategy. So that's an extra $650 going in as cost. We've identified 2 savings which I hadn't made in that table. One is the $189,000 township discretionary funds, which you've removed, and also a $30,000 reduction in catering. So the updated net savings figure would be $1.7 million. So it's gone $400,000 worse in net terms. So a bit worse, but not completely overturn the savings. If we go on to the next page of the report, it set out where the rate increases that we'd initially proposed, that average 3.5% rate increase, where those increases would lie. And more than half of that was against the general rate, but also significantly $600,000 to the water rate account. Those 2 accounts, and along with the water rate accounts, are probably the ones that give me more sleepless nights than the other accounts, and that's because of the deficit position on those accounts and the need to try and get them into shape. So the reason why we set a financial strategy is to bring those accounts into shape within the period of the long-term plan, and that's what we've been working on. And you know, my philosophy is always, once you set a strategy, to try and stick with it. But the reason for that is it puts you in a good position when things start to go wrong, and obviously things have started to go wrong. So what that's done is it's given us a solid base from which we can vary if we want to. So you don't have to stick with your strategy in all circumstances. So I think this is one circumstance where you may wish to vary from that previous strategy, and that's what we've been looking at in terms of rate increase options. So that loss of rates revenue, if we didn't put the rates up, would be about $2.7 million. So you can see if we made savings of 1.7 million, that gives us a reasonable scope to reduce the level of rate increases without having a detrimental impact on the council's finances. So set out on page 3 of the paper 4 rate increase options. So the first 3 of them are as set out in the consultation document itself. So option 1 was to stick with the initially proposed 3.5% average rate increase, but obviously it's not 3.5% for everybody. It varies depending on the nature of the properties. And those 6 examples I've given there show how it varies between 3.3% for most of our residential properties, but can be up to 6% plus for the large rural properties. And that's because those larger rural properties, most of those their rates are made up of the general rate, water races, and for some, the water supply rate. And it was those 3 rates that were going to be increased by the largest amounts. So that's option 1. Option 2, in terms of the consultation document, was to find some savings and make rate increases more or less in line with those savings. So the option 2 there that I've suggested is to increase the general rate by 3% rather than the previous 6%. Increase the water supply rate by 4% rather than the previous 8%. And increase the water race rate by 3% rather than the previous 6%. And to leave the other rates, so all the community facility rates, refuse, etc., at the same level as the current year. And that would give rate increase options, rate increases across those sample properties of between 1.4% and 3.2%. So that takes the top off those large rate increases. It means none of the properties will be facing those large 6% type of increases, but still some of those large raw properties would have a higher rate increase, but to a lesser extent. And it would bring the sort of typical urban increase down to about 1.4%. And that wouldn't make any significant difference as to whether you're serviced by sewerage or not. And that is a reasonable option based upon the savings that the staff have identified. Option 3 is 0 rate increase, so all the rates remain as they are this year, so no rates increases for anybody. Option 4 is a variant, which is to leave all the standard rates, the ones that you get in your normal rates assessment, the same as this current year, but just put up the water rates, the water supply rate. So that would only impact properties that have a council water supply. And if we put that up by, just by doing it purely through the volumetric charging, so leaving the base rate the same, but the volumetric supply and the billing would go up by about 21%. So it would have an impact on a typical residential property of something like 1.2% rate increase, depending on water usage. Of course, you have the opportunity to reduce your water usage, but it would still hit those larger water users, particularly in the rural areas where they have a larger number of water units, so they would potentially face a larger rate increase. So it gives that more lumpy sort of picture across our sample properties. But that's an option. It would leave the actual rates bill that people get through their annual rates assessment the same as the current year. We'll protect the water supply account, which needs additional funding to fund the water quality work, leave that in a good shape. So those are the 4 options. From a financial point of view, obviously, option 2 is the prudent, sensible one. That is the one that protects the rate accounts, keeps them in a decent shape, and delivers a rate increase which is of a more moderate level. Option 3 is still doable. It would require considerable discipline on the council into the coming long-term plan, because it would set our rates income at a lower level for the future. So it would be I would see it as a dent in our financial strategy that we'd have to recover at a later date. Option 4 would at least offer some protection to that water supply account and protect that water quality work, and probably avoid future rate increases on that account. I think on the water supply account, there is a definite risk of having to have catch-up increases later on, just because of the pressure on to keep that water quality at a high level in terms of capital expenditure. So those are the options. I guess it's over to you.
Thank you. Are there any questions that anyone has for Greg? Councillor Alexander.
Just given the fact we've added some stuff back in, are your figures roughly the same with $1.7 million, with $1 million net increase, then your option 2 figures were prepared on the other table? So there's not a lot of variance for that extra funding we've added back in?
So it does have an impact, but I'm still happy there's a prudent and sensible course of action.
One thing I just want to add is Greg's talked about savings on page 2 of his report, and just for the record, we need to acknowledge that council salaries budget has been left at the same level as the current year, so there is no increase in that. We talked before about new staff coming on as had already been committed, or for the new facilities, but for existing staff there is no increase. And reiterate the comments that I made before, that will put us under quite a bit of pressure in terms of the way that we prioritise and are able to respond to the work that we're required to undertake to meet not only the things we talked about today, but also the continuing growth streams that we're seeing across the district.
Thank you. Any further questions that anyone has? Councillor Miller.
I guess it's at the time of the day where we put the direct question to the CEO and the staff. Are there further savings you've identified which you believe possibly could be unpalatable, which should be put before us today for us to make a decision on because now is the time.
So let's go through the savings that we have put through, and we have reduced building and planning operational savings across those departments by $992,000. Strategy and policy projects were reduced by $500,000. By keeping our staff budget at the same level as last year, that took $1.9 million off what was originally proposed. Toilet cost in Lincoln, Prebbleton and reserves, $473,000. There was a budgeting adjustment of $471,000. The pod refurbishments that we referred to earlier on this afternoon, $350,000, and also the discretionary funds of $121,000 and $179,000 respectively. So quite a significant amount that we have already taken out of the original proposed budget. I guess what's exacerbated the problem, Councillor Miller, is from the time that we started these discussions in the very close to pre-COVID lockdown days, we were advised that our dividend from Orion would be reduced $487,000. And then council made a decision to reduce the amount of its rating penalty from 10% down to 3%. So that reduced what we were going to collect by a further $350,000. And we know that there's going to be a downturn in consent and related revenues, which were factored in at just over $2 million. So two parts to the answer. Firstly, I think we've done a really, really good in-depth job in terms of attracting savings. Probably the thing that's exacerbated the problem are the revenue losses that have been thrown in across the discussion as well. So yeah, I'm comfortable that we can operate within the budget, albeit it will be tight. That will be a struggle. And, you know, from time to time, we are requested to address new activities or consider new projects. And I can see a pushback coming at that. We just don't have the spare capacity or cost to be able to attend to those.
Things I was specifically thinking about, and it's a bit of, as you say, a very difficult balancing act between giving our community the tools to recover from this COVID situation and saying we want to save monies, particularly if you think about community facilities. Should we consider mothballing one or two, saying, well, at the moment we'll put them on ice, particularly thinking of swimming pool facilities, that our community might expect us to say, well, okay, we could stomach having that not open for a year or 2 years if it's going to make a difference to my rates bill. Or is there anything that you've identified in that vein which would be put in front of us today?
Not that I can put in front of you today, but there are certainly some proposals that I'm looking at, particularly the impact some of the new facilities are having on existing facilities, and also just condition assessment for some of those lesser used facilities. And it's not so much the operational side, but it was the commitment to make capital investment in some of those going into the next 12 months.
Yeah, I guess it has been, we've gone around this these topics in some depth over the past 2 months with the impact of COVID, and Councillor Miller's asking some very direct questions. I think we've also got to balance the fact that, as I've said before, that long-term plan will be when we really know the impacts of this, and we may be having a radically different discussion around this. We've got to just try and balance. I find this annual plan as a balance between under and overreacting. So it's a matter of us making some savings and generally reducing that some of that hurt across the district whilst maintaining core services, and that term core services seem to be variable depending on who presented for it. What we don't know yet is what decisions, and some of those might be the really hard, abrupt decisions that Councillor Miller is suggesting going forward. But one thing we don't want to do is talk ourselves into a recession that may not come, and we could be part of doing that. So it's a difficult balancing act. I think of 3 or 4 presenters who came to us with their submissions and said, this is what we want, but well, I wouldn't want your job. And we're always reminded that, of course, it's not an easy decision, and we're trying to do this as a democratic process. But we may well have some very, very hard decisions to make in 12 months' time. And we shouldn't be pretending that they're not going to have to be made. They may have to be made yet. I don't think this annual plan is the place to be making those over and above what we've done. So I'm in support of option 2.
Thanks, Murray. I think we'll go around the room and just understand where people are at. My view is option 1, continue as proposed, is not the right decision to do it all. Equally, option 3 and just cutting everything to 0 for the sake of having a 0 number also isn't correct. And the number of for our general rate has been about redressing the deficits that previous councils have got us into, and so we actually need to be taking a proactive step, not exacerbating the problem around our general rate, and trying to bring that account into line. Option 4 for me does not include enough of the scope, and I do believe that there might have to be other catch-ups in subsequent years if we were to only increase the water capture. However, I think that a volumetric charge lift would be better than sharing it both across the standard charge and the volumetric charge. The volumetric charge would allow people to make savings where they can and would continue to drive that efficiency. The hard part with that is there are a number of people connected to our suppliers who can't change the amount that they have because there's a set number of units that are ordered, and we're actually rating them not on the water that we supply, but on the fact that they could have their water if all their tanks were empty. And so it's not truly a volumetric charge that's going through there. So for me, this is stage 1 of a 2-stage process, as Mr. Lemon has said, and we will be looking very seriously through the long-term plan at changes that would need to be made. And for those councillors who are around for the last long-term plan and previous, thinking about the lift in rates that we put the community through at that time is not going to be the same level of increase or appetite for that sort of level of service increase either over the coming 10 years. So we do need to seriously consider the way that we provide services, the facilities that we decide that we're going to build, the way that we communicate what decisions we're going to make, and take that all into account, as well as thinking through what our funding options might be, whether things need to remain in the general rate as they are, whether differentials should be considered, how roading should be charged. We've talked about the water race changes today. So there's going to be some significant work over the next 12 months, which will lead to possible dramatic change through the next long-term plan. So option 2 for me, which flattens out where the increases lie. The average urban residential property connected to sewage is a lift of 1.4%. A rural property that was previously looking at a 6.4% will now be looking at 3.2%. And I think for the current year, that allows us to take consideration of the COVID context that we're in, the uncertainty that people are operating in, the job losses that have occurred, but without, as Councillor Lemon has said, predicting and then creating a vortex into the future. So I'm option 2 as well. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lyle, option 2. Councillor Epeha.
Kia ora. Inga mana, ngā reo e rangatira mā. What I'm saying there is that I respect the mana of everyone in this room, the language that has been spoken here today, and the councillors within this room representing their ward. If someone had asked me 8 months ago, I'd be sitting here and having this conversation. I wouldn't have believed it. So the weight of the decision being made today, I fully understand, and yeah, I fully understand. From what I've learned in my time here over the last 8 months, is that with any business, and this business being the biggest business in the district, it comes at a cost. If we continue to, if we want to continue to provide a quality service that's superior in the district, it does come at a cost, an operating cost. While I feel aroha mai for those that have presented throughout the last week and some of the circumstances, I believe that to continue to provide a superior and safe running business, option 2 is the best answer. So kia ora, thank you very much.
Yeah, option 2.
Option 2, because it reduces the overall rates burden for both rural and urban properties.
Option 2, I too would like to echo comments of thanks to those here present today, staff and councillors, and yourself, Mr Mayor. But I'd also like to acknowledge all those who took the time to write submissions, and whether they presented to us in person or not, I think we still should acknowledge those who did. It's a process, and if they don't participate, we can't change either. So it's option 2, and I would note that actually you actually all get to see what my rates are, because I'm one of the example properties.
Option 2.
Just to be slightly different, I'm actually option 4. I think that if we're going to increase water rates, that's the good way to do it. Retaining the base rate and charging people extra. It's a great opportunity to talk about the absolute value that our ratepayers get from our water supply. If you have been watching the discussion in Christchurch City around what they might pay for 1,000 litres, the numbers put around at least $1 per cube, whereas we are very, very low at 0.48 cents a cubic metre, and we're proposing to go up to 58 cents a cubic metre, which is 0.005 of a cent per litre. Extremely good value. So I'm voting for option 4.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who's taken part in this, submitters, staff, and well, everyone who's going to be watching this. I'd like to support option 2, and also just note that we mentioned a lot of things that need to be just sort of prepared and discussed at long-term plan time, which is probably a good idea as well, but there do seem to be quite a lot, and if part of that pushback that you suggested might be coming, Mr Ward, is prioritisation of which of those projects actually make it into the document, then that's fine by me, because there's an awful lot there and we're not going to have the money to fund them all.
Option 2, and it's only going to get harder from here on.
It's lucky last. I echo the comments that have been said around the table, and especially Councillor EPR, it is quite a lot of thought that we have had behind the scenes, a lot of talk about different things, and thanks to everyone. And we have taken on board the submissions, and we do read all the submissions. There is a number of people there who've put out that they question whether we do that, and we do consider them. And if people have watched today, they'll see that we do that. I am going to go with option 2 as the option that put forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Reid. Greg, the average rate increase tends to be the number that everyone talks about, and their own property rate increase. What does option 2's average rate increase look like?
I think it'll turn out at around 1.6. It tends to be just a little bit higher than the residential rate, because the residential rate makes up the majority, so just a bit above that.
Thank you. I wonder too, and it's been acknowledged over the last couple of weeks, the complexity of the rating system, and that not all homes or businesses are affected equally. And do just want to thank you for the good work done on this paper that Craig and your team, Thomas, put together yesterday, and wonder whether that sort of analysis could be included in the final long-term plan document, so that people can understand not just how their own rates are calculated, but why there are differences when you connect it to different services and where things go up. And one of the other notes that has caused a lot of conversation has been around the percentage increases, but not necessarily the dollar increases. And if we could include those in the examples, as you have in the paper that was for discussion today, that would help people see that actually the numbers might be going up the same, but if you start from a lower rating level, then the percentage increase is slightly higher. The last thing is we didn't talk about an option 5, which would be a rates decrease, and that was put to us through the hearings process, and no one else has brought that up. But just to acknowledge that all options have been considered, not only what is here, but councillors have had the opportunity to think about any mix of these options too, as well. So to provide the clarity for staff and preparing the paper for the 24th, I'll just put that option 2 be the centre of that paper, along with all the other decisions made today. Is there any further questions on that? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Would you like your vote noted, Councillor Miller? Thank you. So thank you everyone for a really long process, but a genuine process where we have tried to listen to the concerns of the community, understand where we're at as a district and reflect that in the decisions that we've made today. I want to thank David and your staff, our staff, for the work that's gone in from preparing the numbers 2 or 3 times over, and for the staff who work behind those numbers and on all the projects that make up the numbers. And so to executive management team, thank you for you and your staff, because that's the grunt of the work that Greg then gets to present to us. And finally to councillors, thank you for the manner in which you've undertaken this. I think it's been with care and concern for our community and respect for one another along the lines that we expect of each other and try to adhere to day by day. So I'll just hand to the CEO, who's also got some words.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And look, I want to echo a lot of the same comments. I mean, we've travelled in some really interesting directions over the last 4 or 5 months from when we set out to consider what our priorities were, what our focus was going to be on, and what our degrees of affordability are. I don't think any of us thought we'd be in the space that we're in right now. We talked, even when we went out to consultation, that during that period, life as we knew it then would change to the point that we are now. And I think there is still some change in that direction ahead of us. But I want to start, Sam, by thanking you firstly for your chairmanship and the way you've directed the meetings, to councillors for your input and your direction to staff, both through the meetings and also in the corridors over the past few months, that have helped our thinking a lot. To the management team and to staff, I want to thank you sincerely. I don't want to single out individuals, but the amount of work that is undertaken behind the scenes is phenomenal in terms of logistics, distribution, compilation of documentation, but also just the projects, the activities, the levels of service, the resources. How do we respond when we can see, certain things are tightening up a wee bit and where the priorities are? So this has been an incredibly well-run process, and I just thank you all very much for your input.
Oh, sorry, just reflecting your comments, but it did strike me in the submissions, one particular submission, who said that he didn't envy the task in front of us, but he wished that in any process that we're involved in, particularly the staff, spend every dollar like it's out of your own pocket, which I thought was a really good mantra for us and our staff to take away from today. That when we do have a piece of paper in front of us, we say, if it was coming out of my pocket, would I spend it?
Thanks everyone, and declare the deliberations closed.